families, they can't be held captive to other people's fears or agendas. We have got to ensure that families and parents have options that are going to work for their child and for their children's education. And so I look forward to this conversation as to how we can ensure that we do not have a one-size-fits-all approach, but that we do ensure every child has a chance to go on learning full-time this fall.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary DeVos. We're here mainly to hear from each of you today. Before I do that, I just wanted to point out that there is a fairly recent Kaiser Family Foundation Health Tracker poll that shows over 65% of America's parents are very concerned that their children will fall behind academically and socially if they don't get back to school. Having said that, we recognize that many school districts have already made a decision to either go hybrid or full-time virtual learning for the first month or two, or maybe longer. So our goal today, the President's goal, has always been, how do we reopen safely? How do we reopen soon, but how do we reopen safely? We also recognize that a number of teachers, particularly the 10% or so that are over the age of 60 in most of our schools, are concerned. So we have given resources and guidance that allows each of those districts to make those decisions, to maybe modify the work schedules of the teachers and other administrative staff that may be affected. But overall, we know that the risk is low for kids in contracting and being hospitalized, and of course the worst possible outcome, dying from COVID-19, but the risk is very high if they're locked down indefinitely. Nearly 100% of our 75 million students, K through college, left their places of learning, left those structures between the first and third weeks of March of this year. And we see that all situations were not created equally. The lack of digital assets was very obvious for many of our students, the lack of nutrition, the lack of social and emotional and mental well-being and development. But also, we heard from many school administrators and teachers, they're concerned because roughly 1 out of 5 child abuse cases are detected in schools. So we have to also think about all that we don't know and all that is being lost for these children by keeping them locked down indefinitely. So in the interest of opening soon and safely for this entire country, Mr. President, we'd like to start with Elisa from Waukesha, Wisconsin. She's a single mother and a small business owner. And her son, Luis, is entering a public district school public district school, the 9th grade, I believe, freshman year for Luis.
Correct.
If you can tell us a couple of things, Elisa. First of all, what were the relative advantage or disadvantage of him being a bilingual student when you had to go virtual learning? And then we understand that your school district has not yet announced a reopening plan, and we're in pretty much mid-August. So can you address both of those for us?
Correct. Yes, we as the parents, we had to take a survey regarding either going back to school or going virtual. So at the moment, we, like you had mentioned, we do not have an answer yet. Hopefully we do, and I'm hoping that we do go back because all the details that you just mentioned are very critical and important, and I am 100% of what you guys are saying at the moment. It was kind of difficult for him because it's really hard being bilingual and having to learn 2 different languages, and but with the help of teachers and the community, he stood up and did a great job. That was the advantage, that when he needed help, teachers were there to help him and, fulfilled whatever gap, was not being covered. And so he did pretty well after that.
But you like going back immediately, right?
Oh, yes, 100%.
A lot of people agree.
100%.
A lot of people agree.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Very good job.
Dr. Paul Peterson is the Director of the Program on Education Policy and Governance at Harvard University and Hoover Institution Senior Fellow. Dr. Peterson, we've heard an awful lot, including from the President and the Vice President, CDC Director, and others, about the relative problems that children could face if they are in indefinite lockdown. Would you please expand on that as a doctor?
Well, we know that if for every year that you spend in school, in the future, you will earn 10% more in lifetime earnings. So if we lock down schools for a year, we assign this generation of students to a 10% earning loss in the rest of their life. I mean, this is profound, that the costs are vastly greater than people have appreciated, to say nothing about the importance of young people being together with one another. The most important element in social growth is being with your peers, with your own friends and neighbors, and not being isolated in a setting where you don't have social relationships. To say nothing of the medical costs of being isolated and not, I remember when I was a child, I had, the teacher said, he can't see, he needs glasses. Well, I've got some new eyes now, so I can see, but yeah, you are told in school what the problems are, and then you can get those problems solved. All those things are out the door if you're not in school.
So sitting in isolation with a computer, looking at a laptop, is not the same as being out there in the real world?
At one time, Mr. President, I thought digital learning was the future, but we have learned through this COVID crisis that we haven't got digital learning to the point where you can really engage young people. They've got to be in that classroom. They have to be with their peers.
So if you're a presidential candidate and you're sitting in a basement and you're looking at a computer, that's not a good thing? Sounds like it would be the same.
Well,
I won't put you on the
can't
spot. I'm not going to put
comment
you on the Thank you very much. A lot of truth to that.
Hypothetically speaking, yes. I don't know a single parent who thinks their kid needs more screen time, to your point, Dr. Peterson. Lynn Gronseth from Arkansas. You've been a special education teacher. I think you're entering your 19th year, but you also are considered higher risk for contracting
Yes.
the coronavirus since you have asthma. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us how you feel about going back to school or the
My
students.
son's a physician, and I will say radiologist at Stanford. And so every time there were rumors and myths, I just called him and said, what are you hearing there? And he never once, not once, said, please don't go back. He knows how much I love my special education students, how much they need those special resources like your speech, my other colleagues provide. The instruction was extremely difficult for my students. A lot wouldn't come to the Zoom meetings. It's just so different. But what I was going to say is I typed the protocols from Springdale Public Schools, and I'm very comfortable with them. They've gone beyond the call of duty. I gave that to my allergist, emailed it to my son, and both of them gave me, with precautions, the ability to go back. And I want to be there for my students and help them navigate through this and make them comfortable to come back safely.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Dr. Melanie McGraw-Piasecki from Charlotte, North Carolina, a neonatologist, but also a mom of 3 who I think has been home with the kids, helping them navigate the online world of learning. Could you tell us, both a mom of 3 who's been home with them, but also through your medical experience, how can we learn to safely and quickly return to school?
Sure. My children, I would say, did not have a great experience in the spring, particularly my youngest, who was in first grade at the time. I think the online learning for the young ones, it just doesn't work. And my school, it's a private independent school, recognized that. And when they go back next week, they're sending the little ones back every day, which I think is great. The middle and upper school ones will be back in a hybrid way every other day. And they've incorporated some choice too. So if parents are not comfortable, they're able to do a full online experience. But we're definitely going back as much as they'll let us. In terms of being a pediatrician, I just think the science is so clear that the risk of death or hospitalization for children with this virus is so, so low. But we know the risk of missing school are catastrophic. We probably don't even know how high they are yet, and they cover so many different areas. So I feel like, Mr. President, thank you for your leadership on trying to get students back in school safely. So appreciate it.
And the concept of every other day seems a little ridiculous, right? If you're going to do it, you do it. If you're not going to do it, the concept of going back, even from a management standpoint from the school, every other day seems very strange.
I think the idea is they're going to take half the student body on A days and half the student body on B days. And so they can socially distance in the facility doing it that way. And then if you're at home, you'll be watching it on technology.
Okay, but you'd rather see them go back, period, right?
I would.
You'd rather not see that
That's
at all.
right. That's
Okay.
right.
Great job. Thank you very much.
Nilsa Alvarez, hi. It sounds like your children are back in school. following a decision that you and other parents in Seymour, Tennessee had to make with respect to whether to keep them at home and learn virtually or go back to school. You chose to go back to school. Why, and how is it going so far?
Well, the why is very easy. I'm a Hispanic small business owner, so I need my kids in school to run the business. And I know a lot of families, it's a struggle if you're working your business and being teacher at the same time. It's just not easy. But we made that decision, and I really want to thank the leadership of Governor Bill Lee, who emphasized to the school districts to offer the options of in-person learning and virtual so that parents would have the freedom to choose which education route would be best for their child. The parents in my area and at our school decided to send our kids back. Our kids are excited. There is social distancing. There's a lot of protocols in place. Their temperatures are taken every morning. Everything is going very smooth, but what is really good is that my son and daughter, they understand the seriousness of the virus for those at risk. So they're keeping an eye out for those who are at risk so we can look after them. We have a group chat with the parents, and we're communicating all the time if there's any symptom so that we know if something's happening or not, whether we send our kids back to school that day or not. And because the virtual class is happening at the same time, our kids will never fall behind.
That's great. Thank you very much. Well said.
Claudia Valladares, you are a kindergarten teacher at a public school, and we understand you had a very successful in-person summer school experience, which may be very surprising to some people here that actually was happening this summer. Can you tell us that from Lubbock, Texas, and also how does that portend for us?
All right, everybody, we are switching gears out live right now in Louisville, Kentucky, where attorney and family members of Breonna Taylor are going to be talking to the media. Taylor had been shot to death by Louisville police officers in her apartment, and we are going to learn a little bit more on this update right now here on News Now from Fox.
Good morning. I'm Attorney Ben Crump, along with Attorney Lanita Baker and Attorney Sam Aguiar. We represent the family of Breonna Taylor. Yesterday we had a very important series of meetings. As you all know, we met with the Attorney General, Daniel Cameron, in the morning, and in the afternoon we met with Mayor Fisher and the city attorney. At this time, we're going to have Attorney Lanita Baker, my most able co-counsel, based right here in Louisville, Kentucky, as you know, talk to you about the meeting with the Attorney General. And then I will share some remarks with you about the meeting with Mayor Fisher. And then we will hear from Tamika Palmer, and we also have present her sister Bianca, who has been a good shoulder for her to lean on through this entire ordeal. But first we will give you Lanita Baker, who said she first told me about this botched no-knock warrant that led to the execution of Tamika's daughter. She has been steadfast and committed every day, every hour, every minute to getting justice for Breonna Taylor. Attorney Lanita Baker.
Thank you. I'm here this morning to talk about our meeting yesterday with Attorney General Daniel Cameron, where Tamika Palmer, Janiyah Palmer, Breonna's sister, Bianca Austin, myself, and Sam Aguiar were present with Attorney Daniel Cameron and members of his staff. The purpose of that meeting was for the Attorney General to personally extend his condolences to Ms. Palmer and the family of Breonna Taylor. That was the first time that he had personally spoken with them. During the meeting, he did indicate that he did not reach out previously as he was fearful that it could compromise his investigation. He did not divulge any of the details of his investigation, but said that he is waiting on ballistics from the FBI, as well as interviewing some additional witnesses or re-interviewing witnesses that they may have already spoken to. He did not give a timeline. However, it is our position that we're not going to wait forever. We do want this resolved quickly and accurately, so that Ms. Palmer and the family can get some answers as it relates to the murder of Breonna Taylor. And with that, I'll answer questions later, but I'll turn it over to my co-counsel, Mr. Crump.
Thank you, Lanita. And I have to step down. As we sit here over 150 days later after this tragedy that should have never happened, Attorney Baker and I met with Mayor Fisher and the city attorney's office, and we had a very positive, productive conversation about how we try to work together to heal this city beyond just getting justice in the criminal matter for Breonna Taylor. And Lanita and I held no punches back when we talked with Mayor Fisher, because you understand, Mayor Fisher is not just the leader of Louisville, Kentucky. He also acts as the current president of the United States Conference of Mayors. So whatever actions that he takes not only sends a message to Louisville, Kentucky, but it sends a message to all the cities across America. And so we challenged him to make sure that he is courageous and responsible in trying to lead his city out of this tragedy, not only as a legacy for his administration, not only as a legacy for his city, but as a legacy for Breonna Taylor. He has that power, and we want him to rise to the occasion. And so we talk about, Attorney Baker and I, how he deals with the protesters. You know, let's make sure we look at what have happened in other cities across America who have dealt with similar unnecessary, unjustifiable, and senseless killings of black people by the police, whether it's Minneapolis. We saw what they did. They immediately terminated all those officers. They immediately called for charges. We see in Atlanta with Rayshard Brooks, they immediately, the mayor called for the termination of all those officers and called for charges for all those officers. But right now in Louisville, people are still waiting after 150 days for these officers to be arrested and charged. They're still waiting after 150 days for these officers to be terminated. And we understand he and the city attorney's office, they have to follow policies. We get that. Attorney Baker and I were very detailed in our meetings with them on that and the challenges that they may have. However, we do know that if you lie on your job, that is a grounds for termination. And we know that the police officer lied on that probable cause affidavit to entice the judge to sign this no-knock warrant that led to the execution of Breonna Taylor. So those things that we know were wrong, you need to address them. Because as a minister who was with us said quite eloquently, when you say, Lanita, he said, first, we can't just get to healing. That's the last step. First, you have to admit the wrong. You have to admit the wrong that occurred. And then you have to have conscientious thoughts about how that wrong happened. As Attorney Aguilar continues to talk about how we change policies to prevent this from happening again, you got to have conscientious thought. You got to have serious deliberation. You have to have bereavement to an extent. Just like Tamika Palmer is bereaved, the entire city of Louisville has to be bereaved. And then you have to engage community stakeholders, members of the clergy, members of the activist community. We have to have the protesters being part of the solution. We have to have the business community being part of the solution. He was a great businessman, so he has a certain amount of credibility with the business community. He has to engage them to say that we're all part of this. We all have a role to play in the solution here. And then, and only then, after we talk about how we change this activism into action, how we change these moments into a movement, how we change this pain that we're all feeling about the loss of Breonna into a sense of power. And until we can change the protests into policy, only then can we get to healing. And great leaders rise to the occasion. We expect Mayor Fisher and the city leadership in Louisville to rise to the occasion with the spirit of Breonna Taylor, to rise to the occasion in the spirit of the recently deceased John Lewis, to be a conscience for the community and not to antagonize the young people, whether they're black, white, Hispanic, Asian, all these young people who are descending on Louisville to exercise their First Amendment rights because they see themselves as Breonna Taylor. Maybe you all have children and you can understand just the thought of your child getting to be a young adult and you've done everything you can to prepare her for adulthood, and then to have her taken away by the very people who are supposed to protect and serve her. So hopefully you all can relate to the activists. Hopefully you all can relate as parents why people are so emotional, and don't try to take their First Amendment rights to assemble and protest from them. Work with them. Don't come challenging them because they're young people and they may not make perfect decisions. And God knows the city leadership has not made perfect decisions either, or we wouldn't be here. Right, Lanita?
Correct.
And so let's look for the future John Lewises and those protesters, because you might have the future John Lewis right here from Louisville, Kentucky, who's out there marching through the streets saying, say her name. And so I hope that Mayor Fisher would see the potential in that young citizen of Louisville and not treat him like a criminal and not add to an already overburdened and overwhelmed criminal justice system here in Louisville by having the police just arrest all the protesters, making the court's docket even busier. Because there's always a fork in the road. Mayor Fisher can take the road that has commonly been taken in America, where we have two justice systems, one for Black America and one for white America, or he can take the road less traveled that I have seen doing these cases all over America, and that is to fight for equal justice for every citizen in the United States of America, especially here in Louisville, Kentucky, as they demand justice for Breonna Taylor. And we do expect charges to be filed sooner rather than later for those responsible for the death and the execution of Breonna Taylor. Like I said, it was intense, long meetings, but we thought it was productive. We pray that Mayor Fisher thought it was productive and that we can try to start healing this community. At this point, we're going to have you hear from the mother and the aunt of Breonna Taylor, who so desperately wants Mayor Fisher and the leadership of the city to help them not only get justice for Breonna Taylor, but to help heal this community. Miss Tamika Palmer. Oh, okay. We have Bianca Austin, her aunt, speak first, and then we will have Tamika talk loud.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning. It's been 150 days, but it still feels like March 13th. It never gets any easier, and we just asking, and we got faith in the city that they will do the right thing, and we just want to appreciate everybody for all their support. That's what gets us through and keeps us strong and keeps us moving. And I want everyone to continue to be out here on the streets helping us. You don't have to be a protester to help. You know, get involved in our community. I'm asking our community leaders to step up. It's a lot of us. It's a church on every corner. We need to take our city back so there won't be any more names. We don't need any more names. We don't need another Breonna Taylor, David McAtee, or Tyler Girth. We don't need any more in our city. So it's time for change. And as we reflect this 150 days since Breonna was murdered, we have gotten a lot accomplished, and I'm not taking away from that, but there's still a lot to be done. And I expect this city to step up. It's time. We're tired.
Thank you so much, Bianca. 150 days, we hope that doesn't turn into 200 days. Please give your attention to Breonna's mother, Tamika Palmer.
150 days, 5 months. Yeah, every day is still March the 13th. Like Bianca said, it's still a lot of work to do. Because at this point, it's bigger than Brianna. It's bigger than just Black lives. It's about bridging the gaps between us and the police. It's about bringing back the communities. It's about just being able to stand up for each other. And there definitely shouldn't be another Breonna Taylor anywhere. It's definitely bigger than Breonna. 5 months. I'm grateful to everybody. I'm grateful for the people who are saying her name. And the thing is, we can't get discouraged about them. The police still trying to do these things to discourage the community. At this point, like she said, we got to figure out how to fix the city, how to heal from here. Yeah.
Thank you. Obviously, this is very emotional on many levels. We will try to take your questions.
As attorneys, you understand how these investigations go, maybe not one quite to this magnitude, but as you inch closer and closer to that 200-day mark, do you feel more or less confident that those charges will come?
Well, I absolutely expect there to be charges based on the evidence. As Attorney Baker and Attorney Aguilar and I conferenced about this matter, it really speaks to why we should not have the police policing themselves, because we lost 2 months while we were letting them try to figure out how to justify the unjustifiable. And so now we're waiting for ballistics tests over 150 days later. That should have been something that was seized upon the very minute they saw this innocent Black woman lying dead in her apartment. And so what we have to do is admit the wrongs that took place and try to address them so it doesn't happen again, nor does it happen in the aftermath. You all remember that police report, that joke? I mean, a 2-3 page report, slap in the face, talking about there was no forced entry, talking about that there was nobody injured. How can you say that to this mother? And so this is what we have to address, but we expect, hopefully before 200 days, charges to happen. Justice delayed is justice denied. Attorney Baker may have. No, I'm not, and I'm going to have Attorney Baker, who lives here in Louisville, also address that. But, one of the things I think is so unfair is how they continue to try to criminalize these young people who just want equal justice, who just want equal justice under the law because Black Lives Matter. And they almost act like saying that is a sin. Why is that such a bad thing to say, that Black Lives Matter, based on the history that we have here in America? That we know we have a criminal justice system that undervalues Black and brown lives. And so there hasn't been anything that we believe that these young people have not did other than do exactly what in the history of America people have done when they exercised their First Amendment rights to free speech. And I will, before I have Attorney Baker, why is it that when white men take over the Michigan State House with semi-automatic weapons, Nobody pepper sprays them. Nobody tear gas them. Nobody shoots rubber bullets at them. Nobody calls out the National Guard on them. Nobody is militarized to confront them. But when young black people start marching in the streets saying Black Lives Matter, we treat them like criminals. And, you know, Charles Dickens talked about expectations in his book, Great Expectations. Why don't we expect those young African-American citizens to be able to exercise their constitutional rights and not have these negative expectations on them? I mean, we can't have two Americas. We can't have a justice system for Black America and a justice system for white America. And hopefully Mayor Fisher will use his powerful pulpit, not just here as mayor of the city of Louisville, but as president of the United States Conference of Mayors, to set the example for cities all.
All right, you can see we just lost that
told
shot,
them
trying to
he
get it
was
back
doing a
up there
thorough
for
job.
you.
We believe, based on the evidence, somebody should be held accountable for the death of Breonna Taylor. Now, we believe that if you violated policies and procedures that led to the execution, then you're culpable to some degree. But he will decide in his office and the Justice Department. We don't want to forget about them, as Sam Aguilar said. We need to make sure that they are actively looking at if there was any violations, constitutional violations, any civil rights violations here. But we believe that the people who caused her death should be held accountable, whether that's 2 or 4, somebody needs to be held accountable.
Are 2 or 4 enough, or are there other city leaders?
Okay, Attorney Baker.
So at this point, again, we're still investigating. As you guys know, we're still asking for information. There may be additional people. We don't know. We can't call that out yet because we're still waiting on the list of additional officers who were present. We're still waiting on the ballistics reports to know who all fired weapons. So we know the names because that's what's been released, but there may be additional information. But what we've called on and what we've always called on is any officer involved in the murder of Breonna Taylor who is responsible, criminally responsible, be charged and presented to a jury and let the jury make the determination. So yes, we want any officer involved. It may be 2, it may be 4, it may be more. We don't know. But anyone who's responsible through this investigation, we want held accountable.
Her in-laws, Bianco, spoke about accountability.
Can't hear you.
Her in-laws and Bianco spoke to me about accountability. We was all about accountability. He spoke about we had some law changes and certain protocols change. During these meetings, did you all discuss any future changes, more laws to make sure this doesn't happen again? For example, FOP contracts and things like that.
We did. We talked about a number of things that need to be changed. In order for, as Attorney Crump stated, for us to move forward and for there to be real healing, we have to have true change. We have to have other stakeholders at the table. As Ms. Palmer stated, this is bigger than Breonna Taylor. And so we talked about other ordinances that need to be passed. So when we met with Mayor Fisher is what can the city of Louisville do? You know, he doesn't have control over Attorney General Daniel Cameron. But what can the city of Louisville do? So we know there's additional ordinances that need to be changed. We know that the FOP contract needs to be changed. We know that other officers should be terminated at this point, or at a minimum, one of the officer can be terminated right now for lying on a search warrant. So those things that the city of Louisville can change, And within our community, there's other stakeholders that need to be brought to the table for there to be true healing. And yes, we discussed that. And as Attorney Crump stated, that there was a positive dialogue there. So now it's to turn those conversations into true action. And we know that it has to be true action. This community isn't going to accept anything less than true action. And I think that Mayor Fisher knows that. We know that. The family of Breonna Taylor knows that. The community knows it. So that's what we're working for. I'm born and raised here. I want to see Louisville come out much better on the other end of this.
At this point,
In America,
you say that someone has to be held accountable. At this point, will you accept anything less than a murder charge?
we're going to have the evidence come out. We, in our heart, we believe Breonna Taylor was murdered. Her mother has never wavered nor vacillated that they murdered her daughter that night, because she know her daughter. She know who her daughter is. Never had any criminal history. Never been arrested. Why is she executed by the police? That's something that she still just can't understand. She cannot wrap her mind around it. Her aunt was showing me pictures. They just can't get it. And so, in our heart, we believe it's murder, but that is something that Attorney General Cameron has to do. Now, will there be a reaction to the community? Yes, if nobody's held accountable, we expect people to have an emotional reaction. But what we will hope is that the law works for Breonna like it works if it was a young white lady. We don't want two justice systems in America. And we know black women, and since I've gotten involved with this matter, I've been saying it, black women don't always get the same attention and recognition as even black men get when they're killed by the police. Breonna life matters. Black women lives matter equally. And I'm just so proud of Tamika Palmer with her dignity and grace, trying to raise the platform to bring black women into this conversation when we talk about police execution and brutality of people of color, because oftentimes they have been left out of the conversation. But because of Breonna Taylor, that important conversation is finally being had in America. That's why we continue to say her name. Say her name.
Palmer, can I ask a question? Based on your conversation with Attorney General Cameron yesterday, is there anything he said to make you feel a little bit better about why it's taking so long?
Just that he wants to have the right answer at the end of this, so he doesn't want to rush through it. So for me, I'm trying to accept that and be patient with that, because I definitely want him to come out with the right answer.
Okay. Any last questions? Thank you all. We'll keep you informed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, that was the update there by the family and Breonna Taylor's attorneys speaking in Louisville, Kentucky. Here's what we got coming up here for you next on News Now. At any moment, we are expecting Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi to give an update, her weekly update. So we will bring that to you here on News Now. But I want to take you out to California, where we do have live aerials right now of the fire that continues to torch right now. 10,000 acres, Lake Hughes, California. It looks like the Skyfox shot might be leaving right now, but I just want to give you a quick update here, what we're learning here as this fast-moving wildfire near Lake Hughes prompted evacuations and burned homes as firefighters continue to battle flames this morning. The lake fire exploded in size in a matter of hours and charred about 10,000 acres already amid hot temperatures after it was reported yesterday at around 3:45 near the intersection of North Lake Hughes Road and Pine Canyon Road, according to the Los Angeles County Fire Department. The fire is Driving through brushy ridgetops, including areas that last burned in 1968, the flames created an enormous column of smoke seen dozens of miles away. No injuries right now are being reported, but Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department announced mandatory evacuation orders. Approximately 100 structures were affected by the evacuation orders. According to LA County Fire Department, evacuations were ordered in the area of Lake Hughes Road, west of Pine Canyon Road, and north of Dry Gulch Road, east of Ridge Route Road, and west of Lake Hughes Road and Fire Station 78. Evacuation points were set up at Highland High School. Shelters for large animals were available at the Antelope Valley Fairgrounds. The LA County Fire Department said yesterday that the fire will continue to grow and threaten the surrounding communities of Lake Hughes, Leona Valley, Lake Elizabeth, Pine Canyon, and Three Points, and that air operations would continue today. 500 firefighters are already at the scene or on their way are tackling the fire. Multiple aircraft also being used. The lake fire created enough force to make several, quote, fire tornadoes, and while officials haven't confirmed if any homes have been destroyed, the fire was seen reaching and burning several homes in the area. A tally of structure damage was not immediately available. The area is no stranger to fire. Back in 2013, the Powerhouse Fire burned 30,000 acres, but officials say a lot of the land involved. The lake fire hasn't burned since 1968. The Powerhouse Fire was caused by electrical power lines and took about 10 days to contain. Right now, the cause of this fire is unknown, but Sky Fox aerials showing this. If we get any more updates or any news conferences throughout the day on this fire, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. We are awaiting still Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi to give her update, and then we're also going to be, looks like the Senate will have some general speeches on the floor starting in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, everybody, I want to take you back out to the event from yesterday. President Trump hosting a White House event talking about getting kids back in school.
Person fall.
Yes, I'm from Lubbock, Texas, and I teach at Ramirez Elementary. And we did have a really successful summer school. There were no outbreaks. It was in person. There were precautions with social distancing, 6 feet apart, and children had to wear masks, 10 and older. There was temperatures taken for the staff and the students. And this year, our parents had the choice whether to do virtual or in person. And so far, we have 70% wanting to be in class. And so we're ready to go, and we start Monday.
Very exciting. Right?
Thank you. Thank you for all of your leadership with this.
Thank you very much. Say hello to everyone. I know the area well. It's great.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, you heard from a couple of our last speakers something that you actually have made happen in signing the CARES Act. There's about $13 billion worth of funding, and I was briefed by an HHS official this morning who said only 4% has been tapped into. They can use that to help them with the temperature checks, with the testing, however they wish to use it. So we would really implore those states and those local school districts to take advantage of the money that you and the Vice President, the Secretary, and others have already secured in a bipartisan fashion.
And what I'd like to do is I'd like to see the money follow the student. If a school is going to be closed and we're giving all of this money on the federal basis to a school, and if a student is going to go to a different school, really at the choice more of the parent, in all fairness, than the student, you know, where you want to go and what school you want to bring the student to, I think the money should follow the student. And that's something that we want to do. We're having a hard time with the Democrats. They want the money to follow the union, to be honest. It's very simple. Give it to the union. But the fact is, give it to dues, because the union people are fantastic people in there. But the people that run the union, it's disgraceful, and the dues that they charge the teachers, and that's what it's all about. So I would like the money to follow the student, and this way you can make your own choice. If the school is closed, you know, why are we paying? If a school is closed, why are we paying the school? I'd rather give it to the student, the parents, and you do your own thing. And to me, it makes a lot of sense.
Secretary DeVos.
Well, and I would just add to that, Senator Tim Scott has a bill introduced in Congress that would do just that, would empower parents to make the choice for their children to find the right setting and the right fit for them, depending on their circumstances. And with the President's bold leadership here, I think we can get it done. Congress can do the right thing on behalf of parents and their kids.
So, Mike, we'll let him know we're in favor of that. Tim Scott is fantastic, and the bill is really good, so why don't we do that, okay?
We will, Mr. President, I assure you.
Excellent. You've always been the school choice president, the school choice candidate. I know as governor of Indiana, Vice President Pence expanded charter schools and other educational freedom opportunities. And I will say that we as a nation can philosophically and politically differ on many issues, but I've never, ever heard a very compelling and persuasive, memorable reason why people oppose the kind of school choice that the two of you are fighting for. And school choice means parent choice. So our last set of questions really go to the parents and the importance of parents' ability to choose the right education for their children, particularly within this dual medical and financial pandemic. Mr. President, we have with us today, and I want to read it so I get it all right, Janie Neely of Columbia, South Carolina. She's a former public school teacher herself. She's a reading specialist. Her zone school district plans to provide full-time virtual instruction. She believes her high schooler will be fine, but her kindergartner has Down syndrome and must receive in-person instruction. Janie's husband, Chris, is here. He serves as the chairman of the President's Committee for People with Intellectual Disabilities. Thank you very much for being here, Chris, and God bless both of you and your children. Would you like to tell us a little bit, Janie, about how you're approaching this school year?
Absolutely. When schools closed in the spring abruptly, it was especially difficult for families with children that have special needs because for us, it was like falling off an early intervention cliff. Schools not only provide the academics for students with special needs, but it also provides the much needed therapies and services to address developmental delays. And the structure and routine of school day is so critical for this population of students. It simply cannot be replicated in a virtual platform, and especially for a kindergartner with Down syndrome. Unfortunately, our school district has adopted a virtual-only reopening plan, and it's been extremely disappointing because as a parent, I wish that I'd been given a choice. Because I know for a fact that this style of learning will cause my son to regress and to fall behind. And we were working so hard for him to be fully included with his peers. So my hope is that we can all work together to get in-person learning, especially open for the students that are most vulnerable, and to have that choice for parents, because I know my son best and I know what he needs.
That's really well said. So it's been a burden, a tremendous burden, and what you've been through has been a great burden, obviously. How do they change that? How do they change it? What would you recommend?
I think families with children with special needs were already carrying a pretty tremendous burden. We are constantly incorporating different therapies and things of that nature. What's nice about it being incorporated in the school is that it happens during the school day. Unfortunately, in my situation, we've now been forced to change and to find another school option for our son. We're fortunate because a lot of families don't have that option because smaller schools, private schools, parochial schools may not have the staff and the structure to accept children with special needs. So there's not always that option. We're fortunate in that situation, but now my family's taking on the burden of not budgeting and planning for tuition. So having the dollars follow the student is very critical for a family like ours, and now I'm also having to plan all of his therapies on the outside. So we're talking about a kindergartner that's going to school from 8 in the morning till 2:30 in the afternoon, and then he has to have occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy all after school. That's a long day.
It's a lot of work.
It is. Thank you.
Fantastic job. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
How did she do, Krista? She did excellent. It's not bad. It's not too bad.
Thank you. You know, I think the
All right, everybody, we are learning of a White House event. It looks like we're going to get some tape playback pretty soon coming out of the White House. So we'll keep an eye on that. We also have Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. I want to go back out to California, though. We're getting better pictures now of daylight time here of this fast-moving fire that does continue right now, and right now it's currently burning at 10,000 acres. They have more than 500 firefighters fighting this fire. It happened fast and started moving fast late yesterday afternoon. I'm going to get you guys some more details here. We're waiting to see if there's going to be any more updates coming, and I'm sure there will be, but we just wanted to always bring you the very latest here as it is happening. Mandatory evacuations have been issued for at least 100 homes in the area. This fast-moving wildfire in the foothills north of Los Angeles has burned at least 10,000 acres in a matter of hours, according to fire officials out there. The Los Angeles County Fire Department says the fire, dubbed the Lake Fire, remains at 0% containment as it burns in the mountainside community of Lake Hughes, located about 65 miles north of Los Angeles. The fire broke out about 3:30 yesterday afternoon, but quickly grew in size as firefighters reported extreme fire behavior and rapid spread in the northeast. Almost 7 hours after starting, the fire reached 10,000 acres. The fire was feeding on chaparral and other brush, some of which hasn't burned since 1968, but the fire was moving into heavier forest on top of the ridges, according to the county fire chief, Eric Garcia. It's pretty explosive behavior, he said. A fire tornado was also captured by Fox 11's Bill Mulligan, whirling into the air as the fire grew. Fire tornadoes, also known as the fire vortices, are not tornadoes in the true sense. They occur when a gust of extremely hot air blows through the fire at a certain angle, producing a spinning momentum, which then sucks up the embers. In 2018, the massive car fire in California produced a vortex with winds clocked at 143 miles per hour by the National Weather Service. According, the explosive storms can form during a fire when heat and moisture from the plants are released, even when the fuel is relatively dry. Similar conditions were seen during devastating wildfires earlier this year in Australia and another fire in northern California. Los Angeles County Deputy Fire Chief David Richardson said at a nighttime news conference that there were reports that some outbuildings had burned as the fire raged. The cause remains under investigation. So far, there's about 500 firefighters that are fighting this fire, and helicopters are conducting drops in the area. The lake fire is expected to continue to grow and threaten the surrounding communities of Lake Hughes, Leona Valley, Lake Elizabeth, Pine Canyon, and 3 Points. Mandatory evacuations have been issued for at least 100 homes in the area, according to fire officials. Shelter areas were set up, but because of concerns due to the coronavirus pandemic, people were being told to shelter in their cars. The Red Cross Los Angeles also designated areas where impacted residents with small animals could evacuate too. After erupting late yesterday afternoon, the fire sent a massive column of smoke thousands of feet in the air. The area is expected to see temperatures in the mid-90s or higher through the weekend with low humidity, but winds remained light here. And here's some more live footage that we are getting from Sky Fox as this fire has now reached 10,000 and more acres, and it just started around 3:45 Pacific time yesterday afternoon.
In America right now, the children with special needs have really been left out. And so, Mr. President, I want to thank this administration. Mr. Vice President, when you and the Secretary came to Columbia a few weeks ago, you addressed that issue, that people with disabilities are being left out. And so what we have here are people that are on the front lines in education that are saying we can open the schools for everyone. I visited 2 schools this week in South Carolina that have charter schools. Students are in class, teachers are there, they're learning, they're playing with each other. I mean, it's been a great experience. So we can do this in America. We can get America back to school and make our education system great.
That's great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Florida's Commissioner of Education, Mr. Corcoran, you spearheaded an emergency declaration with Governor DeSantis, basically to meet the demands of parents for in-person instruction. I'm very struck when I read these parent surveys in many districts. Parents overwhelmingly are saying yes when they are asked, do you feel it is safe for your son or daughter to return to school? And often they're being big-footed by a county health commissioner or a school board. How are you meeting that demand, and how do you know that parents are so in demand in Florida for in-person instruction? What are you hearing?
Well, we did exactly as you said. We did an emergency order that basically gave increased flexibility and increased choice to parents, teachers, and the districts, and a certainty in the funding. But if you're not, and what we were saying and what got reported, the same day you said open school, so they said we colluded. I wish I colluded with you.
That sounds like a good idea.
They like that word.
But we opened up, we said you have to open up as an option 5 days a week for school children. And now in Florida, we're in August, our first schools are opening up this week. And throughout August, we'll have all 67 our districts will open up. We've not approved a single plan, to your point and your point, even in our phase 1 counties in southeast Florida. We've told them, you better open up for children with unique abilities on day 1. You cannot do virtual therapies. You can't do virtual, and we just had a forum the other day with another parent who had a Down's child, and he just thrives when he's around other kids, and when he's at home, he's literally being diagnosed with depression because he's not around kids. They have to have that right away. And so we'll open up, and the great news is we'll have probably, already we have 13 districts that open up this week. Of those 13 districts, this is the amazing thing, to your point, we are being sued by the union bosses, and they are disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. And so we have multiple suits going. But the reality is, of the districts that opened up this week, 6 of them have almost 100% teacher participation. You know what teachers want? Teachers want to be back in the classroom with their kids. Even if they have an underlying condition, they want to be back. And that's what we're seeing in Florida. And when we get to August 31st, all the districts open up, we're going to have probably 70 to 80% of students in face-to-face options, and we'll have more than that percentage in teachers in the classroom with their students. And there's just no substitute for it. You hear it. We have the largest virtual school in the country. It is a second-tier education. The best education is when you got a great teacher, a great mentor, someone who's got great wisdom, all the children and their peers together getting a great education. And an education, we say, is everything. Education is freedom. Education is the uplifting of the human soul to the glorious light of truth. And to deny a child that kind of education, you're robbing them of a lifetime, not just of earnings, a lifetime of who they are as human beings. And I stole that from Frederick Douglass, but but that is really what education goes to. And that's what I loved what the Royal Academy said when they said you're scarring a generation of children for their futures. That's what we're doing when you don't have that option. But hey, if you're a parent, I have 6 children, 2 in elementary school, 1 in middle, 2 in high school, 1 in college, all public school. All of them are going back to school. But I completely respect and wanted to honor the decision of a parent who says, well, what about, I don't feel safe. I think the evidence is overwhelming. We've all seen it. But if you have that right. If you want to do distance learning, we're going to do the best possible way. But to the other 70, 80% of us, we have the right to go back and have our kids get that world-class education.
It is interesting because one thing we've learned during this horror show of the China plague is that virtual is not as good as being there. Virtual is just not the same thing. And for a long time, we've been hearing how great it would be, how great it would be. Well, we've had the ultimate sample, right? Namely, the whole country practically, and it's not as good. We've also learned that telehealth is very good. Telehealth is up 3,500%. It's incredible. Can you imagine that 3,500 where people can stay in their homes, their apartments, wherever they are, and they can not have to go to hospitals and doctors and everything else? That's been an incredible success. You know, who would have thought? That's become tremendous and really has been good. But the virtual learning is not like being in a classroom. And we've learned that, I think, very strongly in almost all cases. People thought for a long time that would be the answer, but that's not the answer. The answer is an old-fashioned one, isn't it, huh? Thank you. Great job you do in Florida. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, our final guest is a mom in Fairfax County, Lindsay Ammon. She's one of the parents who said yes to the question, do you feel safe returning your children to school? And her older daughter will have in Fairfax County just 4 half-days of virtual instruction at her grade level and 1 day off. So Lindsay has decided to exercise her parent choice and do pod homeschooling.
All right, folks, we are going out now. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi speaking right now. We should also just make a note here. We are going to be getting tape playback. President Trump announcing a historic peace deal between Israel and the UAE. That should be coming up at any moment right now, but that just happening within the last couple of moments. President Trump announcing this peace deal between Israel and the UAE. We will have full coverage on that coming up in just a little bit. Let's go out to Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi.
3,750,000 Americans have become sick, have been added to the infected list. 3.75 million people added to the list. 77,000 people have died. Tens of millions more people are out of work. Clearly, the virus did not take a pause. When sometimes some of you reporters ask, why can't we resolve our differences? I want you to see how vast those differences are. It's no wonder we have a vast difference because this administration and the Republicans in Congress have never understood the gravity of the situation. For months, and even until now, they have ignored the science. They called it a hoax. By miracle, it would go away. I'm a deeply religious person. I believe in miracles, and I believe the miracle of science will help us through this. Magically, it would go away. It was a hoax. No, they are the hoax. And so, the virus has picked up steam, and like a freight train, is coming down the tracks. And they, like a convoy, going as slow as the slowest ship, are going so slowly that at that rate, they'll never overtake the virus. We cannot let that stand. And again, let's just talk about it from the standpoint of the children. As you know, as mother of 5, grandmother of 9, advisor to people with children, whether they want my advice or not, I want to just talk about the children. Millions of children in our country are food insecure. That has existed before the virus. It is completely exacerbated because of the virus. And so in the bill, we have over $60 billion to meet the hunger needs of the American people. Food stamps, WIC, Women, Infant, and Children Initiative, food banks, other food nutrition initiatives. In the GOP that came out a couple weeks ago, $250,000. $60 billion, $250,000. Does that say anything about a value system? Millions of families are on the verge of eviction in our country. We tried to get this legislation earlier in early COVID bills. They rejected it. Now the moratorium has come to an end. We need a moratorium. Yes, they said the president was going to do a moratorium. That would have been great. But a moratorium without money is not that great. The Princeton Eviction Lab, the low-income housing coalition, all of these authorities have told us it will take about $90 billion. In the current situation, we had $100 billion in the HEROES Act. They have zero, nothing. Testing and tracing. If we do not defeat the virus, we're never going to be able to open our economy and open our schools safely to send our children to school. $75 billion. They had 15, they went up, we'll go up to 16. 16, this is what they went up to. Since the bill 90 days ago, and the fact that we were hopeful that if we could pass it then we could stop the spread of the virus, but since we didn't, the virus has taken its additional toll. It has made matters worse in terms of opening the schools. So we've increased our number because the Association of School Superintendents say we need at least $200 billion in order to safely open the schools, and that does not include $4 billion. They're very precise for technologies for kids for virtual learning, remote learning. They have 105. But what's interesting about their 105 is the bulk of what they have in the bill goes to only schools that are opening actually. Only schools that are opening actually. Of the 100 largest, see, we learn every day from those who are on the front lines instead of those who are on the sidelines. From the 100 biggest, the largest school districts in the country, the 100 largest, 62 of those largest districts have declared that they will open virtually, completely virtually, remote learning. Another 15 or so, hybrid. A small number, actual. But the president's money, he says, will go to the schools that open actually, when it is a small percentage of those 100 top schools. So again, for the children to go to school, it relates to the rate of infection in the community in which they live, and there are formulas for this that the scientists have put forth. It also is about money, about if you're going to have children in school, you must have more spacing. If you have more spacing, you need more rooms, and if you need more rooms, you need more teachers. You need better ventilation. The number of schools, nearly half the schools do not have the appropriate ventilation system as it is, much less to contain a pandemic. For the teachers, for the support staff, and all that go into opening up a school, it takes money. And we have shown them, well documented by experts in the field, that to do virtual, to do actual, and to do hybrid cost about the same amount of money. So for the president to say he's going to put the bulk of his money into schools that only open actually ignores the needs of our children and their safely being able to go back to school. We all want our kids to go back to, well, my grandkids to go back to school, have every version of the story. Public school, Catholic school, private school, people who teach, as well as my grandchildren who go there. It's a problem. See, again, we keep coming back to the virus and the children. As you know, they have said testing is overrated. They've said tracing doesn't really work. They've mocked the masks, the distancing, and the rest, but it has to be done until we have a vaccine, which, God willing, and science creating, we will have a vaccine sometime soon, hopefully legitimately, not skipping any steps in terms of its safety and its efficacy. But right now, we don't have it. We do have testing, tracing, and the rest. And I am optimistic that science has given us a path where we can do much more testing, come closer to our goal, what we must have, should have had from the start, 300 tests a day. 300 tests a day. And there is the testing, science has, innovation has taken us so far down the road in this period of time. But we need the Defense Production Act to be called into play and able to take us to the number of tests. That could be just you take the test here, and before this press conference is over, 15 minutes, you would have the results, making just a game changer altogether. But it would require the Defense Production Act because the firms that are excelling in this do not have the production capacity to take us to 3 million a day. This is important because so much of the disparity that we see in the spread of the virus is into communities of color, which have been not properly served in all of this. The amount of deaths is disproportionate to the demographics of the number of people in our population. But think about the children. Think about the children. Think about this. If you are an Hispanic child, you are 8 times more likely to go to the hospital because of the coronavirus than other children. If you're an African-American child, you're 5 times more likely to go to the hospital for the coronavirus than other children. That challenges the conscience of our country. It's indicative of the disparity in the community.
Okay, folks, we'll go back out to Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, but want to go out to tape playback right now of President Trump announcing the peace deal between Israel and the UAE.
All of the people standing behind me, because they have done an incredible job. This is something that hasn't been done in more than 25 years. Just a few moments ago, I hosted a very special call with 2 friends, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed of the United Arab Emirates, where they agreed to finalize a historical peace agreement. Everybody said this would be impossible. And as you know, Mohammed is one of the great leaders of the Middle East. After 49 years, Israel and the United Arab Emirates will fully normalize their diplomatic relations. They will exchange embassies and ambassadors and begin cooperation across the board and on a broad range of areas, including tourism, education, healthcare, trade, and security. This is a truly historic moment. Not since the Israel-Jordan peace treaty was signed more than 25 years ago has so much progress been made towards peace in the Middle East. By uniting 2 of America's closest and most capable partners in the region, something which said could not be done, this deal is a significant step towards building a more peaceful, secure, and prosperous Middle East. Now that the ice has been broken, I expect more Arab and Muslim countries will follow the United Arab Emirates lead, and I want to just thank them for being. It's not surprising, knowing Mohammed so well, it's not surprising they are in that lead position, and normalize relations with Israel. We are already discussing this with other nations, very powerful, very good nations and people that want to see peace in the Middle East. So you will probably see others of these, but this is the first one in more than 25 years. This deal will allow much greater access to Muslims from throughout the world to visit the many historic sites in Israel, which the Muslims want to see very badly and have wanted to see for many, many decades, and to peacefully pray at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is a very special place for them. My first trip as president was to Saudi Arabia in May of 2017, and my speech to the assembled leaders of 54 Muslim countries. Every single one was by their leader, their number one leader. It was an amazing, really an incredible event, very important event. I made clear that the problems of the Middle East can only be solved when people of all faiths come together to fight Islamic extremism and pursue economic opportunity for people of all faiths. And when you look at what's happening, you're seeing a lot of progress is being made that nobody thought could possibly be made. And things are happening that I can't talk about, but they're extremely positive. I want to thank the leaders of Israel and the UAE for their courage and for their leadership to forge this tremendous agreement. It will be known as the Abraham Accord, and I'd like to ask our ambassador, David Friedman, to please explain why we're doing and calling it the Abraham Accord. David?
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to you on brokering this historic peace agreement. Abraham, as many of you know, was the father of all three great faiths. He's referred to as Abraham in the Christian faith, Ibrahim in the Muslim faith, and Avraham in the Jewish faith. And no person better symbolizes the potential for unity among all these three great faiths than Abraham, and that's why this accord has been given that name.
It's a great thing. I wanted it to be called the Donald J. Trump Accord, but I didn't think the press would understand that, so I didn't do that. Avi, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's really been the honor of my life to work in your administration. I think this reaffirms your commitment to Israel, to the stability in the region. It's just a historic accomplishment, and it's peace. Peace is a beautiful thing, and it's something that everybody in the country should celebrate, I hope. And I'm just so honored to be here and serve in your administration.
Well, you've done a great job, and Jared has done a fantastic job. People don't really understand the things that he's able to do. He's done a fantastic job on this, and you and your team, nobody else could have done it. I don't think anybody else could have done it. Jared, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to say that I want to thank the President for his leadership on this historic peace effort. The President, like with all things, urged us to take an untraditional approach. You can't solve problems that have gone unsolved by doing it the same way that people before you have tried and failed. The President takes untraditional approaches. He does things in different ways, but he uses common sense, and he tries to unite people by focusing on common interests as opposed to allowing them to focus on their common grievances. And what happened was here is we were able to achieve results that others were not able to achieve, and this will advance the region, and this will advance the whole world. I would like to say to the people of the region, Muslims, Jews, Christians, that this does give hope, that the problems of the past do not condemn you to a future with conflict. There is a lot of hope and a lot of potential, and this will benefit you, and this will also benefit people here in America, because in America, we used to have a big dependency on the Middle East for gas and for oil. Thanks to your leadership, America is now energy independent. We no longer have that, but a lot of American soldiers have fought for securing our allies in that region and making more peace there. Lessons our need as a country to have as many soldiers in that region, and lessons our need to have as many conflicts in that region. And obviously radical extremism, which we see as a cancer that has infected so many areas in the world. A lot of the extremists have used these conflicts to recruit people and to say that the mosque is under attack and that Muslims don't have access to the mosque. And now this will enable people to take flights from Dubai and Abu Dhabi directly to Tel Aviv. Muslims will be welcome in Israel, and this will create better interfaith exchange. So this is a tremendous step forward for peace in the world, for America, for Israel, for Abu Dhabi, and all would not have been possible without your leadership. So I just want to thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Jared. What a great job. And what Jared said is so that we don't have to be there anymore. We don't need oil. We don't need anything there except friendship. We have some great friends. These are two countries that have been great friends, and we've been great friends to them. But we no longer have to be there. It started off when we had to be there, but as of a few years ago, we don't have to be there. We don't have to be patrolling the straits We're doing things that other countries wouldn't do, but we put ourselves over the last few years in a position where we no longer have to be in areas that at one point were vital. And that's a big statement, but we are there for our friends, and we always will be there for our friends. Robert, would you say a few words, please?
Mr. President, thank you. The point I want to make, Mr. President, you inherited a Middle East that was a mess when you came into office, and this is one more historic step in bringing peace to the Middle East. First of all, there was a caliphate that was raging, an ISIS caliphate, and that physical caliphate was destroyed, and you brought justice to al-Baghdadi. You reassured our friends in Israel who had suffered at the end of the last administration with the UN resolution. You moved the capital to Jerusalem. You recognized the Golan Heights. In the broader region, you had a very difficult situation in Afghanistan where we were American soldiers were coming home injured, wounded, sadly, in some cases dead. You've got a peace agreement now with the Taliban, and we're going to have less than half the number of troops in Afghanistan that were there when you started your term of office. And now you brought about this historic peace deal between the UAE and Israel. This is the first time in 25 years that Israel and an Arab country have normalized diplomatic relations and entered into a peace deal. And they're the two most capable countries in the Middle East, two very capable, very skilled, very innovative allies of the United States. So it's great for Israel, it's great for the UAE, but it's also great for the American people. So you came into office with a region that was really aflame, and you've brought peace to that region, and there's more to come. And so it's an honor to be part of your team, Mr. President, and to serve under your leadership.
We do have a lot more to come in the Middle East. A lot of very positive things are happening, and you'll be seeing that taking place. But when we can get a leader like UAE to head the band and get along with Israel, that's a very big step. Would you please say a few words? You've done such a fantastic job.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Trump administration made history today. It's been an honor to be a part of this team that Jared has led. Peace between the Arabs and the Israelis is Iran's worst nightmare, and no one has done more to intensify the conflict between the Arabs and Israelis than Iran. And what we see today is a new Middle East. The trend lines are very different today. And we see the future is very much in the Gulf and with Israel, and the past is with the Iranian regime. It clings to power on the basis of brute force. It has lost, it's facing a crisis of legitimacy and credibility with its own people, and the president's maximum pressure campaign has achieved historic results.
Thank you. Great job you've done. Would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. As a soldier who's been in every war since Desert Storm, it is an honor and a privilege for your leadership, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed and Prime Minister Netanyahu, to get to peace. So your vision and those leaders' vision on what we can do in the future is just incredible. So I would thank you as a soldier.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Would anybody like to say a few words? Anybody here? Because you were saying plenty of words during that negotiation. They got very quiet in front of the media. That happens on occasion.
Mr. President, it's
Yes,
a historic moment. Thank you for letting us all be part of this. It is really extraordinary. Nothing is more important than peace. This is an unbelievable moment, and I would just echo what Brian Hook said. Your maximum pressure campaign, under your leadership, we've had the strongest sanctions on Iran, and your commitment to make sure that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon is part of the most important legacy for peace in the Middle East.
So which is easier, dealing with the Democrats or dealing with the Middle East?
Well, a lot of people never thought you'd get this type of deal, so I'll be hopeful that we can deal with the Democrats.
The Middle East is more reasonable. I'd like you two guys to say a couple of words. You've been so instrumental. Please.
Sir, it's a privilege to serve in your administration. This is a remarkable achievement that'll stand the test of time. And we look forward to the prosperity and the peace this brings to the Middle East and the ways we'll be able to leverage that for the United States national interest. So it's a privilege, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I would just echo what Rob said. Thank you for the opportunity to be part, and especially I want to thank Avi and the opportunity to serve in his negotiating team and to do something so historic. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. President. This really changes the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. This is very exciting. you have any questions on this?
Mr. President.
Well, could you just describe the tenor of the conversation you had with the two other leaders? Was there any hesitation on their part to reaching this deal?
No, it was like and love. It was a tremendous relationship has been built up over the last, I would say, year. Before that, it was very tense, as everything in the Middle East is. It's very tense. It's a very tense place. But it's becoming less tense, and I have great relationships with all of the leaders, and some are enemies against each other, and I get along with both. That's, I guess, the big thing. People don't understand that about me. I've gotten along. Remember when I was elected, they said the war will start with somebody within days, and I've kept us out of war. You look at North Korea, everybody said, including President Obama, that's the biggest problem. Everybody said you'd be at war. Well, we're not at war. You would have been at war if I wasn't elected, if it was somebody else. No, we're doing very well in the Middle East, and I'll tell you what, it's been an incredible thing. But no, it was tense, but the relationship has become a very good one between UAE and Israel, and also with other countries, many other countries. And I think you'll be seeing some very exciting things, including ultimately with the Palestinians. I think that's going to be happening at some point, because it makes a lot of sense for them to let it happen.
Do you support annexation of Palestinian land by Israelis at this point?
Well, we're talking to Israel about that right now, actually.
What about the snapback auction on Iran? Do you support that?
Oh, you really know your stuff, don't you? Well, we're not going to talk to you about that. We're going to work something out, and then we'll talk after it's completed, but it'll be very satisfactory.
Why now did they come to an agreement?
We've been working on this for a long time. It's been a labor of love for a lot of the people in this room, and a lot of them love Israel, and a lot of them love the Middle East, and they love the countries that we're talking about, like UAE as an example, standing right here. And it's been a labor of love. They know it has to happen. And I don't want to be speaking too much about it, but if you look what's happened since I broke up that ridiculous Iran nuclear deal, money isn't going to some horrible, horrible groups, and you haven't seen the kind of terrorism that you saw before. Now, I don't like saying it, because all of a sudden they'll say, we've got to do something, but you know what? They're not getting money because Iran isn't giving money, and I appreciate that, but Iran is going through very difficult times, and I appreciate that. And I'll say this, and I can say it very publicly, that if I win the election, I will have a deal made with Iran within 30 days. They'll make a very fast deal. They're dying to make a deal, but they'd much rather negotiate with sleepy Joe Biden than with us.
Why did Joe?
But we'll be having a deal made very, very quickly. But you know, rightfully they're waiting till after the election, because there's nothing China, Iran, Russia, all of them would like to see more than have Trump be defeated where they can deal with Joe Biden, because that would be like a dream. And this was something that was very exciting. We thought this would be the first country. He's a great leader. Mohammed's a great leader. And we're very happy that he was the first country, I would say. And you're going to see many other things happening in the Middle East over a fairly short period of time. But this is the first time in more than 25 years. And UAE is big stuff. The UAE is very powerful, very strong, has one of the strongest militaries. It's big stuff.
Do you know when the delegations are going to meet specifically?
Very soon. I guess they'll be setting up the meetings. Do you have any time?
I think the next several weeks, Mr. President. Then we expect that there will be a meeting here at the White House with the leaders.
There'll be an official signing at the White House over the next few weeks. Okay. And other than that, we'll meet you at 5:30 or so. We'll talk, and we'll actually take one of your questions. Okay.
All right, guys.
All right, so President Trump announcing that historic peace deal between Israel and the UAE, and says there will be official signing ceremony sometime in the next couple of weeks. He will also be taking questions once again at the White House later today for a coronavirus briefing. We'll keep an eye on that. And of course, we'll have it right here for you on News Now from Fox. Let's continue back out live with Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi.
meager, piecemeal proposal with the idea that the press says, why can't you come to agreement? Because we are miles apart in our values. And so what he said was strange, because what he said was exactly what Chuck and I said in our statement. We said $2 trillion, and then we can sit down at the table. Then he said, that's not what she said. She said $2 trillion or we can't sit down at the table. Didn't you think that that was strange?
When's your next conversation with him?
I don't know. When they're going to ready, when they come in with $2 trillion. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Can you just say, you've outlined the differences here.
Well, these are just some.
Some of
Par
the
example, because it shows the difference in values.
You've outlined the differences, some of the differences. You've talked about how you believe you are on just different pages in
That's
terms
right.
of your values. What do you gain at this point? Is there anything that you gain by waiting? And do you feel that even a half a loaf in this equation, something to stem the crisis, would be better than
Perhaps you don't
nothing?
understand nothing. 250. This is not half a loaf. This is not even being in the same room. Boardroom table, kitchen table. So I appreciate the goodness that you asked that question with. Perhaps you mistook them for somebody who gave a damn. That isn't the case. So this is very far apart, and unless they see the reality of what it means in the lives of the American people, what good is it for us to agree to something that has no relationship to meeting the needs of the American people?
Yes. Next week is the Democratic Convention. You'll be speaking Wednesday night.
Yes, I am.
You've talked before that you thought you would go home to California to be there with the whatever delegation. Is that what you're doing next week? Or will
That's
you be
what I'm
here?
doing that day.
Are you staying here?
Well, you know what? You're starting to sound like my husband.
Oh, also, but
And my children and my grandchildren. I am so excited to be able to be speaking at the convention. Originally, we thought we were going to Wisconsin, to Milwaukee, and that was something we're all looking forward to. Milwaukee is a wonderful, wonderful place, and Wisconsin is a wonderful state. And they were laying out such beautiful hospitality for the convention to showcase their city. I was the chair of a convention in 1984 in San Francisco, and it's a nonpartisan role to play when you chair the convention. It's about your community and how you showcase it to the world. Leave it up to others to do the politics of the convention. So that's too unfortunate, but I hope that we can all go to Milwaukee sometime soon to celebrate the election of Joe Biden. But so no, then they said you could do it virtually or you could do it how can I say? You could do it live to tape, or you could do it live. So I'll be doing it live from California, and we're so excited. We're so excited to have decisions are very liberating things. Wherever you are, on whatever side of any discussion, when there's a decision, it just takes you forward. And we were so proud of soon to be. The nominee, well, I guess officially Joe Biden is, but officially at the convention next week. And that will be great. And then his nomination of Kamala Harris. Now we just say this about Kamala Harris. People say, oh, great, the first woman of color, this or that, to be nominated. Actually, the first woman who will be vice president of the United States. And she is a woman of color, but I don't want anybody to get the impression that that everybody in that field was great. Any one of them would have been a great president. But even if she were in a competition that was all men, she would have emerged because she is really the best person to be the vice president because of the confidence that Joe Biden has in her. You have to be able to be president. You have to cause no harm in the campaign. And you have to have the confidence of the nominee for governance. And she would exceed any demographic in that regard. So we're very proud of that. And you can just see his confidence. It was a beautiful Roulette. I'll do one last question.
Thank you. You said yesterday that Republicans seem to be comfortable with a QAnon supporter in their ranks, but I'm curious what you think about Marjorie Taylor Greene being elected to Congress most likely, and what was your reaction when she called you the B word?
You know what? Do you know how little attention I pay when the President of the United States calls me horrible things? I don't pay too much attention to that. It's a judgment to be made about them as to who they welcome into their ranks. And again, we all have diversity of opinion, and that's the beauty of the mix in Congress. But to have behavior that is beneath the dignity of the Congress, that's a judgment about them. Anyway, upward and onward is, I probably won't see you next week, unless you're going to be in California or wherever. In any event, thank you for what you do. I think the freedom of the press is such an important freedom in our Constitution, the First Amendment, because you're the guardians of the gate of our democracy, which I think has some real risk at this time. So thank you all for what you do. Stay safe.
Can a package under $2 trillion pass the House, Madam Speaker?
And that was Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi announcing that she will be speaking at the Democratic National Convention from her home in California, in San Francisco, next week there. And here's a live look at the Golden Gate Bridge there in San Francisco. Hope everyone is having a good morning and afternoon, depending on where you are watching us. If you're on the West Coast, it is the morning, and if you're on the East Coast, well, you're getting ready for the afternoon coming up here. Live look at the White House here. We're expecting a White House news briefing at about 1 p.m. Eastern. Of course, we'll have that for you right here on News Now from Fox. Also, we'll have President Trump at about 5:30 Eastern. He just talked about that historic deal that was made between Israel and the UAE peace deal. What I want to do now, because we did skip out of Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi, I'm just going to play that out for you now in its entirety because we didn't get to see it, all of it. So let me just do that there for you in 1 second as I'm just queuing this playback up here for you. We always invite you to continue to watch Always Worldwide here with us on News Now from Fox. Now we are playing that out here for you in its entirety. Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi.
Have become sick, have been added to the infected list. 3.75 million people added to the list. 77,000 people have died. Tens of millions more people are out of work. Clearly, the virus did not take a pause. When sometimes some of you reporters ask, why can't we resolve our differences? I want you to see how vast those differences are. It's no wonder we have a vast difference because this administration and the Republicans in Congress have never understood the gravity of the situation. For months, and even until now, they have ignored the science. They called it a hoax. By miracle, it would go away. I'm a deeply religious person. I believe in miracles, and I believe the miracle of science will help us through this. Magically, it would go away. It was a hoax. No, they are the hoax. And so, the virus has picked up steam, and like a freight train, is coming down the tracks. And they, like a convoy, going as slow as the slowest ship, are going so slowly that at that rate, they'll never overtake the virus. We cannot let that stand. And again, let's just talk about it from the standpoint of the children. As you know, as mother of 5, grandmother of 9, advisor of to people with children, whether they want my advice or not, I want to just talk about the children. Millions of children in our country are food insecure. That has existed before the virus. It is completely exacerbated because of the virus. And so in the bill, we have over $60 billion to meet the hunger needs of the American people. Food stamps, WIC, Women, Infant, and Children Initiative, food banks, other food nutrition initiatives. In the GOP that came out a couple of weeks ago, $250,000. $60 billion, $250,000. Does that say anything about a value system? Millions of families are on the verge of eviction in our country. We tried to get this legislation earlier in early COVID bills. They rejected it. Now the moratorium has come to an end. We need a moratorium. Yes, they said the president was going to do a moratorium. That would have been great. But a moratorium without money is not that great. The Princeton Eviction Lab, the Low-Income Housing Coalition, all of these authorities have told us it will take about $90 billion in the current situation. We had $100 billion in the HEROES Act. They have zero, nothing. Testing and tracing. If we do not defeat the virus, we're never going to be able to open our economy and open our schools safely to send our children to school. $75 billion. They had 15, they went up, we'll go up to 16. 16, this is what they went up to. Since the bill 90 days ago, and the fact that we were hopeful that if we could pass it then we could stop the spread of the virus, but since we didn't, the virus has taken its additional toll. It has made matters worse in terms of opening the schools. So we've increased our number because the Association of School Superintendents say we need at least $200 billion in order to safely open the schools, and that does not include $4 billion. They were very precise for technologies for kids for virtual learning, remote learning. They have 105. But what's interesting about their 105 is the bulk of what they have in the bill goes to only schools that are opening actually. Only schools that are opening actually. Of the 100 largest, see, we learn every day from those who are on the front lines instead of those who are on the sidelines. From the 100 biggest, the largest school districts in the country, the 100 largest, 62 of those largest districts have declared that they will open virtually, completely virtually, remote learning. Another 15 or so, hybrid. A small number, actual. But the president's money, he says, will go to the schools that open actually, when it is a small percentage of those 100 top schools. So again, for the children to go to school, it relates to the rate of infection in the community in which they live, and there are formulas for this that the scientists have put forth. It also is about money, about if you're going to have children in school, you must have more spacing. If you have more spacing, you need more rooms, and if you need more rooms, you need more teachers. You need better ventilation. The number of schools, nearly half the schools do not have the appropriate ventilation system as it is, much less to contain a pandemic. For the teachers, for the support staff, and all that go into opening up a school, it takes money. And we have shown them, well documented by experts in the field, that to do virtual, to do actual, and to do hybrid cost about the same amount of money. So for the president to say he's going to put the bulk of his money into schools that only open actually ignores the needs of our children and their safely being able to go back to school. We all want our kids to go back to, well, my grandkids to go back to school, have every version of the story. Public school, Catholic school, private school, people who teach, as well as my grandchildren who go there. It's a problem. See, again, we keep coming back to the virus and the children. As you know, they have said testing is overrated. They've said tracing doesn't really work. They've mocked the masks, the distancing, and the rest, but it has to be done until we have a vaccine, which, God willing, and science creating, we will have a vaccine sometime soon, hopefully legitimately, not skipping any steps in terms of its safety and its efficacy. But right now, we don't have it. We do have testing, tracing, and the rest. And I am optimistic that science has given us a path where we can do much more testing, come closer to our goal of what we must have, should have had from the start, 300 tests a day. 300 tests a day. And there is some, the testing, science has, innovation has taken us so far down the road in this period of time. But we need the Defense Production Act to be called into play and able to take us to the number of tests. That could be just you take the test here, and before this press conference is over, 15 minutes, you would have the results, making a just a game changer altogether. But it would require the Defense Production Act because the firms that are excelling in this do not have the production capacity to take us to 3 million a day. This is important because so much of the disparity that we see in the spread of the virus is into communities of color, which have been not properly served in all of this. The amount of deaths is disproportionate to the demographics of the number of people in our population. But think about the children. Think about the children. Think about this. If you are an Hispanic child, you are 8 times more likely to go to the hospital because of the coronavirus than other children. If you're an African American child, you are 5 times more likely to go to the hospital for the coronavirus than other children. That challenges the conscience of our country. It's indicative of the disparity in the communities at large, but the impact on our children. So we have to do this, and we have to do it in a more significant way than going from 15 to 16. And I'm hopeful that at long last they may pay attention to science and say, if that is what is there for us, then we have to act upon it and have the Defense Production Act to produce the test. And with that rate of return, that is to say, you can find out in a matter of minutes. That makes all the difference in the world in terms of tracing, because you can get tested, and you can get tested more frequently because it's much less expensive to do. And so we talked about the schools and that. In terms of the housing has a big impact on the psychological well-being of children. This is a very, very important issue for us. And so when they said the president by executive order was going to do a moratorium on evictions. Good. Not good enough, because we need money so that they don't have to be collecting more months of back rent and then the end of the year have to pay 8 months or whatever it is, 9 months of back rent. So we need to assist that, and we have a model for it that we implemented during the in 2008, 2009, during that Great Recession. So we're just using that model for this here. Nothing. Okay, so there we are on that. If we're going to educate our children, it's not just the federal dollars that matter. It's the state and local money that goes into it. Over 90% of the funds for the education of our public education come from state and local government. To withhold money from that is, well, it's ideological. What did Mitch say? Let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Economists tell us that our economy depends on the fiscal soundness of state and local governments. State and local government employ, about 15% of our population. When they don't have the resources because they have spent money on the coronavirus, or they have revenue loss because of coronavirus, without an infusion of cash, they will be furloughing or firing people. Already 1.5 million. It could go up 4 million more people laid off. They will go on unemployment insurance. So what are we saving there? Diminishing meeting the needs of healthcare workers, first responders, teachers, transportation, sanitation, food workers, and the rest to meet the needs of people. So the needs won't be met, the people will be out of work, and they will go on unemployment insurance. Much is being said, and this is about the lives and the livelihood of the American people. The lives and the livelihood of the American people. It is also about the life of our democracy. So I see much in the news about Postal Service and what they're trying to do to the Postal Service, which is, well, they've always had an idea of privatizing it because that's who they are. But this, coming at this time, Postal Service is the most popular agency of government. It's a quasi-government agency. Nonetheless, the U.S. Postal Service, memorialized in the Constitution of the United States. Perhaps you saw my letter to the members, and the letter our members sent to the Postmaster General. The Congress empowers Congress to establish post offices and post roads. So we have a role in this. In the HEROES Act, we put $25 billion. That figure is the figure that was recommended by the Board of Governors of the U.S. Postal Service. Bipartisan Board of Governors of the U.S. Postal Service. 100% appointed by Donald Trump. 100% appointed by Donald Trump. $25 billion. They also asked for $25 billion for some infrastructure, trucks and all that. We didn't put that in this bill. We put that in our moving forward infrastructure bill in the hopes the president would come around to that. So what was immediately needed now was this money. There has been some word that the negotiators might be willing to do some money, but we have trouble with the language, and that has to be taken care of. But the president has said today or yesterday or when it was reported today that he wasn't putting any money in the Postal Service. Again, for those of you old enough, I don't even like to use old enough probably, to remember it, motherhood, apple pie, the Postal Service, an all-American institution. Did I tell you that 1.2 billion prescriptions were delivered in 2019 by the Postal Service? Did I mention that nearly 100% of veterans' prescriptions come through the Postal Service? You probably know of people writing to Santa or birthday cards being exchanged and the rest. I know much of it is electronic these days, but not all of it. And actually, in rural America, the Postal Service is highly dependent on. They've not really ever liked the Postal Service because they always want to find a way to make money off of something and they want to privatize. But now, at a time of a pandemic, you would think they'd have a little sensitivity. But so obsessed are they to undermine absentee voting that this is their connection there. So the president says he's not putting up any money for absentee voting, and he's not putting up any money for the Postal Service, undermining the health of our democracy. The money for the elections that is in the bill is not just about absentee ballot. It's about it's a health reason to vote by mail because you don't have to go stand in line for hours and maybe have more proximity than even you wanted, or go to a polling.
All right, folks, we are getting out of the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, going to transition to a live event, take you out now to California, where we are going to be getting an update on the lake fire there burning at more than 10,000 acres right now.
Also at the end, we'll take all questions from the different agency reps. So if you guys could hold your questions to the end, we'll make sure we try to accommodate you with that. First order of speaker, U.S. Forest Service, Fire Chief Robert Garcia. Second up will be Fire Chief Darrell L. Osby from L.A. County Fire. Third up will be Captain Ron Schaefer from L.A. Sheriff's. And then fourth up from CHP, Lieutenant Kathleen Toggenberger. I'm Captain Ron Harrelson, L.A. County Fire, Public Information Officer, and we'll go ahead and get started. Chief Garcia.
Good morning. Let's provide a quick update on the incident from yesterday afternoon and overnight hours from last night. So as mentioned yesterday, just after 3 o'clock, 3:30, the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Angeles National Forest, responded in the mutual threat zone to a fire in what was reported to be Pine Canyon, Lake Hughes. And as most of you saw yesterday, and we saw the imagery yesterday, this fire quickly erupted by sundown to over 6,000 acres, and by late last night, at last mapping, we had at about 10,500 acres as of our last aerial reconnaissance map. As part of that unified command, yesterday afternoon, we also entered into unified command with Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and California Highway Patrol due to the number of road closures and evacuations that they'll speak on today to provide updates on numbers of those. I will report that although we're showing 0% containment at this time in 10,500 acres, some tremendous work was done last night, overnight, in the area around Lake Hughes and Pine Canyon, where the fire crossed Pine Canyon Road last night. And there was a tremendous firefight to protect lives and property in that area. Many of those acres that were involved, we saw lots of imagery overnight of the structure protection effort by our air resources from both the LA County Fire and the Angeles National Forest, as well as hand crews, bulldozers, and numerous strike teams of engines moving through that Pine Canyon, Lake Hughes area to protect structures. At this time, we have mobilized a federal incident management team, Type 1 incident management team, that will be moving in late this afternoon and early evening to assist us in the management and planning and logistics of the incident going forward. This will be a major fire for several days. The current weather that we started with this morning has helped buy us some time to get some relief crews out there and start developing some perimeter control anchor points in numerous points along this fire. With a 10,000 acre fire, most of which pushed out yesterday afternoon, there's a tremendous amount of effort to regroup, reprioritize and move resources around, including those relief resources that came in last night and this morning. will remain in unified command with Los Angeles County Fire Department, and to provide an update on the things I've mentioned in terms of closures and structure protection. I'd like to turn it over to Fire Chief Daryl Osby.
Good morning. Daryl Osby, Fire Chief of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. And first, on behalf of our Honorable Supervisor Catherine Barger, who I've been in contact with throughout the day, yesterday and last night, and our unified partners, the Angeles National Forest, the Sheriff Department, the CHP, we're here to give you a briefing in relation to the lake fire. As mentioned earlier, the fire began yesterday afternoon. Immediately upon receipt of the call, the Los Angeles County Fire Department responded with the Angeles National Forest, which is part of our agreement. And this fire is in the Angeles National Forest, but we do have an agreement with them to respond our nearest resources to this incident. As you can tell, the fire progressed rapidly yesterday, and we ordered additional resources. There's been areas of this fire that have not burned in decades. It's in inaccessible terrain, which added to the complexity of the fire. We had firefighters fighting the fire all night, primarily with perimeter control, but also in the forest area. Local government, LA County Fire Department, is responsible for structure protection. We had our firefighters, and we were assisted with mutual aid from multiple fire departments, multiple agencies I saw here, from LA City to Ventura County, Anaheim, Long Beach, Glendale, Santa Monica, just to mention a few, but several departments throughout the region assisted us last night with structure defense. I was apprised this morning that we did lose several structures. I do not know the number of structures. We will have damage assessment teams out today. I'm getting an exact count of structures lost, but I will add that we did have firefighters that were actively fighting fires all night. So although we're going to report later the accurate number of structures lost, we can say that many structures were saved because of the actions of the firefighters last night. They were up all night. Currently, as mentioned by Chief Garcia from the Angeles National Forest, we are in unified command. There will be a major incident management team coming from the forest. We will still remain in unified command. The Los Angeles County Fire Department has a significant amount of resources here. We have over 45 engines, 10 hand crews, 6 dozers, 6 water tenders, 3 helicopters will be here today to also help with the containment of the fire. As mentioned earlier, the fire did lay down last night. We had significant cloud cover and certain areas, maybe a few light showers, but we are concerned because when the cloud cover leaves, as you have been aware, that we're experiencing significant heat up, and we're expecting significant temperatures later today, but more so Friday, Saturday, Sunday, moving into next week. So we will have our crews, our dozers, and our firefighters working all day to try to create more containment to this fire, because our objective today is to increase our containment lines. In conclusion, as I mentioned, that it's going to be a hot, dry summer, and it's going to be a very, very hot, dry weekend. And so we would like to thank the citizens in this fire that evacuated safely and got out and listened to the orders, which will be discussed later as it relates to evacuations. But I would like to remind the other citizens to go onto our website and look at the Ready, Set, Go brochure that we have for you, that in the event of a fire that you know what to do in advance. And recognize that if you see a fire, that you immediately dial 911. If you live in a fire-prone area, be extremely cautious and careful, because as mentioned through previous press conferences, every year over 90% of fires are human caused. This fire is currently under investigation, but be extremely careful. Next, I would like to bring to the podium from the Los Angeles Sheriff Department, Captain Ronald Schaefer.
Good Good morning. I am Captain Ron Schaefer. I'm the captain of Palmdale Sheriff Station. We're responsible for the mandatory evacuations, and currently that is taking place east of Ridge Route Road, west of Lake Hughes Road, north of Pine Canyon Road and Lake Hughes Road, and south of the 138 highway. We've had two families that have taken advantage of the temporary shelters, and those temporary shelters are located at the Highland High School up in Palmdale. The other one is at the Castaic Sports Center here in Castaic. For people that have animals, for small animals, they can utilize the LA County Animal Shelters, which are located in Castaic, Lancaster, and Palmdale. For large animals, we're using the AV Fairgrounds is where those can be sheltered for the duration of this operation. We are very appreciative of the fact that we have the support from the California Highway Patrol, and we have a department-wide patrol division response to support our mission here. We're supported by the Emergency Operations Bureau, our Transit Services Bureau, Century Station, East LA, Compton, Lancaster, Santa Clarita, West Hollywood, Malibu, and Palmdale. We title these unusual occurrences because it doesn't fall into our normal respond to calls for service, talk to people. This is more in the purview of the fire department and working closely with them. I'm very proud of the deputies and their response to this incident, as they don't come to these frequently. They end up traveling throughout the county, and we provide support to the fire department. So the deputies are doing a wonderful job. Sheriff Villanueva is monitoring, and he is concerned about how this operation is executed and the welfare and safety of all people. And another important point is the fact that many members of the public, they want to provide assistance as well, especially when you're talking about horses and large livestock, and they want to come in and help evacuate those animals. They have care for the animals as much as the human beings and stuff. We have to prohibit those outside resources coming in because the roadway does not support that kind of activity while the fire department is trying to traverse through the same area. I know it causes a lot of heartache. There is care for the animals, but unfortunately, preservation of life and property is a priority during this time. So hopefully we get some stability, and then we can address those concerns. Thank you very much.
One note before our last speaker comes up. We do have public information officers with microphones in the audience there. Please be patient, address your questions to the agency leads, and we'll try to make sure we get to everybody and answer all your questions. So be patient and stand by. At this time, Lieutenant Kathleen Toggenberger.
Good morning. The California Highway Patrol currently is staffing the following closures: San Francisco Canyon Road at Stater Lane, Lake Hughes Road at Ridge Route, Old Ridge Route at SR 138, 3 Points Road at SR 138, San Francisco Canyon Road at Spunky Canyon Road, and the 17,000 block of northbound Elizabeth Lake Road in front of the fire station. We're still assisting with any evacuations, and we would ask that all residents abide by the officer's orders at the closures, and please don't wait until the last minute to leave your residence, and know your alternate routes out. Thank you.
This is for the sheriffs or CHP can answer this. Is there residents able to come and go as they bring stuff out from their homes, evacuation? Is there an ID check? And outside people are not allowed to come in. Tell us what the procedure is for residents to know when they come and go.
It is residents only. You have to have ID, indicate that you do live there, and no outside people. Again, that's the problem with people bringing trucks and trailers trying to get large livestock. We can't have that. It's going to clog the roadway. They're not familiar with the territory. If they try to turn around, they could literally block the road and prevent ingress and egress.
Can the residents be assured that the law enforcement is watching their homes, that there's no looting going on?
Absolutely, that's our role, and we stay in the area. Once we mandate a evacuation, we stay in the area to monitor, make sure nobody's going in there. The area is remote. People that choose to live in this area, they know the hazards that come with it, but it's also, you're there for business. You're there because you live there, and that's what we're controlling.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a big mouth. You only had to get that close to me. Chief Osby? Sir, you said you were surprised that with the number of structures that were lost. What was that surprised you about it? Were you not aware, given the size of this fire and given the statement just made, that you could have pockets of homes in these areas?
If I use the word surprise, then I misspoke. Okay, so what I was saying is that we did have structures threatened last night. We know that we lost several structures last night. We don't know the exact count. We have our damage assessment teams going out today to make a count as far as structures, whether it be residential or outbuildings. I can say that there are numerous structures that were saved by our firefighters last night because of their efforts. We are aware that this is a very remote area, so like was mentioned earlier, we have areas that are ranch-style homes that we have interest protecting those, but then primarily the largest firefight that I'm aware of last night was primarily around Pine Canyon, where I believe some of the structures were lost. It wasn't a surprise. I mean, these things happen each and every year, and our firefighters take a lot of pride in putting their lives on the line to protect every single structure. So they're saddened by the loss of any structure, but we'll be able to do an assessment today to make an accurate number to see how many structures were lost.
And to follow up, are you concerned about any specific other area or which way this fire is going? Where are the homes most at threat so people know in advance, given you want to be out of there by the time you get in?
Well, naturally, anywhere in the perimeter of the fire, and this is a very remote area, so there's ranch homes throughout the area, but primarily around Hughes Lake and Pine Canyon. That's where the largest density is. We're trying to make sure that we have a lot of perimeter control today with our bulldozers and our hand crews and our firefighters out there trying to keep that containment. Like I mentioned earlier, we have a low in the fire because of the cloud cover, but we're concerned that once this cloud cover goes away, they're going to see a lot of active fire activity, especially tomorrow into the weekend. So we're going to do all that we can today to try to do the best we can to contain this fire.
And was the lieutenant, who is it from the Sheriff's Department? Do we have a number on the homes that were forced to evacuate, or the people? Do we have a number on those?
We know that 100 homes were evacuated, but we don't know how many people took advantage of leaving. We had 2 that actually took advantage of the shelter. I'm not sure if those are people who actually lost their homes or if they were in the evacuation area and they chose to use the temporary shelter.
Chief Garcia. Good morning. Steve Gregory, KFI. I'm wondering, you said a Type 1 incident management team's coming in this afternoon. Can you talk about how that's going to play a role in how you fight this fire, and what's the difference between having them come in and what you're doing now?
Yeah, so a federal incident management team brings some significant logistical and planning support as well as base camp. We have over 1,000 firefighters now either assigned or en route to this incident. And so being able to support those firefighters to resupply them daily with equipment, fire hose and tools, as well as cycle rest for day shift and night shift type personnel, and to assist us in things like mapping and GIS and the planning of this operation becomes really significant. And many of the fire chiefs and leadership that are currently assigned today and last night and going into tomorrow, they as well will need some relief. And so that's what that incident management team will provide, is support in all the functional areas, from planning to operation planning and from logistical and base camp type of operations.
Can you show us on the map sort of how the fire is progressing and where your concern areas are, since it's that close to you?
Sure, and I'll reference the map, but as you kind of see the shape of the map kind of displays how this fire moved yesterday. This area at the top end of the map that's described as Pine. This is Pine Canyon Road, and you can see where it crossed Pine Canyon Road, and that's where many of the structures that Chief Osby referenced, where a lot of active firefighting was going on with engines and crews and dozers there last night, and backed up and supported by nighttime aerial aircraft. This area here on the west side and the southwest side, described as Division F, is that area that is very remote, very few roads in that area, very heavy vegetation in that area, and that's an area of key focus in what we've called perimeter control. And this is where it's going to take hand crews out on the ground, bulldozers, and backed up by aircraft to try to hold this section to prevent and keep this fire from coming back around and pushing again out in the same pattern that we saw yesterday.
What is your most vulnerable spot up there that's heavy in fire? What's the pressure point here on the hot spot here?
So as described in terms of our containment, which will be updated continuously, we have open fire line or uncontained fire line around this whole perimeter at this time. We do have areas back in what's described on this map as Division Alpha and Division Zulu that we've got some anchor points established. A lot of good work last night with hand crews and bulldozers to get some what we call anchor points established for perimeter control. But most of this fire has potential to line up with topography and line up with the wind and make another significant run wherever it's going to find the fuel and wherever it's going to line up with that topography.
Can you point out then, Chief, where you believe the origin of the fire began?
You know, it's really hard to say within this map. We do have a fire investigation team assigned, but as I mentioned yesterday in the briefing, this fire was already over 50 acres when our first arriving units arrived on scene from both LA County Fire Department and the Angeles National Forest. And those first arriving units came out of the north. And as they approached this fire coming down Lake Hughes Road, that fire was moving up towards them in Lake Hughes Road. So their ability to immediately establish perimeter control and an anchor point was compromised. And so in the early stages of determining the pinpoint origin, that's going to take some work, and our investigators worked through the night last night to start narrowing in on that point of origin of where the fire originally started.
Thank you, sir.
Chief Osby, can you tell us about the firefighters? Where are they coming from? Where are you bringing them on from California, other states? Tell us what kind of shifts they're working, and just tell us a little about the firefighters.
Okay, so as mentioned, the fire began yesterday around 3:30, and so the original responding fire departments were the Angeles National Forest, which is in their jurisdiction, and the County of Los Angeles in our jurisdiction. So we have which we call a mutual threat zone. So we both responded. We both requested additional resources from our respective departments. So like I mentioned earlier, we have 45 engines here, and I know the Angeles National Forest has a significant amount of resources from their department. As this fire grew, we have what we call a single ordering point, so it went through the forest. So the forest will be responsible for requesting additional resources from the federal, state, and local government. As I mentioned earlier, as it relates to local government is responsible for the structure protection in this forest. And so from my department, LA City, Ventura County, Orange County, fire departments throughout this region, if you see the larger fire trucks, those are there to help us with their structure protection. Once that structure threat is minimized, then you'll see the smaller Type 3 or Type 6 engines, or even some engines from our department with bulldozers, hand crews, and aircraft for the next several days, if not weeks, working on the hot spots in the perimeter to try to contain this fire.
We'll put out a notice as far as the next, the next briefing. We're going to go ahead and conclude the briefing for now. I want to thank all of the agencies involved, all of the agency heads and leads that were here available to you guys. So we'll put a notice out and let you guys know when the next briefing is. Okay, and we'll also have our information officers here available to you guys for any additional updates or anything you may need. Thank you.
And that was the update there from California officials on this lake fire update. So far, 100 people evacuated. Fire burning at 10,500 acres right now. Let's continue to bring you the very latest here from coast to coast. We go out to Florida right now, getting an update on the coronavirus pandemic there.
I feel very proud in some respect. At the time, it was devastating to everyone, and to share a happy story that I made it through was just, I mean, it is just the most incredible feeling to know that I've gone from really feeling that I wasn't going to make it to, in just a few days, feeling great. I'm ready to go home. And it gave everybody, you know, such a high, such hope, you know, it was just unbelievable. And Terry also donated her plasma and was able to save someone in Pensacola.
Talk about that. So the day that we determined that Steve was a perfect match for my mom, one, because he was actually not a family member and he had the O negative blood, they went ahead, I knew my blood type already, and through the coordination with Sacred Heart, I received a phone call the same day that he was going to donate his plasma, and they asked if I would be willing to donate mine, that there was a gentleman in Pensacola that was in ICU on a ventilator that I was a match for. And so, of course, without hesitation, I went and donated that same day, that afternoon, to the One Blood bus in Panama City. And from what I understand, the gentleman did make it. And so it's a great story.
Can you talk about how how you got infected? I think you told us that before.
Yeah, you know, there's always that you wonder where it was that you may have gotten it. And for the longest time, we thought we had our thumb on it because we had returned from Key West mid-February, right where the cruise lines and that sort of thing were. And so it just, to us, it made perfect sense because truthfully, other than that, we don't run around, you know, the country a lot. Once we got home, we were at home or with family or at work, and so our exposure was fairly limited until I realized the other day that there was a gentleman that is a New Yorker that I had come in contact with. I realized that I'd come in contact with him in February towards the end, and realized as I've gone through the process that he was sick the entire month of March with COVID. And so the suspicions are that that's where I came in contact, and it was literally over coffee at a Starbucks. So that's how quick and fast and innocent that you can get this virus. It's very contagious.
How are you doing overall with your health, just apart from the recovery from COVID?
I feel great. I really do. One of the things I wanted to say, too, about donating your blood, if I may.
Sure.
I have to get IVIGs every 3 weeks, and there's not a time that I don't walk away from that hospital thinking, thank God to those that donate, because my immune system does not produce any immunity anymore. So thank God for that. But the fact that I was so near death, and to have this help again through blood is just unbelievable. And so I really, all of you that donate blood, yay.
Well, and I'll say this too about the convalescent plasma donation, and I know a lot of people don't necessarily understand what all is entailed, and it literally, my process was 45 minutes. They pull the blood out, they cycle it through a machine, and then they put the rest of it back into your system, and they withhold the plasma, and it's gold. It's literally, it is a bag of gold. And the fact that the irony is not missed, the fact that it looks like a bag of gold, and that's what you're using to save people's lives, and that's where the hope comes from.
I think people often wonder what can they do to help make a difference, and they're thinking to themselves as they're watching this, and this is one example, just to go in to give blood. It's good to give blood regardless.
Yes, it is.
That's always something that we need. God forbid somebody needs it, but at the same time, if you have those antibodies and you can make a difference, you've saved a life. Son-in-law of the year has saved a life. There's just wonderful things that you can do to make a difference for a fellow man. I think it's exquisite. So, and thank you for taking the time to even come here today to do that.
Thank you, because it's important that people know this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we do have antibody testing available at our drive-through test sites, and so people should avail themselves of that. It's also something where if you're somebody who, for example, we have people that work at nursing homes and long-term care facilities, and them, when they have positive antibodies, that is a good thing in terms of the protection that we see and the ability to interrupt transmission. And then in other key critical areas, it's really important to have that understanding. And so we want to offer it. It also helps us just to see how that's progressing. When we started doing antibody testing in May, we did first responders and healthcare workers, and then we opened it up to the general public, I believe, sometime in July. And basically, we've seen a consistent increase in positives for antibodies. So there's a lot of folks out there compared to probably where they were in March in terms of Florida who has the ability to give. So we'd absolutely recommend that you give. How, Doctor, how would you characterize all the various treatments that have been tried? I know sometimes you'll do them in conjunction, but I know we talk about the convalescent plasma, you talk about the remdesivir. We've worked to get the hospitals as much of that as we could. I know they're using, some of the steroids, and there's been other things tried. Is it more like altogether more effective, or do you think one or the other has shown to be effective, just in your experience at Sacred Heart and Ascension?
Right now, what we're doing is giving all of it.
Okay.
So because we know the things that work seems to be the steroid and the remdesivir. There's still some other stuff that's in trials that we can do, and the convalescent plasma. So usually for somebody who's getting sick or not turning around pretty quickly, they usually get Decadron, they get remdesivir, and they get convalescent plasma.
And the remdesivir started. It started in June. You started doing. When did you get your first? We sent it in June.
I think June is.
Yeah, I think so.
When we started.
Have you noticed? So when you only were doing convalescent plasma, and then you started to add the steroid and the remdesivir, has there been better outcomes than when you only had convalescent plasma, or do you think it's been pretty similar?
Subjectively, I would say yes. It seems like we know a little bit more about the virus now, and the people are getting better a little bit more than when we first started. I think it just comes with experience with this virus, because when we first started, we knew nothing about it, and now we do know a little bit. Now, over the next few months, we'll probably learn a whole lot more. So it's just a matter of time to hopefully conquer that thing.
Sure. Steve, any parting words of wisdom?
Well, I guess if I could just say anything, it would be just to give. It's an unselfish way to help others, not only with this COVID, but giving blood is needed. And so I guess my parting word would be to give.
Yeah. Well, thank you for giving. I know that's meant a lot. And Gail, thanks for making the trip over. I think hope is important, and people need to know that there's hope out there. And I think that this whole experience, as tough as it was, I think is inspirational for other people. So we really appreciate it, and thank you guys so much. I think that this will help increase donations of people. Not everyone even knows about convalescent plasma. We've talked about it. We try to get the message out, but people are busy. They got other irons in the fire, and so maybe this resonates, and people decide to come do that. Thank the First Lady too for all she's done, not only for this, but for particularly things like mental health, which are kind of an offshoot of what happens when you have something like this going through the communities. We're going to be talking more about that tomorrow. I will say that I appreciate the efforts of Floridians over these last many weeks. I think that the trends in the state of Florida have been positive now for the last several weeks. As we mentioned, the COVID positive hospitals census has been declining for about the last 3 weeks, consistent with what we've seen in Northwest Florida. And I think it's down over 30% from the peak, which was probably around the 21st or 22nd of July. That is a trend that was likely indicated by the significant decline we've seen in Floridians going to the emergency department for COVID-like illness. We look at all this data and we try to make sense of it. I think we saw yesterday with some of the test results, you got to take and really dig underneath those test results to really make a determination about whether a particular day's test results are offering us a good indication of the facts on the ground or actual trends. We had a new private lab that had kind of just come online in June submit 7 weeks worth of results from testing in southern Florida. And so they had 14,000 results that were basically dumped yesterday, and many of the quote cases were from the end of June and the beginning of July. And so you look at that, if you didn't know that, you would think, oh man, Miami-Dade, they have all these new cases. Actually, those are old cases. The trend is still positive. And today's report, shows the trend in terms of the positivity is lower in Dade than it was 2 weeks ago, and it's continued to go down. But so you look at that, you got to kind of make sense of it. But those COVID-like illness visits, we're seeing those decline all across the Sun Belt. Started to go up in the middle of June, peaked in the beginning part of July, that maybe the end of that first week, beginning of the second week of July, and then it's just steadily been declining ever since. That is probably the best indicator that we have, because that's real-time, accurate data of people coming in and either being admitted or not based on COVID-like illness. So when you see that decline, you're going to then see the hospital admissions decline, and fortunately, the mortality will decline from there. So that's been the best trend to watch, and that's the trend that we're going to keep looking at. We're told the Department of Health on these test results, we want fresh data. I think that we need to get that done. At the same time, I've also just cautioned people that if you're making decisions at a local level about some of this stuff, just be careful. You got to remain a little bit flexible and to tie it to some of the data and have, say, a kid's future about whether a parent can send a child to school be tied to some private lab that dumps tests 7 weeks late. That may not be the best way forward. So just there's scrutiny that's required, and we look at it every day to try to understand. You also have some other parts of Florida, some more rural areas that may have increased positivity because you have prisoners tested or something like that, which is, that's an important issue in of itself, but that's not something that's really reflective of the overall community. So I think all those things need to be put in their proper context. But that said, the trends continue to be positive. I had a number of conversations with CEOs of some of the major hospitals throughout the various regions in the state of Florida. We talked to Tom from Ascension. We talked to David Strong from Orlando Health, John Corris from Tampa General, and Carlos Magoya from Jackson. And they all report the same results that we're seeing, the same positive trends. Carlos told me that Jackson, which is probably the number one system that was really hit when Miami was really increasing, they're down 40% with their COVID positive patients, and I think he said about 25% in the ICU, and I think we're seeing that throughout Dade County, which is obviously a very, very good sign. So the hope of this individual story and to give is really paramount, but I do think people can look at the overall dynamics and and feel, cautiously optimistic about the direction that the state is going. So we're going to keep working hard. One goal, one Florida. People have been doing their part, and I think it's made a big difference. So thank you very much. I appreciate you guys coming. And if there's anything we can do, please let us know. And with that, if anyone has any questions for me or anybody else, we're happy to take it. Farrington?
Question for Gail.
Yes.
Obviously, you felt like this disease, you could have succumbed to it without the help of another. Thousands of other Floridians have not been as lucky, and in fact, we had a record high number of daily deaths. Your daughter, within the past week, your daughter mentioned that she may have picked it up at Starbucks. So all that considered, how would you rate the way the state has handled the reopening? And would you like to have seen anything done differently?
Honestly, I think the state of Florida is doing a fantastic program with how they're handling it. The hospital that I was in and working with the other hospital in Alabama was absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I'm here to say that it was just a really nice it's good to say I'm alive and well and doing great. So I think the state of Florida and, these doctors that I had were just amazing, fantastic. And
let me just point out, I mean, when you get reports, of fatalities, it's obviously a tough thing because, in every one of those instances, you have somebody who, may have been in Gail's shoes, but didn't quite. Maybe the plasma didn't work, or maybe it wasn't given in time, or maybe it's just they had other conditions that made it difficult. And so you have family members who lose a loved one, and not only that. I mean, we've had isolation in different hospitals. Now, I've encouraged hospitals, particularly in end-of-life situations, to allow that personal contact. We're working on getting long-term care facilities residents to be able to have some contact with their families because the emotional toll is very significant. So these things are all very, very tough. But at the same time, I think that the picture needs to be accurate. There's not a record number in terms of the days. These are reports from weeks in the past. And I think if you look at how those are in terms of each day that those occur, you look at our highest was a July 16th. Now that could change, but to act like it's accelerating when, if you look at when it's actually occurring, it does paint a different picture. So I think it's important to just characterize that accurately. I know that probably won't be as flashy in terms of a headline. But I think that that's more of an accurate. Well, not only it is more accurate, it's the accurate way to do it. So we are looking at those trends, but I think if you're going to do it, you really got to look at when it's occurring, not when it's reported. We'll have people that'll report these things. Some of these medical examiners that'll just kind of pile up and do it. So I think it could present a picture to folks that that trends are occurring that may not be. So knock on wood, I think that there's been a lot of great stuff that's been going on with the physicians. I think the as tough as July was in terms of witnessing the mortality, you also saw a lot of recoveries in July, and I think that's a testament to some of the work that our medical folks are doing, and we really appreciate that very much. And hospitalizations are down, still have people there. And that's all. Every one of those folks is very important, and we pray for the best possible outcomes. But I do think that you're probably going to see better outcomes with folks hospitalized today than we would have 4 or 5 months ago, because I think people are learning more about it every day.
The decrease in overall tests over the last month or so, and then what you mentioned fixing the delay in results. What exactly are there going to be penalties for these private labs? How are you going to fix that?
So the way these test results get reported, just so people understand, there's, all these private labs. Every hospital, a lot of the hospitals have their own labs. You have major labs like LabCorp, some of those, but now you have a proliferation of smaller ones. And this one in Miami is kind of a new one. They have their own test. And they're kind of getting in the game, trying to go test business, go into businesses, test employees, all this other stuff. It's their responsibility when those results are received to place it into the state's system. It's called Merlin. And under law, you're required to report those results, every positive, and then our executive order says you report the negatives as well. Well, obviously, that didn't happen this time. I mean, I told the Department of Health that there should be consequences to that. Because of the fact that some of these results are being used to affect people's lives in a public policy sense. Now, I'm trying to urge some caution on that because this is just the nature of it. But here's the issue. No one knew this lab was even doing these. I mean, it wasn't, well, actually, I take that back. There was, they were contracted with people, so people knew that testing was happening. But like the Department of Health, you know, if they go do 100 tests at a workplace, they don't know that that's occurring until that's put in the system. So, but there needs to be some consequences for that, because I think skewing data by letting it accumulate and then dumping it, I think leaves a bad impression. But that's also a reason why I have been consistently now for several weeks talking about looking at that COVID-like illness visits to the emergency department as being really the leading indicator in the prevalence or the resurgence of the virus. And I think we're seeing similar trends throughout the Sun Belt as some states like Arizona started rising a little bit for us. They've fallen a little bit quicker than us, but we're kind of following behind them. And then some other states, Georgia started going up a little bit behind us, so they're kind of behind us. But I think that is kind of the indicator that you really look at, and really is what makes the most sense. I mean, we now know with these PCR tests, you can test, if you're asymptomatic and you go in and you test positive, they cannot tell you whether that's a live virus or not, because you can test positive for weeks and weeks. CDC says up to 12 weeks, but we know people, it happens all the time where they'll test positive for 30 days or 35 days or something like that. And so the result is, if you test positive, which we had a lot of people doing in July, particularly in the 20 to 30-year-old who were asymptomatic, whether they are carrying an active infection or not is not something that PCR test can tell you. Well, if somebody's showing up to this ED with COVID-like illness and they test positive, yes, at that point you're going to know, that they have an active infection. Just the fact that they're showing up. Now, they may be negative for COVID, but the fact that they have symptoms and they're showing up, that is really significant. So I think you look at the COVID-like illness as the most important indicator, and I think you've seen fewer positive tests come in over the last couple weeks. I think part of that is because of the increasing seroprevalence that we see throughout the state of Florida. I mean, when you look at different cycles of this that's occurred in other parts of the world, other parts of the country, that does reduce the reproduction rate of the virus. And so when I'm looking at those test results, as I see the antibody positives go up, you can chart it. As that goes up, the PCR positives have gone down, and I do think that there's a relationship there.
We've seen fewer and fewer tests for the last month or so.
I mean, we compare us to like Texas, which is bigger than us. I mean, we're testing between 60 and 100,000 results come in a day. That's a lot of tests. I mean, that's a massive amount. When we had 144,000, that was a huge dump. But we're testing a lot. I think part of the reason why some of our sites aren't doing as much is because people aren't going as much as they used to. I mean, if you look at like the Orange County Convention Center, the beginning of July, we were having 2,000 people show up to get PCR tested there. Now we're 700 are going. And so I think the demand has ebbed, but we're still doing a lot of tests. I mean, to have, I think Texas, the most they've had in a day is 60,000. 60,000 is like a low day for us. I mean, we're usually 80, 90,000, which is way more than I initially forecast we were going to do back in May.
Governor, could you clarify for me what you met last night when you talked about the Navy SEAL raid? Was Was it about danger? Was it about
No.
courage?
So the superintendent had McRaven interviewed, and she basically told them, hey, this is what they're doing. They had a mission, and they just had to figure out a way to accomplish it. So here we are. We have a mission to provide these options to our students, and we're gonna approach it in the same way. We're gonna make sure that the parents who want the virtual have it, who want in-person have it. We know that it's a challenging time. There's obstacles, but we're going to overcome the obstacles. So I think it was more about inspiration and about figuring out a way to get it done than anything about comparing the danger to that. I mean, obviously that's a much different situation.
Governor, as of today, 14,000 inmates have tested positive, 2,000 workers have also tested positive, 75 inmates have died, and 2 workers have died of COVID. What specific and additional measures is your administration taking to ensure that, to prevent further infections?
Well, we're going to, in the prisons, I think after this week, I mean, we're going to have tested, I think almost every prisoner, the huge majority of the prisoners. I know they've gone through, all of them and do it. We have had some prisoners who, particularly some of the ones that were very elderly with health conditions, end up hospitalized. We have lost some folks. You have the vast majority of the prisoners that test positive are completely asymptomatic, overwhelming majority that are. So they're going to continue going through the testing regime, and but I think the main thing is just isolating the folks who are symptomatic and likely to be spreading it, and I know they've worked hard to do that.
Is there a task force? I want to ask you, there's been some felon voting rights groups who are frustrated because they say some new guidance from the state was quietly posted online, and they're curious why that was, because they obviously depend on that information to go register to vote.
So say it again. I'm sorry, I haven't heard their complaints.
No, that's okay. There's some felon voting rights groups who are frustrated because there was some new information and guidance on how to vote if you're a felon or a former felon in the state of Florida that was quietly posted to the Secretary of State's website over the last couple of days. And there hasn't been any major announcement about it, and it details some of the rules and regulations that former felons would have to go through. And they've been looking for this guidance since the new law went into place. So they're curious why it wasn't more publicly announced.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I mean, I think, as you know, there's pending litigation in that matter. So you have an appeal that is going to be litigated before the entire 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. That court has entered a stay into the federal district judge's order, halting that decision from a few months ago. And so I think that this will all come to a head pretty soon. I think we're gonna have very clear guidance, probably within the. I think they're doing some arguments or that's scheduled, or I know they filed briefs. So all this stuff is going to come to a head, and I'm sure they're going to provide appropriate guidance at that time. But obviously we're. We've got a lot of irons in the fire generally, so there's a lot of things going on. Yes, sir.
I think there was an increase in nursing home deaths from July 24th to August 8th, which is Saturday. I've calculated a 32% increase, went up by 801 people that died. You just said obviously there's a bit of a lag in this data, so that's not, we're not staring at the face, we're not staring at the face of doom right now. But I guess what's your prediction for the folks living in long-term care facilities? What are things looking like now? What are you seeing on the
So yeah, no, I think what we've seen is you saw some significant outbreaks in some certain areas. So, for example, in Jackson County, you had 50 workers test positive, all asymptomatic, but that got in. I mean, it's a county-run facility. You did have hundreds of residents, but that has already in and of itself, I think, led to 35 fatalities from that one instance. And it's a tough thing because there's different procedures and stuff. But if you really truly don't have symptoms, the only way that we could potentially identify that is either through a test. But even then, how active that infection is, and then obviously once the residents develop symptoms. And so that's what happened there. That's really, really unfortunate. I think that the concern I have is, and I've asked Health and ACA to say, I said, what are there other resources we can provide? We've been providing PPE. We have no request for PPE, but we really believe when the workers are doing that it does mitigate and does make a difference. And so I asked them, survey them again If we need to send more masks or gloves or gowns, we want to do that because, and then obviously we're continuing doing our testing with the staff. So they get tested every 2 weeks, and this is over 200,000 people throughout the state of Florida. And so what you have is, fortunately, the positivity rate on that has declined just like the state. It was never as high as the state. I think we got to maybe 3.5% or 4%, but still in nursing home environment, that's very, I mean, just having somebody in the general public is going to be less dangerous than having someone in contact with the most vulnerable residents. And so it's definitely something, but we're seeing a decline in that. So we think that's running about 2% now, which is good. But if there's anything that we can do beyond that, I want to. And the reason is I kind of fear that if the fatalities in the general public get on a downward trend, that you could see a tail kind of at the long-term care, because it may take a little longer to get into those facilities because we have mitigation measures, all this other stuff. But I think, as we know, that when it does get in, it becomes becomes problematic. So we also have infection control teams that are going back and visiting these facilities again. It's amazing if you look at where we're at now with it, which is a good sign. And you go back a month, the number of facilities that had 10 or more infections between either staff or residents, was kind of right here, and it's dropped dramatically. And so that, I think, is testament to the fact that, one, the prevalence in the community has gone down, the staff prevalence has gone down, but then some of the mitigation measures may have had an impact. Nationwide, we're probably running 50% of all of the COVID-related deaths from residents in long-term care facilities. Now, in Florida, nursing homes, assisted living, I mean, we have a broad definition of that. Some other states have a more narrow definition, but it is probably the number one most vulnerable place. Now, the federal government's sending point-of-care testing to, I think, about 5,000 nursing homes. So obviously we have over 4,000 facilities in Florida, so that's not going to be enough for us. But you are going to have some point of care testing. But I think one of the things that we're cautioning people on is, doing mitigation and really doing the PPE, making sure that, people aren't going into the facilities who shouldn't be there, all this. That really is, in some ways, more effective than the testing. Because the testing is, how often can you realistically test people? I can go in and test a nursing home today. I could get 100% negatives. Well, guess what? If you're not doing the mitigation with the staff and making sure that people are screened properly, you could end up with an outbreak in 2 days, and then you end up, having to deal with a really significant problem. I will say one of the things that's been very helpful at mitigating these outbreaks has been our COVID-only nursing facilities that the state has worked with hospitals and private and providers to stand up over these last many months. When you're going into a nursing home, if you have, say, 2 residents test positive, everyone negative, they need to be isolated. Most facilities can't appropriately isolate them, so you do have an opportunity to transfer them to the COVID-only nursing units. Now, some may require hospitalization, and obviously you would do that. And then if they recover in the hospital, you can discharge to the COVID-only without them having had to clear the illness yet, because they're not in danger of infecting other people. And of course, we've prohibited a hospital from discharging a COVID positive back to a traditional nursing home from the very beginning. So I think those have been very helpful, and I think it's taken some pressure off the traditional long-term care facilities who, it's very difficult with this thing, because when it gets in, I mean, it can spread very, very quickly. And if you can't get a handle on it, then you end up in a really significant situation. So this allows for that appropriate isolation, and I think it's been something that's been effective. But I'm concerned over the next couple weeks, I'm concerned of seeing kind of a tail where we start to see some of these long-term care deaths. If you look in March and April, we peaked on COVID-related deaths for the general public sometime like the second week of April, and those just started going down. But then what happened was the LTCs just kind of kept going, and I think it was because you did have a lag. It took a little longer for the infections to get in. Now, we have a lot of controls in place, and we're working hard on mitigation, but when you have 4,000 plus facilities, particularly some facilities in some of the areas that have traditionally had high prevalence here, it's definitely a challenge.
Considering all the measures you just enumerated for nursing homes where there's similarly a contained environment, would you consider enacting some of those same measures for prisons, be it COVID-only wings or a facility with people that have already tested positive or something like that? Like what other specific measures comparable to nursing homes, a task force, might you consider in prisons?
Well, I think obviously when you're talking about a prison, you're talking about a different. There's a much more challenging situation that you're dealing with in terms of finding alternative facilities. I mean, they have isolated, within the existing framework, that they have, and we've obviously encouraged them to do it. I mean, one of the things that I think we've learned is you have so many asymptomatic people, you don't know whether those infections are even accurate. If you really focus on isolating symptomatic COVID positive folks and really do a good job with that, I'm not sure that some of the asymptomatic cases we're getting, by the time they test positive, I'm not sure they're even infectious at that point. And so focusing on that, I think, is something that's really important. We've dedicated a lot of testing resources to the prisons, and probably have tested not quite as robustly as the nursing homes, but I mean, if nursing homes have been the most robust target for us in terms of testing, I would say probably the prisons have been second, just in terms of the amount of resources that have been done. And we've gone through, I think, pretty much all the facilities at this point.
Chauvin Jones recently tried to donate plasma, but he was denied because of his sexual orientation and sexual activity. That is an FDA rule. But do you believe that the FDA should repeal that regulation, and should Representative Jones have been able to donate his plasma?
I wasn't aware of the regulation, so I'd have to research it.
Governor, what would you say to the Florida Education Association, which was in court today trying to keep schools from opening?
Well, what I would say is, my view on this has been, parents. This has been a very difficult time for parents. You go. You're in the school year, kind of the second part of the school year, and then all of a sudden kind of.
Okay, folks, we will be transitioning right now here on News Now from Fox as we get you ready for the White House news briefing. And welcome. News Now from Fox does continue. You're taking a live look at the White House briefing room, where at any moment we are expecting a briefing to take place, and of course right here on News Now from Fox, always going to bring it to you in its entirety. Hi everyone, Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us here today on this Thursday as we roll out another feed and really coast by coast operation here. Thank you so much for joining us. We always try to bring you the live events as they are happening, and that's what we will continue to do for you. Let's take a live look right now at Wilmington, Delaware, where we are being, look at this. We were just being told that we were going to hear from Biden and Kamala Harris. They were just being briefed on the coronavirus pandemic. So we are being told that that should be happening pretty soon. You can see the media is getting ready there, and of course we will have that for you in its entirety there as well as soon as that happened. But that feed just popping up as we went to it, so that's what we like to show you there. We get those feeds as they come in, and of course we will bring that to you when that happens. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris once together again. They just got briefed on the pandemic. We'll bring you those remarks as soon as we get them here on News Now. But let's go out right now to Fox 29's Dr. Mike on deck to give us an update on the latest with the COVID-19 pandemic.
Dr. Mike Srigliano with Penn Medicine joining us out of Philadelphia. Great to see you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Thomas.
I want to address some of the growing fears regarding the expanding effects of this virus, if you will. I know there are growing concerns about a serious heart condition linked to the virus. This is cardiomyopathy. What more do we know?
Well, basically, we know that this virus can attack any organ in the body. And we now know that it can cause significant problems with the heart, what we call a myocarditis. Now, remember, this virus attacks cells and also leads to an inflammatory response, an immune response from the body. And so what we are seeing in even young, healthy, collegiate athletes are long-term effects of shortness of breath with exertion and problems with the heart due to this inflammatory effect. And so some people can develop congestive heart failure symptoms, and this can be long lasting. That's why many of these football programs and leagues have said, look, based on this and what we've seen already, we're going to just cancel the seasons for the fall. And I happen to believe that is the absolute right decision.
Yeah, once again, it goes back to the inflammation, putting that extra stress on the heart. I found also very interesting here, more and more people, Dr. Mike, they're reporting hair loss, not only while battling the virus, but weeks after recovering. What's going on?
Well, whenever someone is very ill, they tend to lose hair because when it comes down to it, the body is more interested in making sure that things like the brain, the heart, the lungs are all functioning properly. Hair is one of those kind of added things that it can be put back on the back burner. And so hair growth actually shuts down for a while. That's very commonly seen not only with viral syndromes, but other significant illnesses, whether it be from surgery or significant stress. All of those can lead to hair loss. The good news is, for the most part, the hair tends to come back.
Yeah, not long term here. You know, over the past 7 months, I feel like we've learned so many different medical terms. Another one that we're learning here is silent hypoxia. Can you explain this?
Well, basically, Thomas, and I've seen this firsthand, people will get COVID-19. They'll go along, and the way we work it, if you're asymptomatic, if you're having mild symptoms, you stay at home. And so what happens is, in about 7 to 10 days, there can be a dramatic reduction in oxygenation because the virus is attacking the lungs and you're having that cytokine storm where you have inflammatory responses in the lungs and the oxygen levels can go down. The problem is that you can still be talking and not really realize how much trouble you're in. And I'm very proud to say that 2 of my patients who ended up on ventilators, I think were saved because they procured little pulse oximeters that they put on their fingers. When they called me and we were checking in regularly to see how they were doing at home, one of the patient's wives said, Dr. Mike, this patient, my husband doesn't look all that good. And I said, go get a pulse ox. The pulse oximeter reading was in the 80s, which is very low. I told them to go to the emergency room, and the patient was on a ventilator within several hours after that. Wow. Similar finding with the other patient that ended up on a ventilator. So personally, I would get one of those little pulse oximeters. You can get them online, get them locally. They're very inexpensive, and they could potentially save your life.
Small little device. You just don't know. You're unaware that you're being deprived of oxygen. What's interesting, some of these patients, Dr. Mike, have developed delayed symptoms, sometimes 2 to 4 weeks after testing positive. Why the delay here?
Well, the issue is that some people will have symptoms up to 11 days after initial diagnosis. And so there is a lag time between when you get the exposure to the virus and when you become symptomatic. Remember, some people can have very mild symptoms. Some people can be asymptomatic, and some people can have significant symptoms. And so the average time of onset of symptoms is anywhere from 4.5 to 11 days in general. So it wouldn't be surprising to me if someone got tested, became positive, didn't really have any symptoms for up to 10 days or so, even after that test was positive.
Delayed response in different waves, if you will. I know the new coronavirus, it's an RNA virus. Can you help us understand what RNA means?
Well, that's ribonucleic acid-based virus, and that's just a different type of virus. There are DNA viruses, RNA viruses, and so it just is kind of how we tell where and what family, what genealogy, if you will, the virus has. And so it's more for, one, the ability to recognize what kind of virus it is, and two, Thomas, it allows us to perhaps come up with novel ways of treating it, either through monoclonal antibodies or also through vaccination. And so we may be able to develop a vaccine that targets a particular type of RNA virus as opposed to other viruses. So it's a matter of speciation, if you will.
And it makes a difference because RNA viruses, kind of, the flu, measles, they're more prone to changes, to mutations here compared to the DNA viruses like herpes, smallpox, HPV. Have we seen any mutation with this virus?
Well, we've seen changes in particular parts of the DNA and the genetic code of the virus. And over time, that can lead to problems. We have not seen, however, a significant mutation that has caused us grave concern in terms of development of a vaccine. So when it comes down to it, this has been good news. There are variations in the genetic structure of this. However, it has not appeared to be something of a seismic shift. Some data suggests that sometimes small mutations will actually weaken the virus. It's not in its best interest. But the bottom line is that so far, so good. We are working on a vaccine. We will have a vaccine, and I believe it will be quite effective.
I want to clarify some studies released this week. The first one on vaping. Why is there a growing concern among those who vape, Dr. Mike?
Well, we know for a fact that vaping and smoking damages lung tissue. We know that. When you throw in COVID-19, the data suggests worsening outcomes if you have vaped and whether you have smoked. Look, this is the time for everyone to get rid of that stuff. I still see people smoking. I can't believe it. Obviously, they can't wear a mask while they're smoking, but more than that, smoking and vaping is just not what you want to be doing right now. It's just a terrible, terrible way to treat your body, treat your lungs, and potentially cause harm to not only you, but your loved ones and your family and friends.
Now may be the time to stop. Can you also set the record straight regarding those neck wraps, the gaiters? Do they offer any protection?
Well, there's some new evidence. And by the way, I bought one for my son when he plays Little League Baseball. It's a thin piece of material, and the studies show it really may be worse than nothing at all. And so it's very thin. And again, when you have a gaiter, what do? You get it here and you pull it up. And I see lots of people with any kind of mask touching everything in the front. That's the worst thing you could do. If you have a mask, you need to work from the sides, nowhere near the front, because you're touching and that can lead to big problems. But when it comes to gaiters, unfortunately, Thomas, really science has proven they're really not the way to go.
I want to talk about returning back to school here. There's been a 90% increase in the number of COVID-19 cases among children over the past 4 weeks. And this is according to new analysis, Dr. Mike, by the American Academy of Pediatrics. How concerned are you regarding the rise in infections among children? Does this change your alert level moving forward?
Well, we absolutely have found that in the world where countries have opened up schools has to be in a situation where community spread and numbers are way down. In fact, in the state of Pennsylvania, just recently, they came out with some guidelines for getting kids back to school. And surprisingly, the numbers are very low. In fact, I believe the statistics are less than 5% of swab tests coming back positive. And in a particular community, very small numbers of people being positive. So until we reach those low numbers of cases and infection, we can't really open up. We just can't. And we're seeing this now in areas in this country where we've opened up schools. You saw the videos of kids in hallways. Look, kids will be kids. We're having trouble getting adults to wear masks, let alone kids. So in my opinion, and in my local school district, they've said it's going to be all virtual for the time being. And it can be very fluid, it can change. But I think that, again, until a vaccine comes out, we will not achieve herd immunity. We will not achieve control of this virus. And we will really not have any kind of normalcy that we hope to have. So, look, it's not good to keep kids home, Thomas. Kids need to socialize. They need to learn how to be with other kids. And there are detriments and long-term effects from this. No question about it. But when it comes to opening schools, the first thing we have to prioritize is the health and safety of not only our kids, but our teachers, our staffing of those schools, because it is really a family affair. And if you think about it, what sports have done the best? Those in a bubble, Thomas. Schools are not in a bubble.
And do we know yet if we can be reinfected?
Well, we don't really know that yet, Thomas. We know that antibodies can decline over time. There may be some input from T cell immunity. And so, again, we just don't know yet. I'm hoping that once you've had this virus, it is unlikely that you will get it again. But there is no guarantee just yet. We need more time. We need to observe how people do after they have the virus. I will tell you one thing. Patients who have had severe cases tend to have higher levels of antibodies, and there is some thought that they will be protected for a longer period of time.
Well, speaking of needing more time, I have to ask, because I see a number of questions daily, what do you make of Russia's claim over a vaccine?
Well, I don't doubt that they have a vaccine, and if they choose to bypass several of the trials, remember, we all started at this at basically the same time. I think that it's of concern to me. Look, they have smart scientists, but you cannot trick or fool science. And if you don't look at safety and efficacy very, very carefully, you can do harm. Personally, I wouldn't get one. I'm waiting. I want to get the safety data out there. Remember, Thomas, I say this all the time, in God we trust, in everyone else, show me the data.
It's all about the data. All right, Dr. Mike, our daily reminder on staying safe.
Thomas, we need to stay the course. It's getting very, very, very hard for people to keep putting up with this, but fall is coming, school is coming. One of the things that I'm working on with my own family, I have 2 young children, is that one, we're going to make sure that our cyber environment is set up for our kids. We're going to make sure they have proper areas of our house to be in school. The kids will start preparing by getting up at a certain time with alarm clocks. It's not going to be playtime. It's going to be just as if they were going to school. And I've observed, compared to the springtime, there's going to be much, much more in terms of structure when it comes to kids and their schooling from home.
Need to remain focused. Dr. Mike Srigliano with Penn Medicine out of Philadelphia. Great to see you, Dr. Mike.
Always a pleasure, Thomas. Always a pleasure.
Stay well.
And we continue to bring you live coverage here on News Now from Fox. This is live in Delaware, where we are expecting at any moment right now Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to come out and talk about their briefing that they just had about the COVID-19 pandemic. We will feature that for you as soon as it happens here, but you can see it looks like we have some Secret Service there right by the door. So we'll keep an eye on that shot. In the meantime, we're also awaiting a White House news briefing. That should be happening at any moment too. So we got a lot of live events coming up here. So we appreciate everyone joining us here on News Now from Fox. We already heard from the president today inside the Oval Office, and it won't be the last time. We have a briefing with him at 5:30 Eastern, and we'll have that for you on News Now from Fox right here. You won't have to go anywhere. You can almost use this as a second experience here. Always have this on in your home if you're watching on a Samsung TV or anywhere. On your phone as well. Of course, we are on youtube.com/newsnow. We have so many, and always so many great followers there and viewers that watch with us every day, and we appreciate you joining us here worldwide, as always, on News Now. So thank you so much for everyone for being part of this News Now experience, where we always try to give you feed after feed of live events as they are happening. So in just a little bit, we will be hearing from Kaylee. She'll be giving us an update. That is just one of the many White House events. Earlier today, President Trump talked about the peace deal between Israel and the UAE, and we feature that for you in full right here. And we'll play it out for you in a little bit as well, in case you missed it. And News Now from Fox does continue on right now. A live look at the White House news briefing room, expecting a briefing at any moment right now. We're also expecting at any moment Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to come out, and they just had a briefing on the COVID-19 pandemic. We will take their remarks live when that does happen for you right here on News Now. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you. Thank you again for joining us worldwide here today, where we try to give you the latest news as it's happening, the feeds as they are coming in, live. That is what we like to do here on News Now, so we do appreciate you joining us here today. In the meantime, while we do wait for some of those live events to happen, I want to take you out to a news conference that just wrapped up in Indiana. Hammond Police and other law enforcement agencies announcing a reward for information in the death of JoJo Malone, a 2-year-old that was fatally shot back on July 29th. Let's listen to this.
Block of Berry Lynn Road, when shots were fired from the 3300 block of Craig Drive. JoJo was unfortunately caught in the line of fire from someone firing off several gunshots from a handgun into her direction. JoJo received a gunshot injury and was flown to a children's hospital in Chicago, Illinois, where she later died as a result of the injuries she sustained in the shooting. JoJo was 2.5 years old. Excuse me. And barely getting the opportunity to enjoy life when it was suddenly taken from her. As a result, we are utilizing every resource available to find the person responsible for the incident and have reached out to our FBI partners in law enforcement. We are further reaching out to the public for your assistance, as we know someone out there has information as to what occurred on July 29th, whether it be intentional or accidental. And the reason I say accidental is because we know that JoJo's only 2.5 years old and did nothing wrong. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Danny Yamara, who is Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI field office in Indianapolis.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. My name is Danny Yamara. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge of the FBI here in the Indianapolis Division. Unfortunately, there's nothing I could say that could bring comfort to the victim's family or the Kennedy Crossing community. What I can do is speak to the public and urge anyone, if they saw something or heard something or any potential rumors, to please step forward and share that information with us so that we can do something. The entire resources of the FBI are being utilized for this investigation, and we are working shoulder to shoulder with Hammond Police Department to bring justice for JoJo. I want to make that very clear for everyone here in this room today and the viewers at home. Justice will be served for JoJo and her family, and that is a sacred vow. Thank you.
In your press packet, Lake County Prosecutor is not in there, so I'd like to introduce him and spell his name. It's Lake County Prosecutor Bernie Carter, C-A-R-T-E-R, Lake County Prosecutor.
Thank you very much. You know, originally I wasn't scared to say anything. I just wanted to be here and be present, but I wanted to kind of deliver a message also, and it's in keeping with what the FBI has said also. About when I was a young prosecutor, I prosecuted my first homicide case, one of my first homicide cases here in the city of Hammond off of Calumet Avenue at an Amoco service station. The service station, Amoco Fuel Oil, put out a $20,000 reward. Now, the interesting thing about that $20,000 reward was no one was coming forward at all. However, unbeknown to us, the defendant.
All right, folks, we're going to go back to that in just a moment, but we are getting some video right now of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris receiving a COVID-19 briefing. Let's listen in right now.
So this one for now, the senator, we're going to be digging in.
I'm looking forward to it. These are some of the brightest minds, not only in our country, but internationally. And as the Vice President has been saying since the beginning of this pandemic, it should be the public health professionals that are leading policy in our country to address this lethal pandemic. And so I'm very much looking forward to this briefing and to catch up with the Vice President on the briefings he's been having so far.
Thank you guys. Hi guys. Funding for the Postal Service tying it to mail-in voting. What do you think about that?
Pure Trump.
Okay guys, let's go. Let's go. Fun.
All right, very limited media availability there between Biden and Harris. We'll see if they'll talk at after this briefing, but yeah, not saying much right after that, so just getting about a little video right there. We'll keep an eye on that shot. If we do get any more information from them, we will bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's go back out to that Hammond, Indiana news conference right now.
The person who did the shooting and the killing had told his girlfriend the night of the shooting that he had just killed this gas station attendant, 19-year-old Henderson. Henderson was scheduled to go back to Indiana State University the next day. That was his last day working. He wasn't even supposed to work that day. It was a call off, and they called him and said, hey, could you just work this last shift for us? And he said yes, and he lost his life at the age of 19. Well, he told his girlfriend that he had did the killing. 6 months go by, she's not telling anyone. She eventually told her mother, because it was just on her heart. She told her mother, but she did not want to come forward. In telling her mother convinced her that she needed to come and report this to the Hammond Police Department and make justice for this family. And that's what we're looking for today, justice for this family. This young child, 2.5 years of age, has not lived an ounce of her life. The cheerleading, the schools, graduations, weddings, children of her own one day, all of that has been snatched away because of violence. Well, going back to the Henderson case, the mother convinced the girlfriend to come forward. And in fact, I had a lot of dealing with the mother because the girlfriend, even after she came forward, did not want to testify. And the mother was dead in my office at all times asking, you know, what can I do, Mr. Carter? I can make sure she's here for trial, which she did. Now, the interesting about that is I had a conversation with the mother, and she asked me, well, that $20,000 reward, and this is the interesting part, and this is the part I want to mention, that $20,000 reward, am I entitled to any of that? I said, I don't make that decision, but certainly I would check. So I checked with the Hammond Department detective, who's now retired. Also, I checked with Amico, and they said any way you want to break that down, Mr. Carter, it can be broke down. And I left it to the hands of the detective based on the support that the mother gave, but that reward was shared by the mother as well as the daughter. I kind of got the feeling that if the mother didn't get any of it through us, the daughter wasn't going to share it. And the mother wanted some of that reward. And that's what I'm speaking of. If there's anyone out there that knows anything about this homicide, anything, please come forward, even if you don't think it's significant, because you don't know what we know, you don't know what the detectives know in this matter. But we sometimes put pieces together, and those pieces together could bring a criminal charge against the perpetrator who committed this heinous act. So I'm asking you very strongly, I don't care if you think it's insignificant. If it's something that you know as to a person who was at the scene or anything, bring it forward and provide that information. Thank you.
Thank you, Prosecutor Carter. Right now, I'd like to bring up JoJo's mom, Ronica Taylor. Proper spelling of the name is in your press packet as well. Ms. Taylor?
My name is Ronica Taylor. I'm Joette's mother, which is JoJo. And I really appreciate it if someone can come forward with any type of information to bring in a person who killed my baby. It's really hard every day knowing she's gone. And all I want is justice for her. So I really, really appreciate it if anybody seen anything in that complex to come forward.
We're going to open this up for a few questions. If anybody has any questions of our detective here as well, Captain Hinojosa.
Captain, are you getting cooperation from the community now? Have you been receiving calls? I know you can't reveal too much, but are you getting cooperation?
We are getting cooperation. The residents at Kennedy Crossing Apartments have been very receptive.
All right, folks, we are stepping out of that really just tragic story right there. Take you out to the White House news briefing where we're getting this update now.
The history that was made today and take a few of your questions. We also have Special Representative Avi Berkowitz here and Special Envoy to Iran, Brian Hook, who will be in attendance.
Thank you, Kaylee, and thank you all for being here. I want to start today by congratulating the people of Israel and the people of the United Arab Emirates. Today is a historic breakthrough and a great day for peace. I also want to congratulate President Trump on this milestone. He worked very hard on this with his team. We worked with Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed, who really are two visionary leaders who made a big step forward today to really change the region. The last time we had an agreement like this in the region was 1994, when Israel made an agreement with the Kingdom of Jordan, which stopped aggression and helped bring forward peace. Over the last 26 years, there's been a lot of developments in the region, some positive, but many that have set the region back, and it has led to lots of lives being lost, lots of opportunity and hope being destroyed, and a region that really has had a lot of problems. When President Trump came into office, we had a caliphate for ISIS in the Middle East, which was the size of Ohio. We had a lot of instability. Iran's aggression was being felt all throughout the region. A lot of their proxies were very well funded and causing instability in Yemen and in Syria and in other places. And now we're in a position where we've been able to work with our allies. A lot of our allies felt abandoned. President Trump's been able to rebuild those relationships. His first trip as president was to Saudi Arabia in May of 2017, where he laid out the problems that were facing the region and very clearly articulated that in order to make progress, we'd all have to work together around common goals, and we'd have to acknowledge historic differences and historic conflicts, but we can't let those conflicts hold us back. President Trump's leadership, the ability to build the relationships with the leaders in the region, people were modernizing their society and realizing that we needed a new paradigm. On President Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia, we made an agreement with a lot of these countries that we were going to start a counter-terror finance center, and since then we've worked to limit the amount of funding that's gone to extremist groups. We worked with Saudi Arabia, which is the custodian of the two holy sites, and we worked with them to do a counter-extremism center to combat online extremism, and that's made a big difference because you can't solve the short-term problem without taking on the long-term fight. We've seen Saudi Arabia make a lot of modernizations over the last years, giving more rights to women and taking steps in the right direction, which have been very positive. And now today's breakthrough really allows us to go forward. To give you a little bit of background on this deal, this is something that's been in discussions now for over a year and a half. We were talking with Israel, we were talking with the United Arab Emirates about moving forward. Obviously, because of the Israeli elections and because of some other things that were happening in the region, this is something that was talked about but never really got to the right place for it to happen. As you know, with deals happen when deals are ready, and peace deals are very rare and very historic, and there's a lot of reasons why people would be held back from moving forward. What we saw was when the president rolled out his vision for peace, which we worked very hard on for a couple of years to really try to understand the issues in the region between the Israelis, the Palestinians. He put forward 180 pages of detail on how we can address the issues of the past, but also figure out how to move forward. During that acknowledgement, President Trump was able to get Israel to agree to have a two-state solution with the Palestinians, and for the first time in history, to agree to a map that outlined the territory that they would be willing to work with in order to see that happen. That showed a lot of people in the region that Israel was serious about really moving forward and making peace, and also showed them that President Trump's leadership and diplomacy could make things happen that hadn't happened previously. What happened is, as Israel was discussing with us, providing, taking Israeli law and sovereignty to areas of the West Bank and applying it. We were having these discussions, and over the last 6 weeks, the discussions between UAE and Israel started accelerating around this being a potential different path. We all saw Ambassador Oteba's op-ed that came out that said that he thought applying Israeli sovereignty to these areas would be detrimental to the region. And a new course, a new option was created that was discussed that ultimately both countries thought was a much more viable option to go forward. Israel's agreed to suspend those efforts at this time, and as a result, we're going to focus on bringing these two countries together. This is really a historic breakthrough, and it shows that President Trump's leadership from the Riyadh speech till today, you see a much different Middle East than what he inherited, and hopefully there's a lot more good things to come. This is an icebreaker between these two countries. This is the first Arab country to normalize relations with Israel in a long time, 26 years since Jordan. And what we're going to hopefully see from there is more countries start to do the same. The final thing I'll just say is that here in America, the biggest threat that we saw in the last campaign was really two things. One was ISIS. The caliphate was growing. We were seeing journalists being beheaded. We were seeing people burnt in cages. And the threat of ISIS was something that was very scary to a lot of Americans and needed to be stopped. The instability was providing a place for extremists to plan attacks, to plan all kinds of terrible things, and the extremists were trying to radicalize the next generation. One of the biggest excuses that extremists use to radicalize the next generation is the mosque and the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and saying that it's being threatened, and the fact that Muslims aren't able to pray there. This deal will allow for flights from Dubai and Abu Dhabi to Tel Aviv, which will allow Muslims a real entree to come and visit Israel peacefully and to come and pray at the mosque with whatever frequency they deem appropriate. This is a big breakthrough. As people go there and pray and see that this is available, they'll share it with their friends, and they'll share the experiences. They'll share pictures of it on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter, and people throughout the world will see that the mosque is safe and that all people are welcome there. So this is a really great step forward for the region, a great step forward for the country, and a great step forward for the world. And again, I just want to really compliment the three leaders who worked very hard to make this possible. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed of Abu Dhabi, and President Trump here in America. Thank you.
So thank you to Jared for that summary, and it's been extraordinary work by a number of fine diplomats working under President Trump's leadership to arrive at today's outcome. Jared Kushner has been at the forefront of those efforts. Avi, Brian Hook, and others have put in just tremendous work under the president's direction to get where we are here today. And I know, Jared, you don't have a diplomat title, an ambassador title, but we don't have a finer ambassador, especially in the region, than Advisor Kushner. So thank you for those remarks and for the really incredible effort. I want to start by congratulating today the President of the United States, the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed. This is a remarkable achievement, and the achievement is now will now be known in history as the Abraham Accords, or the Ibrahim Accords in the Muslim countries, or the Abraham Accords in Israel. It's something very special. It's something that doesn't happen very often. Very few of my predecessors as National Security Advisor have been able to come to this podium to announce a peace deal in the Middle East. It's a very rare thing. As I said earlier in the Oval Office today, the president is going to be known in history as one of the change makers and one of the remarkable leaders in the Middle East. And that's not something that you may have thought of when he came into office. But one of his very first steps was repairing our relationship with Israel, which had been badly damaged, especially in the last month of the prior administration. The president did something that was unheard of. Many presidential candidates going back 2 decades had promised if they were elected, they would move the United States Embassy in Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. President Trump had the courage to do it, and he developed wonderful credibility and a reservoir of goodwill in Israel. He recognized the Golan Heights as being Israeli territory and took those away from a very what could have been a very destabilized situation that we've seen develop in Syria. He destroyed the physical caliphate of ISIS, which Jared had said was the size of Ohio. It stretched across the Middle East, and terror reigned because of the caliphate. He brought justice to al-Baghdadi, who had killed so many Americans, Sotloff and Mueller and Kasich and Foley. He'd put maximum pressure on Iran and cut off much of the terrorist funding that was going to proxy wars in Yemen, in Hezbollah, in Lebanon, in Syria, and throughout the region. And today we have the Abraham Accords. And he's brought peace to the Middle East, at least peace between the UAE and Israel. And what I have said is the president is often known as the greatest deal maker, and he wrote the book, The Art of the Deal, and he's considered a great, great deal maker, which he is. But I think history is going to remember the president for being a great peacemaker. He brought peace to Israel and the UAE. He has signed his diplomats signed a historic accord in Afghanistan. And I want to remind people that we haven't had an American casualty in combat in Afghanistan since February 29th. He used his offices and his pressure to stop Idlib from being overrun in Syria, and brought a ceasefire agreement when Turkey had invaded northern Syria. A lot of people said that when he came into office that there'd be war in North Korea, but through personal diplomacy, his has kept that situation from turning into a kinetic event. So it's really remarkable, I think, when you step back and take a look at what this president has done on the peace front. And it wouldn't surprise me. It'll take some time in this environment, but it wouldn't surprise me if the president's eventually nominated for a Nobel Prize for today's work is an example of why he would be rightly considered and should be a front runner for the Nobel Peace Prize. So I also want to compliment the courageousness of Mohammed bin Zayed, the Crown Prince. You know, there have been two other great Arab leaders, King Hussein in my lifetime, King Hussein and Anwar Sadat, who made peace with Israel. And now Mohammed bin Zayed enters that pantheon of great, courageous Arab leaders. And I want to compliment Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel, who was under tremendous pressure to extend Israeli law and sovereignty to portions of the country, but has stepped up against that political pressure to make peace, something that may have been politically popular, but he put the interest of his country and his people first. And so I think we've got some very courageous leaders that worked with the president to come to today's tremendous historic accord. Stepping back from what does this mean beyond the historic idea of a major Arab country making peace with Israel all these years after 1948, it makes sense on so many different levels. The UAE and Israel are both capable security partners of the United States and close partners of ours in the region, standing up to Iran, standing up to Islamic extremism. The peace agreement between these two countries will encourage and foster cooperation in those efforts. These are very innovative countries. Israel is called the startup nation, and for those of you who've been there, you feel like you're driving through Palo Alto, through half the country. The UAE is also a very innovative country. Putting those two nations together is going to create a dynamic of innovation and creativity in the region, and both countries are populated by incredibly dynamic people. There are tremendous opportunities that are going to arise from this agreement. Jared talked about the idea of Arab pilgrims and Muslim pilgrims going to the Al-Aqsa Mosque, going up to the Mount and having the opportunity to pray in peace in Israel. As you know, the president has made religious freedom, especially religious freedom in the Middle East, a centerpiece of his foreign policy. And this is a great step towards fulfilling the idea that the three great faiths that came from the Holy City, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, will be able to pray and interact peaceably together in that beautiful city of Jerusalem. Tourism, with Abu Dhabi and Dubai and the other Emirates have become meccas for tourism, especially before the Chinese virus, the COVID virus. Israel is a great land for tourism. That'll expand trade between the UAE and Israel, which both have incredible economies. And again, as we recover from COVID, this agreement will help the economies of those countries and the countries in the region expand. And I think you're going to see an increase in jobs in all three countries as a result of these accords. With respect to the peace process overall, we've got a great team. That team is going to be fanning out. We're going to be working the phones. We're going to be in the region. And we believe that there are other countries waiting in the wings that are going to watch and see how the tremendous response to the courage of Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Crown Prince have been received by their people and by the world. I mean, I've already been on the phone with a number of European counterparts who have called to congratulate us for our role in this accord, but some of whom are astounded that this took place. And we also think that this could lead to a great deal for the Palestinian people. It's a people that the President of the United States, President Trump, has not forgotten. And he's endorsed a two-state solution. He wants to see the Palestinian people in a prosperous country of their own. And the groundwork has been laid for that. So I think we'll be working very hard on those efforts in the coming months and year. So again, today's a great day. It's a great day for the people of the UAE. It's a great day for the people of Israel, for their leaders. And it's also a great day for the United States of America as we played a role that we've traditionally played throughout the world in coming in to mediate in difficult situations and achieve peace and and achieve prosperity for our friends and neighbors. And again, I'm honored to be a part of the President's team on this. And again, we'll end with congratulations to the President for his leadership, and again to Prime Minister Netanyahu and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Zayed. Thank you very much.
Start with Steve.
Israel agreed to suspend its annexation plan on the West Bank.
So the suspension will last. It's going to take a while for these agreements to get fully enforced and to go. And I think that right now the focus that Israel is going to be applying is towards building this relationship. The opportunities that are now created because of this, from an investment point of view, from an innovation point of view, from a health point of view, from a tourism point of view, and most importantly to both countries from a security point of view, are very robust. And I do believe that for the foreseeable future, you're going to see both countries focusing on that. I also think that Israel sees a lot of exciting opportunity in doing what's being done today with other Arab and Muslim countries as well. So that's really going to be the focus as to where we're going to be working with them. And one thing I also want to do is acknowledge the tremendous team that's worked on this to date. Obviously, Secretary Pompeo has been leading the efforts. The Vice President's been very supportive. And then obviously Avi Berkowitz and Brian Hook have been just tremendous along the way, both to get to today and also in the steps that will likely come forward. So.
Thank you, Jared. This is already, you guys are touting this as a good step forward, but the Palestinian officials are already out criticizing it. If they aren't on board, how is this a good peace deal right now?
Right. So, look, they have a fairly predictable response that we've seen time and time again to all types of things that help make their people's lives better. Let's just focus on the facts of what's happening, and let's focus on how to push things forward. We laid out a 180-page, very detailed plan that we got Israel to agree to negotiate on the basis of, that invests $50 billion into their economy, that allows them to double their GDP over 10 years, that can create 1 million new jobs, help their people have a much better standard of life. We also got Israel to agree to have them have self-determination, have a secure environment, and then in addition to that, figure out how to create the right land outcome where we can go forward. So, look, I think that a lot of people in the region are seeing that we can't wait for the Palestinian leadership to try and resolve this. Every country is going to do what's in their best interests, what's in the region's best interests, and we have big problems in the world, and we can't be stuck in the past. We have to be moving forward. Now, I will just say that a big part of what motivated the UAE to move forward at this time and take the risk that they're taking is the notion that they didn't want to see Israel take the provocative action of applying sovereignty to areas of the West Bank, which hopefully allows more space to the Palestinian leadership to come to the table and make a deal. So I don't know if it will happen tomorrow. I don't know if it will happen next month. I don't know if it will happen next year. But at some point, I always learned with deals that there's a thing called gravity. And right now, you're in a situation where Israel has said that they're open to making peace. A lot of people in the region have supported the vision that the president laid out. One thing you've seen with the president, he's a deal-making president, right? And part of being a deal-maker is not always showing your cards. Again, we were able to hold this quiet until this morning when we announced it. The president's had a very robust strategy for the Middle East that we've been executing piece by piece, day by day. And we've seen things have been getting better, problems have been getting resolved. The president's been taking things off the table, slaughtering sacred cows that were holding people back. And so if you kind of look at the snapshot today and you look back at the snapshot of where the president was when he started, you have a much different Middle East, and that's not by accident. So I believe over time we're going to continue to ask ourselves two questions with that conflict. Number one is, are we doing things that allow Israel to be more secure versus less secure for the Israeli people? That's America's strongest ally in the region. With this step, actually, UAE joins a very exclusive club and becomes, really one of America's closest allies in the region. And then number two is, are we taking steps that allow the Palestinian people to live a better life? And so, there's a lot of people who find historical traps where they can find excuses not to move forward. But President Trump is focused on creating a bright future, focused on progress and making people's lives better. So I will just say today that this is a big breakthrough. This is something that's public. We have a lot of things that are happening privately right now that are quite excited. And I do believe, again, that over the next years, if the president is able to keep going forward, you're going to see some historic changes in the region that will really make the world a much safer and better place. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Appreciate it. Just actually want to ask you, Advisor O'Brien, you mentioned Anwar Sadat, and I'm just curious, do you see or envision sort of a Sadat, Begin, Carter picture, a moment like that for the leaders? Because that's something I think people remember. I want to say it was 79, but going all the way back then.
Right. No, I think we will have a formal signing ceremony at the White House, and we'll have to see who comes from the various countries, but I would expect that Prime Minister Netanyahu will be here, and either the Crown Prince or one of the other princes would likely be here in Washington. And I think it'll be a great day, and really, as you know, I normally don't talk about things that were said on presidential phone calls, but one of the leaders said that we've had a tough 2020, and this is like the best news of the year. It really is good news. It's a great news story for the American people, and it's been great to see how the press has reacted in a somewhat polarized time. I think this is one of those stories that everybody, regardless of your political stripes are on that sort of thing. Everybody's excited about the fact that a Muslim Arab government is making peace with Israel. Big day, and we'd love to host them here at the White House. I think the president would very much like to host them, and so I think we'll have an event at some point in the not too distant future.
And Jared, if I could follow up on something that you mentioned earlier, you talked about visionary leadership, not just in the region, but in general, including the president, to make something like this happen. He seemed actually fairly positive, albeit maybe cryptically, that maybe something soon could happen again to keep this inertia going with perhaps another country. Is it your sense that, yes, there's a good chance that we could have a similar announcement here in the next, say, 90 days, 80 days?
I do think there's a very good chance. Now, one thing I'll say about the president is that one of the things you see in great leaders is a sense of optimism, and the president is a great leader for the country because he always wants to put forward a positive front and get people to do more than they're capable of doing and help people achieve things that people don't think is possible. And so his optimism is one of his great traits as a leader. I will say here that we have had several discussions. Obviously, we kind of stopped those discussions because this one looked like it was going, and it was very important to the United Arab Emirates to be the first. They wanted to make history and do it, but we do have several more that we've had discussions with, and now we'll continue those discussions to see if we can continue to move forward more. Look, at the end of the day, it's an inevitability, right? People in the world want to move forward. The Middle East has to stand on its own 2 feet. We have some great allies there. We'll continue to work with them and help them, but we'd like to see a security architecture and an economic architecture there where people have the safety and ability to live a better life, to have jobs, to have prosperity, and people need to believe that their children could have a better life than they can. And once that happens, people will choose a job over some of the other less good areas that they're being tempted to go to by the extremists. Thank you.
Thank you. Couple of questions. First, you mentioned the flights. Can you tell us how quickly you expect to actually see those flights begin, embassies to open up, and to what extent is this strategy, in part, strategy and hope that Iran will be further isolated?
I think Iran, if they want to move forward, again, the president's been very clear. He's not going to pay for a meeting, but he's always happy to talk to people. And that's part of him being a deal maker. And that's why, again, he was able to make this deal. He was able to make the deal for the OPEC Plus. He was able to make the U.S., Mexico, Canada deal. He was able to make the Japan trade deal, the Korea deal. We were able to get the FIFA 2026, the Olympics 2028. The president's a deal maker, so he'll always be flexible. I do think, though, seeing the two of the best militaries in the region come together should be something that people take note of, because it shows that, again, people are figuring out how they can optimize. And I do think that Iran has benefited from kind of dividing and conquering. Through their proxies, they've tried to create instability, and they've tried to have the Middle East divided, which is why they've always taken advantage of the Palestinian issue, and they've tried to stoke fear around that issue, and they've used it to keep people from joining together with Israel. You know, no Israeli's ever killed an Emirati, right? There's not that hatred between the people, which is why there's no sense. So I do believe that we will start seeing interactions very quickly, and that both countries are very motivated, both from an economic point of view, from a tourism point of view, from a health point of view, from a technology point of view, to start moving forward quite quickly.
Very, very quickly, if I could just follow up with you. You've been in the headlines recently. Just to give you the opportunity to respond, can you tell us why you were meeting with Kanye West? Did you discuss the election at all in any capacity?
Yeah, so Kanye's been a friend of mine I know him for about 10 years, and we talk every now and then about different things, and we both happen to be in Colorado, and so we got together and we had a great discussion about a lot of things. He has some great ideas for what he'd like to see happen in the country, and that's why he has the candidacy that he's been doing. But again, there's a lot of issues that the president's championed that he admires, and it was just great to have a friendly discussion. Thank you.
Just to follow up on Steve's question, Netanyahu just did a live address tonight, and he said, we received a request to wait temporarily on annexation from President Trump. He said it's a temporary postponement. It is not removed from the table. I'm telling you that. So how long is temporary? Because you said it could be a long time. And did you get guarantees that they will adhere to that?
Somewhere between a long time and a short time. That's what temporary means.
But that's important for them to know how long temporary is. He's saying it's not off the table. It's not canceled. It's only being postponed.
Look, our discussions with the Prime Minister have been very extensive over the last 3.5 years. We have a lot of trust between Israel and America. We've done a lot of historic things together. The people of Israel trust President Trump to make the right decisions that are in the best interests of Israel's security and prosperity. And obviously, Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Trump have a very close relationship. I believe that they will not take action to move forward unless we have an understanding between America and Israel that it's the right action at the right time. And again, it's not like a binary thing to move forward or not. There's a lot of details. There's a lot of things that need to be considered. And we had a lot of those discussions over the coming months, and then obviously put those discussions on hold as this came about. So I imagine at some point in the future, this is something that will be discussed. But today's a great day. This is a big breakthrough. This is a game changer for Israel. It's a game changer for the Middle East, and it's a game changer for the world. So I think for the time being, people are going to focus on that and focus how to optimize from that tremendous opportunity.
Just follow up on this. Can I just...
Did you discuss the campaign, his campaign, with Kanye West?
We had a general discussion more about policy.
Jared, let me ask you about a different deal, one here in Washington. Democrats, Republicans are $2.5 trillion apart, it seems. From your view, do you believe it's possible right now of a phase 4 deal coming together?
Working with President Trump for the last 5 years on the campaign and through government, I would just say that with President Trump, anything's possible. So you never know. The president's accomplished a lot of things that people thought would never be accomplished. But to comment specifically on the deal, I'll leave that up to the negotiators. Since we seem to have exhausted questions on this topic, I'm going to pass it back to Haley. Thank you.
Said earlier, this is part of the deal of isolating Iran. The administration recently revised a UN Security Council resolution to extend the arms embargo on Iran. It is now shorter. It's left a lot of tough language on Iran, but still, there's still a danger of veto from Russia and China. So some observers are saying that the administration is risking losing face if you can't get support over this deal. Can you comment on that?
Well, the first thing is we're always going to do the administration is always going to do the right thing, and President Trump is always going to do the right thing, whether it's losing face or there's a Russian veto or a Chinese veto. If the Chinese or the Russians veto the continuation of the arms embargo and want to start sending arms to Iran and destabilizing the region, that's on them, and that's not on us. So we're always going to take the right position, and not worry about what the Russians or what the Chinese might do at the UN. If we did that, if we worried about that all the time, we'd get nothing done at the UN. We also have other tools that we'll use to deal with Iran to make sure that arms don't flow into Iran, that there's not further destabilization of the region. There are tools that we can use diplomatically, and there are other tools that we have. And nobody in the region wants to see Iran on the receiving end of a bunch of Russian MiGs or Chinese missiles or Chinese drones. The region's made that very clear. We've made that very clear. Israel's made that very clear. So I don't think that's in the interest of anyone in the world. It's not in the interest of global peace and security and prosperity. So we're going to continue to prosecute our case at the UN, and we're going to hope for the best. I hope the Russians and the Chinese do the right thing. They should do the right thing. And if they don't do the right thing, well, we've got backup steps that we'll take.
Whether you also support the snapback option?
Snapback's certainly one of the tools that we could use, and that's something we're looking at very closely. And it wouldn't look, what we're focused on right now is the vote to extend the arms embargo. We'd like a clean rollover of the arms embargo. We'd like to see our allies get behind it. We'd like to see the Russians and Chinese get behind it. I just can't imagine any leader anywhere in the world who thinks it's a good idea to put advanced armaments in the hands of the Ayatollah and his regime. Especially in today's Middle East. I mean, that just makes zero sense whatsoever. So hopefully the countries at the UN, at the Security Council, will do the right thing. They'll roll over the arms embargo and keep it in place. But if that doesn't happen, we'll take steps necessary, and one of those steps could be snapback. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Senior Advisor Jared Kushner and Ambassador O'Brien. And I will take a few of your questions on other matters, if you have any. Yes, Deborah.
Oh, thank you, Kaylee. The president has written memoranda that give 5 states 100% of reimbursement for their National Guard costs dealing with the coronavirus. A number of governors are trying to get on that list too, including Nevada Governor Steve Sisolak. Have you had a chance to set up a time for them to talk? And the National Governors Association says that the criteria for being one of those states that gets 100%, not 75%, aren't clear. Can you tell me, how do you make the cut where you're 100% and not 75%?
So first, let me note that in March, President Trump became the first president to authorize use of the National Guard under Title 32 status with 100% cost share. The president supports the men and women of our National Guard. This is a rarely used tool, but the president was willing to take this decisive action. 75% of the cost share is still giving states tremendous, unprecedented support, and states can utilize their coronavirus relief fund dollars to cover the remaining 25% if they need to. Specifically, a few states made direct cases to the president, and he obliged to support them at 100%, but I won't go state by state as to where things stand.
But can you explain why some states would?
Yes.
Question about payroll tax and the president's comments yesterday. What did he mean by when he said he was going to terminate the payroll tax? And a secondary question, if he's reelected, what should Americans believe about his commitment to Social Security?
Yeah, he has unwavering commitment to Social Security, making sure that it is fully funded and that our seniors are taken care of. I've heard him express that privately and publicly a myriad of times. What he was meaning yesterday is that he wants permanent forgiveness of the deferral. He's, of course, deferred the payroll tax to the end of the year, and he wants to make that a permanent forgiveness of the deferral come next year, because it's very important for specifically low and middle income Americans, since it's a regressive tax.
In the long term, though, does he think that the payroll tax should go away?
The president's very clear on this matter that he wants a permanent forgiveness of the deferral. That's as far as he's gone, and he's gone even further to say he's going to make sure that Social Security is fully funded. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Louis, and then we'll go to you next.
Okay, sure. You voted by the U.S. mail. The president has voted by the U.S. mail. Many of his top people have voted by the mail. Why is he trying to prevent ordinary Americans from voting by mail?
So first, let me note, I've voted absentee. The president's voted absentee. He's always been for voting absentee for a reason. What he is not for is mass mail-in voting, or perhaps, to make it even clearer, mass mail-out voting, where everyone on the voting rolls is mailed out a ballot. Voting rolls in Los Angeles County, for example, you have 117% of the county registered to vote. How does that even make sense? It doesn't. And that would mean that in the least, 17% of the ballots floating around would be subject to potential fraud. So that's what the president is standing firmly against, but he has always been for absentee for a reason. Yes.
Kaylee, we learned today that still roughly 15.5 million Americans are without a job. Nancy Pelosi spoke yesterday with the Treasury Secretary. Seemingly, there was no progress on that call for the 15.5 million Americans and millions others who could absolutely care less about the politics of it all. What would you tell them is coming next, considering that it seems as if nothing is moving policy-wise going forward?
Yeah, what I would say is this. Secretary Mnuchin said yesterday, I am willing to move forward with legislation that provides funds to schools, childcare, food, vaccines, hospitals, PPP for small businesses, rental assistance, broadband, airports, state and local government assistance and liability protection for universities, schools, and businesses. He's been unmistakable, this administration has and this president has. We're willing to move forward on that. What we're not willing to do is rubber stamp a behemoth $3.4 trillion deal that the Democrats put forward that was fundamentally unserious, that would have made ballot harvesting mainstream, that was a Democrat wish list. That's what we'll not move forward with. But this president, out of anyone, has taken action, serious action on eviction protection, serious action on unemployment insurance, on a payroll tax cut, student loan forgiveness in his executive capacity. And what I would say, the state of things now is, you have Nancy Pelosi saying we were willing to come down $1 trillion if they came up $1 trillion. Well, it's fundamentally unserious because the Democrats, the chief of staff has told me, wouldn't even tell us what they would take out of the $1 trillion. So they said we'd come down $1 trillion, but wouldn't list out the things that they would take out of their Democrat wish list. So Nancy Pelosi needs to come back from recess and negotiate because the American people deserve better.
There are some conservatives who have made the argument that $3 trillion, give or take, has already been spent and no more needs to be spent. If there isn't a deal that is viable, is the White House of the position that since $3 trillion has been spent, it's okay, we don't need to spend any more?
No, the president is all about what is best for America's families. He wants to see funding for our schools, direct payments to Americans. He's protected the American people in every way he can in his executive capacity. But as you noted, in terms of the fiscal cost of things and the height of this, when the economy was shut down, there was a $2 trillion deal negotiated. Next after that, when the economy was reopened, it was a $1 trillion deal. So for the Democrats to say we want more than what we even negotiated and passed during an economic shutdown, and to say we need $3.4 trillion, it's really an unserious proposal. Kevin.
Thank you, Kaylee. Your reaction to unemployment claims dipping below 1 million, 1.7 million new jobs as well, and blue state governors are politicizing school closures, says the president. What did he mean by that?
Yeah, what he means by that is that when you look around the world, many countries in the Western world have opened their schools, and that we as the United States can do the same. We can find a way. The president, the White House has released guidance as to how to make that happen. And he doesn't want a decision that is so important for our children to be politicized, because he believes it's in the public health interest of the child to be back in school. And I've listed out for you all the reasons for that previously. And what was your first question?
The unemployment claims dipping below 1 million. How surprised are you that that's the figure and the direction we're going?
I'm not surprised, because under this president, he was the great jobs president once, brought us the greatest economy in modern history once, and he'll do it again. And this is more evidence of that, to see unemployment claims dip below 1 million, coming on the backs of a July jobs report that exceeded expectations. And of course, the 2 blockbuster jobs reports before that. It goes in line with the manufacturing ISM good numbers that we saw and many other metrics. This is the president who's already making sure we have an economic rebound that outpaces Europe and other countries as well. Steve.
Has the president been briefed on the Russian coronavirus vaccine? Does he think it's a workable vaccine?
The president has been briefed on that. He's also been briefed on our own vaccine progress. One thing to note, and I believe Dr. Fauci made this point, our vaccines go through rigorous phase 3 clinical trial where we have 30,000 individuals that we test to make sure it's perfectly healthy and moving forward. So that's the kind of standard we have for American vaccines, and it's important that we do that. But we do think that we'll have a vaccine by the end of the year, and the president, in advance of that, is manufacturing hundreds of millions of doses of these vaccines in anticipation of one being successful. Chanel.
Thank you, Kaylee. Going back to Iran and Russia as geopolitical actors in the Middle East, there have been wellsprings of instability there, as we discussed, but how confident is this White House that Iran and Russia are finally going to be placed in their respective lanes in the advent of this deal and deals to come?
Well, look, we believe that there's a big contrast here in where this administration stands and the previous administration. And when you look at the, the Obama-Biden administration, they cozied up to America's enemies. The Iran deal was egregious. We know that there were cash payouts to Iran. And what this president has done is diametrically opposite, working with our allies, working with Israel, negotiating a historic peace agreement like hasn't been seen in a quarter of a century. So when you work with our allies, when you engage in diplomacy, when you have a great deal maker as president, you get deals like what we saw today, and it's stark contrast to what we saw from the previous administration.
Yes.
Does the president share former Vice President Biden's view that annexation would virtually end any chance of a two-state solution that would secure Israel's future as a Jewish and democratic state and uphold the right of Palestinians to a state of their own?
Yes, so I'm not going to go any further into the state of Middle East piece. I'd refer you to NSC on that, but today we're focusing on the historic agreement that's been made. Yes.
Was the president aware about these 2,000 letters between him and Chairman Kim that apparently are going to be published in the new Bob Woodward book? Did he sign off on that?
I haven't even looked into that or spoken to him about that. We're focused today on providing relief to the American people and the historic deal. Mario.
Thank you, Kaylee. Will the president's executive order on WeChat block Apple from distributing that app on their platform? And if so, what does the administration say about concerns that it could be kneecapping an American company and diminishing its competitiveness?
So the only remarks I have for you today on TikTok and WeChat are this. The president, he signed those two executive orders exercising his authority under the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to address the threats posed by TikTok and WeChat. The administration is committed to protecting the American people from all cyber threats, and these apps collect significant amounts of private data on users, and such information can be accessed and used by the PRC. And TikTok has a documented history of censoring free speech to conform to CCP propaganda, and we take the data of Americans very seriously. One other thing I wanted to clear up is that Speaker Pelosi has been fundamentally unserious in these negotiations and engaging in blatant partisanship. One thing she said recently is that she needs $3.5 billion with a B for election funding. That is a fundamentally unserious ask for this reason. I talked to the Office of Management and Budget. They said states have been given over $1.2 billion in election assistance grants since fiscal year 2018, and we estimate that they've spent less than a sixth of that funding in these 3 years, and still have over $1 billion of those funds sitting around right now that have not been spent. So we encourage for Speaker Pelosi to follow in the footsteps of the suggestion of Congressman Ro Khanna of her own party, who said, I think Congress should be in session. I think it's absurd for Congress to be going on a break during a pandemic and a national crisis. I can tell you one person who hasn't been on a break. It's this president providing relief for the American people. Thank you, and he'll be out here at 5:30. Thanks so much.
All right, that was Kaylee giving a briefing at the White House and reminding everyone that, 5:30 Eastern, President Trump will be having a news briefing in this very room. Of course, we'll have it for you on News Now from Fox. Before Kaylee got up there, they were talking about the peace deal that happened between Israel and the UAE. Let's hear from President Trump from earlier when he was talking about that deal that just came today.
And as you know, Mohammed is one of the great leaders of the Middle East. After 49 years, Israel and the United Arab Emirates will fully normalize their diplomatic relations. They will exchange embassies and ambassadors and begin cooperation across the board and on a broad range of areas, including tourism, education, healthcare, trade, and security. This is a truly historic moment. Not since the Israel-Jordan peace treaty was signed more than 25 years ago has so much progress been made towards peace in the Middle East. By uniting two of America's closest and most capable partners in the region, something which said could not be done, this deal is a significant step towards building a more peaceful, secure, and prosperous Middle East. Now that the ice has been broken, I expect more Arab and Muslim countries will follow the United Arab Emirates lead, and I want to just thank them for being. It's not surprising, knowing Mohammed so well, it's not surprising they are in that lead position, and normalize relations with Israel. We are already discussing this with other nations, very powerful, very good nations, and people that want to see peace in the Middle East. So you will probably see others of these, but this is the first one in more than 25 years. This deal will allow much greater access to Muslims from throughout the world to visit the many historic sites in Israel, which the Muslims want to see very badly and have wanted to see for many, many decades, and to peacefully pray at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which is a very special place for them. My first trip as president was to Saudi Arabia in May of 2017, and my speech to the assembled leaders of 54 Muslim countries. Every single one was by their leader, their number one leader. It was an amazing, really an incredible event, very important event. I made clear that the problems of the Middle East can only be solved when people of all faiths come together to fight Islamic extremism and pursue economic opportunity for people of all faiths. And when you look at what's happening, you're seeing a lot of progress is being made that nobody thought could possibly be made. And things are happening that I can't talk about, but they're extremely positive. I want to thank the leaders of Israel and the UAE for their courage and for their leadership to forge this tremendous agreement. It will be known as the Abraham Accord, and I'd like to ask our ambassador, David Friedman, to please explain why we're doing and calling it the Abraham Accord. David?
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and congratulations to you on brokering this historic peace agreement. Abraham, as many of you know, was the father of all three great faiths. He's referred to as Abraham in the Christian faith, Ibrahim in the Muslim faith, and Avraham in the Jewish faith. And no person better symbolizes the potential for unity among all these three great faiths than Abraham, and that's why this accord has been given that name.
It's a great thing. I wanted it to be called the Donald J. Trump Accord, but I didn't think the press would understand that, so I didn't do that. Avi, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's really been the honor of my life to work in your administration. I think this reaffirms your commitment to Israel, to the stability in the region. Just a historic accomplishment, and it's peace. Peace is a beautiful thing, and it's something that everybody in the country should celebrate, I hope. And I'm just so honored to be here and serve in your administration.
Well, you've done a great job, and Jared has done a fantastic job. People don't really understand the things that he's able to do. He's done a fantastic job on this, and you and your team, nobody else could have done it. I don't think anybody else could have done it. Jared, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would like to say that I want to thank the President for his leadership on this historic peace effort. The President, like with all things, urged us to take an untraditional approach. You can't solve problems that have gone unsolved by doing it the same way that people before you have tried and failed. The President takes untraditional approaches. He does things in different ways, but he uses common sense, and he tries to unite people by focusing on common interests as opposed to allowing them to focus on their common grievances. And what happened was here is we were able to achieve results that others were not able to achieve, and this will advance the region, and this will advance the whole world. I would like to say to the people of the region, Muslims, Jews, Christians, that this does give hope, that the problems of the past do not condemn you to a future with conflict. There is a lot of hope and a lot of potential, and this will benefit you, and this will also benefit people here in America, because in America, we used to have a big dependency on the Middle East for gas and for oil. Thanks to your leadership, America is now energy independent. We no longer have that, but a lot of American soldiers have fought for securing our allies in that region and making more peace there. Lessons our need as a country to have as many soldiers in that region, and lessons our need to have as many conflicts in that region. And obviously radical extremism, which we see as a cancer that has infected so many areas in the world. A lot of the extremists have used these conflicts to recruit people and to say that the mosque is under attack and that Muslims don't have access to the mosque. And now this will enable people to take flights from Dubai and Abu Dhabi directly to Tel Aviv. Muslims will be welcome in Israel, and this will create better interfaith exchange. So this is a tremendous step forward for peace in the world, for America, for Israel, for Abu Dhabi, and all would not have been possible without your leadership. So I just want to thank you.
Very much. Thank you, Jared. What a great job. And what Jared said is so that we don't have to be there anymore. We don't need oil. We don't need anything there except friendship We have some great friends. These are two countries that have been great friends, and we've been great friends to them. But we no longer have to be there. It started off when we had to be there, but as of a few years ago, we don't have to be there. We don't have to be patrolling the straits. We're doing things that other countries wouldn't do, but we put ourselves over the last few years in a position where we no longer have to be in areas that at one point were vital. And that's a big statement, but we are there for our friends, and we always will be there for our friends. Robert, would you say a few words?
Mr. President, thank you. The point I want to make, Mr. President, you inherited a Middle East that was a mess when you came into office, and this is one more historic step in bringing peace to the Middle East. First of all, there was a caliphate that was raging, an ISIS caliphate, and that physical caliphate was destroyed, and you brought justice to al-Baghdadi. You reassured our friends in Israel who had suffered at the end of the last administration with the UN resolution. You moved the capital to Jerusalem. You recognized the Golan Heights. In the broader region, you had a very difficult situation in Afghanistan where we were American soldiers were coming home injured, wounded, sadly in some cases dead. You've got a peace agreement now with the Taliban, and we're going to have less than half the number of troops in Afghanistan that were there when you started your term of office. And now you've brought about this historic peace deal between the UAE and Israel. This is the first time in 25 years that Israel and an Arab country have normalized diplomatic relations and entered into a peace deal. And they're the two most capable countries in the Middle East, two very capable, very skilled, very innovative allies of the United States. So it's great for Israel, it's great for the UAE, but it's also great for the American people. So you came into office with a region that was really aflame, and you've brought peace to that region, and there's more to come. And so it's an honor to be part of your team, Mr. President, and to serve under your leadership.
We do have a lot more to come in the Middle East. A lot of very positive things are happening, and you'll be seeing that taking place. But when we can get a leader like UAE to head the band and get along with Israel, that's a very big step. Would you please say a few words? You've done such a fantastic job. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Trump administration made history today. It's been an honor to be a part of this team that Jared has led. Peace between the Arabs and the Israelis is Iran's worst nightmare, and no one has done more to intensify the conflict between the Arabs and Israelis than Iran. And what we see today is a new Middle East. The trend lines are very different today, and we see the future is very much in the Gulf and with Israel, and the past is with the Iranian regime. It clings to power on the basis of brute force. It has lost. It's facing a crisis of legitimacy and credibility with its own people, and the president's maximum pressure campaign has achieved historic results.
Thank you. Great job you've done. Would you like to say something?
Yes, sir. As a soldier who's been in every war since Desert Storm, it is an honor and a privilege for your leadership, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed and Prime Minister Netanyahu, to get to peace. So your vision and those leaders' vision on what we can do in the future is just incredible. So I would thank you as a soldier.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Would anybody like to say a few words? Anybody here? Because you were saying plenty of words during that negotiation. And they got very quiet in front of the media. That happens on occasion.
Mr. President, it's
Yes,
a
please.
historic moment. Thank you for letting us all be part of this. It is really extraordinary. Nothing is more important than peace. This is an unbelievable moment, and I would just echo what Brian Hook said. Your maximum pressure campaign, under your leadership, we've had the strongest sanctions on Iran, and your commitment to make sure that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon is part of the most important legacy for peace in the Middle East.
So which is easier, dealing with the Democrats or dealing with the Middle East?
Well, a lot of people never thought you'd get this type of deal, so I'll be hopeful that we can deal with the Democrats.
The Middle East is more reasonable. Actually. I'd like you two guys to say a couple of words. You've been so instrumental. Please.
Sir, it's a privilege to serve in your administration. This is a remarkable achievement that'll stand the test of time. And we look forward to the prosperity and the peace this brings to the Middle East and the ways we'll be able to leverage that for the United States national interest. So it's a privilege, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I would just echo what Rob said. Thank you for the opportunity to be part, and especially I want to thank Avi and the opportunity to serve in his negotiating team and to do something so historic. Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. President. This really changes the world.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you all very much. This is very
Could you just describe the tenor of the conversation you had with the two other leaders? Was there any hesitation on their part reaching this deal?
No, it was like in love. It was a tremendous relationship has been built up over the last, I would say, year. Before that, it was very tense, as everything in the Middle East is. It's very tense. It's a very tense place. But it's becoming less tense, and I have great relationships with all of the leaders. And some are enemies against each other, and I get along with both. That's, I guess, the big thing. People don't understand that about me. I've gotten along. Remember when I was elected, they said the war will start with somebody within days, and I've kept us out of war. You look at North Korea, everybody said, including President Obama, that's the biggest problem. Everybody said you'd be at war. Well, we're not at war. You would have been at war if I wasn't elected. It was somebody else. Now we're doing very well in the Middle East, and I'll tell you what, it's been an incredible thing. But no, it was tense, but the relationship has become a very good one between UAE and Israel, and also with other countries, many other countries. And I think you'll be seeing some very exciting things, including ultimately with the Palestinians. I think that's going to be happening at some point, because it makes a lot of sense for them to let it happen.
Do you support annexation of Palestinian land by Israelis at this point?
Well, we're talking to Israel about that right now, actually.
What about the snapback auction on Iran? Do you support that?
Oh, you really know your stuff, don't you? Well, we're not going to talk to you about that. We're going to work something out, and then we'll talk after it's completed. But it'll be a very satisfactory.
Why now did they come to an agreement?
We've been working on this for a long time. It's been a labor of love for a lot of the people in this room. And a lot of them love Israel, and a lot of them love the Middle East, and they love the countries that we're talking about, like UAE as an example, standing right here. And it's been a labor of love. They know it has to happen. And I don't want to be speaking too much about it, but if you look what's happened since I broke up that ridiculous Iran nuclear deal, money isn't going to some horrible, horrible groups, and you haven't seen the kind of terrorism that you saw before. Now, I don't like saying it, because all of a sudden they'll say we've got to do something, but you know what? They're not getting money because Iran isn't giving money, and I appreciate that. But Iran is going through very difficult times, and I appreciate that. And I'll say this, and I can say it very publicly, that if I win the election, I will have a deal made with Iran within 30 days. They'll make a very fast deal. They're dying to make a deal, but they'd much rather negotiate with sleepy Joe Biden than with us.
Why did Joe?
But we'll be having a deal made very, very quickly. But, you know, rightfully they're waiting till after the election, because there's nothing China, Iran, Russia, all of them would like to see more than have Trump be defeated where they can deal with Joe Biden, because that would be like a dream. And this was something that was very exciting. We thought this would be the first country. He's a great leader. Mohammed's a great leader. And we're very happy that he was the first country, I would say. And you're going to see many other things happening in the Middle East over a fairly short period of time. But this is the first time in more than 25 years. And UAE is big stuff. UAE is very powerful, very strong, has one of the strongest militaries. It's big stuff.
Do you know when the delegations are going to meet specifically?
Very soon. I guess they're setting up the meetings. Do you have any time?
I think the next several weeks, Mr. President. Then we expect that there will be a meeting here at the White House with the leaders.
There'll be an official signing at the White House over the next few weeks. Okay? And other than that, we'll meet you at 5:30 or so. We'll talk, and we'll actually take one of your questions. Okay?
All right, guys.
That was from earlier today, but there's a live look right now of We're waiting for Vice President Mike Pence in Iowa. As soon as that happens, we will bring it to you right here on News Now. Also waiting to see if we'll get any remarks from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris about their COVID-19 briefing that they just had. We will wait and see on that. In the meantime, let's show you from earlier today, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi blasting President Trump and Vice President Mike Pence on the way they handle the COVID-19 crisis. Let's bring that to you here on News Now from Fox.
750,000 Americans have become sick, have been added to the infected list. 3.75 million people added to the list. 77,000 people have died. Tens of millions more people are out of work. Clearly, the virus did not take a pause. When sometimes some of you reporters ask, why can't we resolve our differences? I want you to see how vast those differences are. It's no wonder we have a vast difference, because this administration and the Republicans in Congress have never understood the gravity of the situation. For months, and even until now, they have ignored the science. They called it a hoax. By miracle it would go away. I'm a deeply religious person. I believe in miracles, and I believe the miracle of science will help us through this. Magically it would go away. It was a hoax. No, they are the hoax. And so the virus has picked up steam, and like a freight train, is coming down the tracks. And they, like a convoy, going as slow as the slowest ship, are going so slowly that at that rate, they'll never overtake the virus. We cannot let that stand. And again, let's just talk about it from the standpoint of the children. As you know, as mother of 5, grandmother of 9, advisor to people with children, whether they want my advice or not, I want to just talk about the children. Millions of children in our country are food insecure. That has existed before the virus. It is completely exacerbated because of the virus. And so in the bill, we have over $60 billion to meet the hunger needs of the American people. Food stamps, WIC, Women, Infant, and Children Initiative, food banks, other food nutrition initiatives. In the GOP that came out a couple of weeks ago, $250,000. $60 billion, $250,000. Does that say anything about a value system? Millions of families are on the verge of eviction in our country. We tried to get this legislation earlier in early COVID bills. They rejected it. Now the moratorium has come to an end. We need a moratorium. Yes, they said the president was going to do a moratorium. That would have been great. But a moratorium without money is not that great. The Princeton Eviction Lab, the Low-Income Housing Coalition, all of these authorities have told us it will take about $90 billion in the current situation. We had $100 billion in the HEROES Act. They have zero, nothing. Testing and tracing. If we do not defeat the virus, we're never going to be able to open our economy and open our schools safely to send our children to school. $75 billion. They had 15, they went up, we'll go up to 16. 16, this is what they went up to. Since the bill 90 days ago, and the fact that we were hopeful that if we could pass it then we could stop the spread of the virus, But since we didn't, the virus has taken its additional toll. It has made matters worse in terms of opening the schools. So we've increased our number because the Association of School Superintendents say we need at least $200 billion in order to safely open the schools, and that does not include $4 billion. They were very precise for technologies for kids for virtual learning, remote learning. They have 105. But what's interesting about their 105 is the bulk of what they have in the bill goes to only schools that are opening actually. Only schools that are opening actually. Of the 100 largest, see, we learn every day from those who are on the front lines instead of those who are on the sidelines. From the 100 biggest, the largest school districts in the country, the 100 largest, 62 of those largest districts have declared that they will open virtually, completely virtually, remote learning. Another 15 or so, hybrid. A small number, actual. But the president's money, he says, will go to the schools that open actually, when it is a small percentage of those 100 top schools. So again, for the children to go to school, it relates to the rate of infection in the community in which they live, and there are formulas for this that the scientists have put forth. It also is about money, about if you're going to have children in school, you must have more spacing. If you have more spacing, you need more rooms, and if you need more rooms, you need more teachers. You need better ventilation. The number of schools, nearly half the schools do not have the appropriate ventilation system as it is, much less to contain a pandemic. For the teachers, for the support staff, and all that go into opening up a school, it takes money. And we have shown them, well documented by experts in the field, that to do virtual, to do actual, and to do hybrid cost about the same amount of money. So for the president to say he's going to put the bulk of his money into schools that only open actually ignores the needs of our children and their safely being able to go back to school. We all want our kids to go back to, well, my grandkids to go back to school, have every version of the story. Public school, Catholic school, private school, people who teach, as well as my grandchildren who go there. It's a problem. See, again, we keep coming back to the virus and the children. As you know, they have said testing is overrated. They've said tracing doesn't really work. They've mocked the masks, the distancing, and the rest, but it has.
All right, folks, we are stepping away from Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi. Coming to the podium right now is Joe Biden in Delaware after he was just briefed on the COVID-19 pandemic with Kamala Harris.
We heard today again, which is the normal briefing I get with two added experts on the call, about a range of issues. We talked about school openings. We talked about the distribution of a vaccine if and when one arrives and what plans are being made for it. We talked about significantly about the racial disparities that exist and how it is COVID-19 is affecting different races differently. And we talked about the continued lack of PPE, protective equipment, and testing capacity and the like. But, I've put out a comprehensive plan over the last 3 months on each of these things. But today, I want to talk about one thing, very straightforward. It doesn't have anything to do with Democrats, Republicans, or independents. It has to do with a simple proposition. Every single American should be wearing a mask when they're outside for the next 3 months at a minimum. Every governor should mandate mandatory mask wearing. The estimates by the experts are it will save over 40,000 lives in the next 3 months. 40,000 lives. The people act responsibly. And it's not about your rights, it's about your responsibilities as an American. The fact is that as Americans are lining up to give blood, Americans volunteer all their time for food banks and local charities, supporting their neighbors that are in need. Well, this is no different. Wearing a mask is less about you contracting the virus, although it does help depending on the mask, but it's about preventing other people from getting sick. Wearing a mask will give the life of a clerk in your local store, your letter carrier, your child's teacher. It will increase their prospects of not contracting the virus. Even though it's uncomfortable, we're not used to it. Wearing a mask is going to get our kids back to school sooner and safer. Wearing a mask, every American wearing a mask outdoors is going to get our businesses back and to full strength long term. And we're going to get our country back on track. But again, when I get occasionally confronted with a person in public about wearing a mask, I say, look, this is America. Be a patriot. Protect your fellow citizens. Protect your fellow citizens. Step up. Do the right thing. Do the right thing. There's overwhelming evidence that the mask, and depending on the type of mask you wear, increases exponentially the prospect that you, if you are a carrier and you don't even know it, that you will not infect anyone when you cough, sneeze, sing, shout. A lot of people are dying. We're up over 160,000 people dead so far. And I'll end by saying that it goes back to the study some months ago by Columbia University, saying that we didn't have to be this way. If the president had acted sooner, would have saved, just 1 week earlier, would have saved 30-some thousand lives. 2 weeks earlier, I think it was 51 or 57,000 lives. I hope we've learned a lesson. Hope the president has learned the lesson. But again, this is not about Democrat, Republican, or Independent. It's about saving Americans' lives. So let's institute a mask mandate nationwide, starting immediately, and we will save lives. The estimates are we'll save over 40,000 lives in the next 3 months if that is done. Now let me turn it over to my colleague and running mate. She has a few comments to make.
Thanks, Joe. That's what real leadership looks like. We just witnessed real leadership, which is Joe Biden said that as a nation, we should all be wearing a mask for the next 3 months because it will save lives. And the thing about Joe that the American people know is that his role of leadership in our country has always been about doing what's best for the people of our country, best for their health, their well-being, and for their families. That's what real leadership looks like. And when Joe talks about his priorities, he knows and he cares about the fact that we have, as a nation, witnessed 165,000 people who just in the last few months have died in our country. We know that those individuals represent families, loved ones, grandparents, parents, sisters and brothers, aunts and uncles of people who are mourning their loss every day. So what real leadership looks like is Joe Biden, to speak up, sometimes telling us the stuff that we don't necessarily want to hear, but we need to know. And the need for this mandatory mask wearing will also be about what Joe has articulated and what a Biden-Harris administration will do in terms of creating a pandemic testing board to get tens of millions of testing kits where needed, to build a public health jobs corps, hiring at least 100,000 Americans to lead us through contact tracing as soon as we take office, and to chart a clear path forward for a safe and effective vaccine and guarantee every American, equal access to it by investing $25 billion, which is Joe's plan, $25 billion in manufacturing and distribution. And when Joe talks about this, I think it's important that the American people looking at the election coming up ask the current occupant of the White House, when am I going to get vaccinated? When am I actually going to get vaccinated? Because there may be some grand gestures offered by the current president about a vaccine, but it really doesn't matter until you can answer the question, when am I going to get vaccinated? So again, Joe Biden is about real leadership in our country, and I'm honored to be with you, Joe. Thank you.
All right, so no questions being answered once again from Joe Biden and Kamala Harris after doing a brief briefing with the media there after they were just briefed there on the COVID-19 pandemic. We continue to bring you the very latest right here on News Now from Fox, always joining you worldwide here on News Now. But yeah, once again, not taking any questions from the press there once again. All right, folks, we are now going to go over to Iowa, where we are awaiting Vice President Mike Pence to give a rally speech in Iowa.
State, Indiana, but we'll forgive him, right? We'll make him an honorary Iowan. But, you know, folks, he loves farmers. Being the governor of Indiana, he loves farmers, and he really gets it. So, folks, I am the junior senator from the great state of Iowa. I am Joni Ernst. I don't want you to forget that. November 3rd is coming quickly, okay? But I was raised on a small farm in southwest Iowa, and I am so proud of that. I still call Montgomery County home. I'm so glad to have been raised there by the folks back home, really a community that raised me, but my folks instilled values, hard work, you name it, in me, that all of us farm kids have. But I did work my way through college, Iowa State graduate. And I have dedicated my life to serving Iowans and, of course, our great country. I have served as a county auditor for Montgomery County. I have served as a battalion commander in our great Iowa Army National Guard. Thank you. Thank you. I have served as a state senator representing Southwest Iowa, and now great honor as the United States Senator. And so what I'd like to do is describe what we have in front of us, folks. Here we have two roads. Okay, this election is about choosing a direction for our country. And ahead of us, we have those two roads. So on one hand, we have the road of freedom, prosperity, and choice. Okay, it sounds like a pretty darn good road to me. On the other hand, you have a road of the radical left. And on that road, it is paved by those radical environmentalist policies that are so detrimental to Iowa agriculture. They are paved with abortion on demand. They are paved with the Second Amendment rollback, that Nancy Pelosi has been proposing. And of course, the hopes and dreams of every coastal elite. That's the other road. You know, I'm going to choose that first road, and that's the road of prosperity, of freedom, and of choice. and I hope that you'll come and take that road with me. So this is the road I am going to fight for. I know that you are going to fight for that road. And of course, this is the road that Donald Trump and Mike Pence are fighting for as well. Are we going to support them? Folks, they understand that right here in Iowa, our American dream is still alive and still doing well, because we will continue to fight for that right here in the heartland. Now, for all of our farmers out there, anybody involved in agriculture? Oh my gosh, that's most of you. Thank you so much. So on that small farm that I was raised on, and I think some of you will probably have this same experience too, is, you know, I grew up around hogs, right? I think you've all seen my ad from 6 years ago. We know what to do with those hogs. But we were taught to work with our hands. We were taught to clean out those stalls, shoveling what they now call organic fertilizer. You know, whatever the left wants to call it today. But I walked beans, and of course we worked really, really hard. But that upbringing really did shape who I am today in very, very profound ways. And understanding that every job is worth doing. And folks, we are feeding and fueling a nation right here in the state of Iowa. So, yeah, and kudos to all of you. Thank you for doing that. So, folks, it is easy to give cheap talk about agriculture. And there are some engaged in this race, like my opponent, Teresa Greenfield, that is offering up a lot of cheap talk about agriculture. But those that are engaged in it know that it is 24/7. And you know what? Sometimes you got get a little dirty and get in the mud, right? Sounds a lot like politics. But we are going to fight through this. And I know our farmers will never forget how bad Barack Obama was for farmers. Think back. Think back. Catchphrase, WOTUS, Waters of the United States, and what an overreaching, overburdensome regulation that was on our Iowa agriculture, on our farmers and our ranchers. And of course, Joe Biden and Teresa Greenfield are both hiding. The catchphrase for Teresa Greenfield right now is hiding with Biden. Okay? So she's hiding with Biden. And I'm wondering if Joe Biden and Teresa Greenfield are going to come out of their basements long enough to say whether they support a plan like Barack Obama did that would regulate most of Iowa's cropland. You know, I'd love to hear an answer, at least one answer, from Teresa Greenfield. Now, the Democrats in this country, they have gotten in lockstep with the plans called the Green New Deal. How many of you have heard of that? Yeah, that's what I thought, folks. I hear from you every day, and I'm taking that big old boo to Washington, D.C. Okay? Yeah. No Green New Deal. Because it is a rotten deal for farmers. But together alongside our farmers and our producers, we have fought day in and day out for Iowa's farmers, our ag industry, our biofuels industry. We've kept our farm economy strong. We've expanded opportunities for farmers to make a living around the globe, and even during this pandemic. So folks, again, let's go back to those two roads. The one road is the road of freedom, prosperity, and choice. The other one, I'm not even going to go over it again, because we don't need that. We don't need fundamental change to our great United States of America, because, folks, we keep getting it right. Freedom, prosperity, and choice. That's what we need right here. So I'd I've said it once, I've said it twice, I've said it a dozen times, that this is going to be a tough election cycle, and we need all of you out there participating. And I've let everyone know that I am a fighter. I am a fighter, and we are going to keep pressing on through the very last minutes and hours of this election cycle, because we have to hold this seat, and we have to hold the White House. And that's why it is such an honor for me to be on this stage today introducing a man that I've known for many, many, many years. I'm a great admirer of this gentleman. He served in so many different capacities, from Congress to governor of the great state of Indiana. He is none other than our Vice President, Mike Pence, and he'll join me on the stage. Please give a warm Iowa welcome to our Vice President.
She stood in the street, smiling from my head to her feet. I said, hey, what is this? Now, baby, maybe she's in me.
Well, hello, Iowa. It is great to be back in the Hawkeye State. To Governor Kim Reynolds, to Senator Joni Ernst, to Chairman Jeff Kaufman, to all of the great Americans who are gathered here today, thank you for coming and being a part of a national movement. Farmers and Ranchers for Trump. I want to thank Joni Ernst for those great words, and thank your governor. I'll have more to say about both of them in a minute, but I got to tell you, the state of Iowa is truly blessed to have a principled conservative who serves this nation in uniform and who fights for the Hawkeye State every single day. Senator Joni Ernst is a national treasure. Now, I know we're all gathering here at a time of great progress, great hope, a time of choosing right around the corner. Before I get started, let me take a moment to address what I know is on the hearts of every Iowan and, frankly, people all across the heartland of this country. The derecho that destroyed millions of acres of crops, left hundreds of thousands of Iowans without power, and tragically took the lives of 2 Iowans and 1 Missourian. I must tell you, when I heard about this storm, as a lifelong Hoosier, I was taken aback to hear of the magnitude of this storm and its impact. I just met with families who literally have seen virtually their entire crop wiped out. But they were standing strong, standing together. I assured them that they and all of those that have been impacted by this derecho are on the hearts and in the prayers of millions of Americans. But let me say, on behalf of the President of the United States and our administration, I want Iowans to know we are with you, we are going to stay with you, and we will work with your governor and your senators to make sure that we bring Iowa all the way back, bigger and stronger than ever before. I promise. But it really is great to be in Iowa. You know, from the first day of this administration, this president has stood strong with the people of this state. I promise you he always will. He loves this great state, and I got to tell you, as a son of the heartland, I feel right at home. But it's why I'm here today. I'm here because Iowa and America need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. And while you're at it, we need 6 more years of Senator Joni Ernst in the United States Senate. And let me also say the President and I and Senator Ernst and your great governor need the great state of Iowa to send Marionette Miller Meeks and David Young to Washington, D.C. Two great leaders. But thank you all for coming out today. I know that in the summertime, the Iowa State Fairgrounds is usually a little busier. But these are no ordinary times in which we live. But it's still a joy to be with all of you today. But I want to tell you, I'm here because I stand with President Donald Trump. When this president stands up for faith and family and the American flag, I stand with President Donald Trump. When this president stands up to the radical left and their socialist agenda, we stand with President Donald Trump. And when this president fights for America's farmers and ranchers and knows that the strength of this nation begins with the men and women who work the land, we stand with President Donald Trump. You know, 4 years ago, a movement was born. The movement of everyday Americans from every walk of life. And here in Iowa, you knew we could be strong again. You knew we could be prosperous again. You said yes to President Donald Trump in 2016, and I know Iowa's going to say yes to 4 more years of President Donald Trump in 2020. You know, the choice in this election couldn't be clearer. And the stakes couldn't be higher. In this president, you have a leader who's literally done more for this country's economy, more to strengthen our military, more to stand for the God-given liberties enshrined in the founding documents of this nation than any president in my lifetime. You know, when I think of the last 3.5 years, I think only one way you can describe it. Years of action. It's been 3 results. It's been 3 years of promises made and promises kept. But we're just getting started, Iowa. Literally. workers and hospitals across this nation. We've been working around the clock since February of this year, developing new therapeutics, medicines that are becoming increasingly available across the country. And I'm proud to say I believe we will have a vaccine for the coronavirus by the end of this year. Only in America. Only under the leadership of President Donald Trump. Now, we have a ways to go, and we all have a role to play to continue to protect the vulnerable, to put the health of others first, to save lives. And I know the people of Iowa will do as you've done all along the way. You'll do just that. You'll put the health of others first. And I must tell you, not a day has gone by since the President tapped me to lead the White House Coronavirus Task Force that we haven't thought of families that have suffered loss. And today I know our hearts, and I encourage your prayers for the more than 160,000 American families that have lost loved ones, including here in Iowa. But I must tell you, our hearts are also full of gratitude for the lives that have been saved by the incredible first responders, doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers across this nation. Their efforts have been nothing short of heroic, and you have our thanks. And let me also say, President Trump and I couldn't be more grateful for the extraordinary leadership and character of Governor Kim Reynolds. She has done an amazing job leading this state through challenging times, and Governor Kim Reynolds will bring Iowa all the way back. And the American economy is coming back. You know, it's amazing to think at the height of this pandemic, our economy had lost 22 million jobs. But because of that solid foundation that we poured in those first 3 years of less taxes, more free and fair trade, more American energy, an American comeback has begun. And from that height of 22 million jobs lost, as of just a short time ago, this economy has already added back 9.3 million jobs, and we're just getting started. And I'll make you a promise, and the governor knows we mean it. As you in the Hawkeye State and people all across the country continue to contend with this pandemic, we will not rest, we will not relent, we will spare no expense and no effort until Iowa and America put the coronavirus in the past and we bring America all the way back. We open up America and open up America's schools. We open up America and open up America's schools. And to do that, we'll all do our part. But to bring America all the way back, we also need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. But with this president and this administration, it always begins with farmers and ranchers. And to bring America all the way back, we're going to keep fighting for America's farmers and ranchers and for each and every one of you. You know, this president, I mentioned before, has already not just cut taxes for family farms and ranches, but this president's also been busy rolling back red tape at a record level. President Trump has signed more bills cutting federal red tape than any president in American history. And as Senator Ernst just reflected, and I was there the day he signed it, this president signed a measure to ensure that farmers and ranchers are able to control their own private property. We repealed the waters of the USA rule and restored private property rights here in Iowa and all across America. And where past administrations turned their backs on farmers and ethanol producers, President Trump told the people of Iowa this administration will work to expand ethanol markets. And that's just what we've done. And last year, you might remember, the president traveled to Council Bluffs and announce that E15 is now available year-round. Promises made, promises kept. The truth is, after decades of being held back, America is now a net exporter of energy around the world for the first time in 75 years. And we'll continue to fight to expand ethanol as a part of America's vital energy industry. We're securing our nation's future through energy independence and American energy dominance. The truth is, under this president's leadership, we're setting records every day. And with the strong leadership of Senator Joni Ernst, and with the strong and principled and unwavering conservative leadership of Senator Chuck Grassley, this president announced an agreement on renewable fuel standards that ensures a 15 billion gallon ethanol will be blended into the fuel supply in 2020. Iowa's farmers and ranchers are literally fueling and feeding the world, and we're going to continue to make sure that that's the reality. So it's been about cutting taxes. It's been about rolling back regulation. It's been about standing with the people of Iowa, unleashing American energy. But it's also been about free and fair trade. And when it comes to protecting Iowa's jobs, the Hawkeye State has no greater fighter on trade than President Donald Trump. You know, I don't have to tell you all here in Iowa the impact that NAFTA had on many communities and on manufacturing, particularly in this country. Back in 2016, when the president and I were first coming through the state, he said when it came to NAFTA, we could do better. He said he'd renegotiate our trading relationship with Mexico and Canada. It had operated under that agreement since 1995. Some people said it couldn't be done, but I watched him do it. He rolled his sleeves up, and the man who wrote the art of the deal got a great deal for the American people, and the USMCA is now the law of the land. And it's a huge win for Iowa's farmers and ranchers. In 2018 alone, Iowa's farmers and ranchers exported more than $6.6 billion worth of goods to Canada and Mexico. And Canada has actually agreed to expand market access for American dairy, for egg, for poultry. And American wheat growers will have more access to a level playing field. We think we're going to sell $2.2 billion more in agricultural exports to Canada and Mexico alone. That includes $300 million in dairy exports just in the first few years. USMCA is a win for Iowa, it's a win for the heartland, and it's a win for America's farmers. And we actually think, experts tell us it's going to create about 600,000 jobs and add almost $250 billion to our economy right out of the gate. It really is incredible. And when it comes to trade, even before the president took office, he made it clear that the era of economic surrender to China was over, and we were going to fight for American jobs, American farmers, and American workers. You know, for years, one administration after another in both political parties stood idly by while we saw China amass an extraordinary trade surplus with the United States. I mean, half of our international trade deficit when we took office was with China alone, at a time when China was giving us very limited access to what we make and to what we grow in this country. I mean, $500 billion of our international trade deficit was with China. But as President Trump made clear, those days are over. We stood strong, and farmers across this country also stood strong. You stood with us as the president put tariffs in place to level the playing field with China. And I have to tell you, the way farmers and ranchers stood in the pocket for this president and for free and fair trade was an inspiration to the nation, and you have our thanks. Because farmers and ranchers understand what it is to do hard things. To get things done, sometimes you just got to take a firm stand, which is exactly what President Trump did. And because of the stand that you took, and the stand that President Trump took, it seems like just a few short months ago, President Trump signed a Phase 1 trade deal with China, and we secured $50 billion in agricultural exports to China for the next 2 years. That's progress. Now, we have a ways to go, and most of the tariffs the President put in place are still there, but it's a beginning. And I'm pleased to report to you that I just learned this morning on Air Force Two that corn sales to China just broke all records last month. On July 30th, the USDA reported corn export sales of 1.94 million metric tons to China, the largest daily sales total ever. It's working. They're buying. And we're leveling the playing field. In July alone, flash sales of U.S. soybeans also to China reached almost 3 million metric tons. The percent of U.S. agricultural exports that are going to China now are compared with the rest of the world. It's twice the share of what went to China in 2017. Men and women gathered at this Farmers and Ranchers for Trump rally. That's what leadership looks like. That's the leadership of President Donald Trump. And I promise you we're going to continue to stand firm with China until we level the playing field. Not just for American agriculture, but for American manufacturing and American workers. Because under this president and this administration, we always put America first. It's amazing to think all that we've done in 3.5 years through extraordinary opposition from the left and from the Democrats, and through the midst of a challenging pandemic. Incredible what happens when you have a president who's willing to fight each and every day. And I promise you, the guy I served with is never going to stop fighting to keep the promises he made to the people of Iowa. But you all deserve to know all the progress we've made is now at risk. My fellow Americans, we know we're passing through a time of testing, but soon we will come to a time for choosing. And that's something the people of Iowa know well. And the choice in this election, as I said, has never been clearer. The stakes have never been higher. So I want to talk to you before I leave about what's at stake. Talk to you about the choice that our nation faces. So you can talk to your neighbors and your friends at the next farm and the next ranch, at work and at worship. Families here in Iowa, make no mistake about it, our economic recovery is on the ballot. But there are also things on the ballot more fundamental and more foundational to our country as well. You know, I think this coming election, the choice is not whether America is going to be more conservative or more liberal, whether America is going to be more Democrat or more Republican. I think the choice in this election is whether America remains America. The choice in this election is whether we leave to our children and grandchildren a country that's grounded on our highest ideals of freedom, free markets, and the inalienable right to life and liberty, or whether we'll leave to our children and grandchildren a country that's fundamentally transformed into something else. The truth is, we stand at a crossroads of freedom. Before us lie two paths, one based on the dignity and worth of every individual, and the other on the growing control of the state. One leads to greater freedom and opportunity for every American, regardless of race or creed or color. And the other leads inexorably to socialism and decline. And make no mistake about it, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would set America on a path of socialism and decline, and we're not going to let it happen. President Trump set our nation on a path of freedom and opportunity from our first day in office, but it's amazing when you look at their agenda. In the midst of a global pandemic, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would actually raise taxes by $4 trillion. That's more than double the tax increase that Hillary Clinton ever proposed. By contrast, President Donald Trump signed the largest tax cuts and tax reform in American history, and we're going to keep delivering tax relief to working Americans. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris would bury the economy under an avalanche of red tape, more regulation and more bureaucracy. In fact, the California senator that he named as his running mate this week said during her short campaign for president that Americans needed to be, and I quote, educated about the effect of our eating habits on our environment. Senator Kamala Harris said she would change the dietary guidelines of this country to reduce the amount of red meat Americans can eat. Well, I've got some red meat for you. We're not going to let Joe Biden and Kamala Harris cut America's meat. And Joe Biden and Kamala Harris even have a $2 trillion plan to abolish fossil fuels. He wants to rejoin the Paris Climate Accord and implement his own version of the Green New Deal. Now, I don't have to tell all of you. These radical left policies would devastate America's farmers and ranchers. By contrast, President Trump has put an all-of-the-above energy strategy on the table that's driving an American energy renaissance, and we're exporting energy to the world, and we're going to keep expanding. And the choice isn't just clear at home and on issues that bear directly on our livelihoods. It's a contrast of leadership on the world stage. The American people deserve to remember that Joe Biden was a leading voice of appeasement toward Iran and supported the Iran nuclear deal. President Donald Trump, he got us out of the Iran nuclear deal, and Qasem Soleimani is gone. And where 4 previous administrations made promises to America's most cherished ally, it was President Donald Trump who kept his promise when he moved the American embassy to Jerusalem, the capital of the State of Israel. And I don't know if you heard about it yet, but just this morning in the Oval Office, the President announced, for the first time in more than 25 years, a leading Arab nation has normalized relations with the State of Israel. The UAE is recognizing Israel. That's history, and that's leadership. So this president has stood with our allies, and he's stood up to our enemies. Closer to home, he's also stood with the men and women who serve in law enforcement every single day, and we always will. President Trump and I know what the people of Iowa know. Men and women who serve in law enforcement are the best people in this country, and we will always back the blue. Joe Biden actually said that he believes that America is, in his words, and I quote, systemically racist, and that law enforcement has, again, I quote, an implicit bias against minorities. In fact, when Joe Biden was asked whether he would cut funding to law enforcement, he said, yes, absolutely. Well, let me make it very clear. on behalf of this president and this administration, we're not going to defund the police, not now, not ever. So it's about security at home and abroad. It's about prosperity. But ultimately, it's about the rule of law. And when it comes to the rule of law, we all know that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris are going to be appointing activist judges to our courts who will legislate from the bench. By contrast, President Trump has already appointed more than 200 federal judges to our courts at every level, and they are all conservatives who will uphold the God-given liberties in our Constitution, like the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, and the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms. And none of that would have been possible without the stalwart support of Iowa's two great senators. Join me in thanking Senator Joni Ernst and Senator Chuck Grassley for standing strong for a conservative judiciary in America. And throughout it all, I must tell you, I couldn't be more proud to serve as Vice President to the most pro-life president in American history. But men and women, with an election roughly 80 days away, we know we have work to do to carry our message forward. Because despite all the progress that we've made, including 2 justices to the Supreme Court, a few recent decisions remind us that we have a ways to go. Like that 5-4 decision that struck down a Louisiana law that simply required doctors that work at abortion clinics to have admitting privileges at a local hospital. Or like the 5-4 decision that actually said that the state of Nevada could impose greater restrictions on Calvary Chapel than on Caesar's Palace. Men and women, one thing is clear with those 2 decisions. We need more conservatives on the Supreme Court of the United States. So we need 4 more years of President Donald Trump in the White House. That's right. So for American strength, American jobs, for law and order and liberties and life, we've got to decide right here and right now that Joe Biden will never be President of the United States. We're going to re-elect President Donald Trump. So Iowa, get ready. Buckle up. It's on. You all know more than most about campaigns, and I promise you we're going to be carrying the message that you just heard all across this state and all across this nation. But we need all of you to get ready to bring it, just like you did 4 years ago. Bring this enthusiasm. Bring your voice and your support. Tell your neighbors and your friends all that we've accomplished and all that this president and this administration are going to be able to do to continue to make this nation stronger and more prosperous than ever before, and continue to build an American future on all the ideals and values that have made the nation great in the past. And as we open up America again, as we bring our nation back, I want to encourage you to also reflect those values that are so unique to farmers and ranchers. And it's summed up in one word, and that's faith. I woke up this morning and I just thought I'm going to be with some of the best people in this country, not just in this state. I mean, growing up in the heartland as I did, we had a cornfield in my backyard. We had about 100 head of cattle. My dad had with a few partners. I've mucked more than my share of stalls for horses. But I've never failed to be inspired by the character and the faith of men and women who work the land, who raise the livestock, who feed the nation. I mean, you're people who come from generations of Americans who've endured great hardship like Iowa just passed through. And you came through it with a resilience and a strength that I think has been a wellspring of strength for the nation. You know, I've always marveled at how many times the Bible tells us to consider the farmer, to learn from the patience of the farmer, and apply that to our own personal lives. And as I got up today, I couldn't help but remember what one great radio host said so many years ago when Paul Harvey talked about why God made a farmer. He said, on the 8th day, God looked down on his planned paradise and said, I need a caretaker, so God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody willing to get up before dawn, milk cows, work all day in the fields, milk cows again, eat supper, then go to town and stay past midnight at a meeting of the school board. So God made a farmer. God had to have somebody willing to ride the ruts at double speed to get the hay in ahead of the rain clouds, and yet stop in midfield and race to help when he sees the first smoke from a neighbor's place. So God made a farmer. God said, I need somebody strong enough to clear trees and heave bales, yet gentle enough to tame lambs and wean pigs and tend the pink-comb pullets. Will stop his mower for an hour to splint the broken leg of a meadowlark. So God made a farmer. Somebody to seed, weed, feed, breed, and take and disc and plow and plant and tie the fleece and strain the milk and replenish the self-feeder and finish a hard week's work with a 5-mile drive to church. And somebody who'd bail a family together with the soft, strong bonds of sharing, who would laugh and then sigh and then reply with smiling eyes when his son says he wants to spend his life doing what Dad does. So God made a farmer. I think God made a farmer, and in so doing, he made America stronger. And that will always be true. So in these days when so much is on the line, when we have so much at stake in this election, I ask you to draw on that wellspring of strength. Understand that you're leaders in your community. People respect you, not because of what you do, but because of who you are. So I encourage you to avail yourself of that strength. And if you're inclined to bow the head and bend the knee, which no farmer I ever met wasn't, I'd encourage you to do that too. Just remember that if his people who are called by his name will humble themselves and pray, he'll do like he's always done through much more challenging times than we're living through today. He'll hear from heaven, and he'll heal this land. This one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. So to farmers and ranchers for Trump, thank you for your support. And I'm absolutely convinced if all of us do all that we need to do between now and November 3rd, with your support, with your example, with your voice, and with your prayers,
We're going to re-elect this president for 4 more years. We're going to send Senator Joni Ernst back to Capitol Hill. We're going to elect 2 new great members to the United States House of Representatives in a new Republican majority. And we're going to bring America all the way back, because we're going to make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you, and God bless America.
People are saying it's been 43.
And that was Vice President Mike Pence. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Stephanie Weaver. Thank you for being here on News Now from Fox. We're actually going to go out live. There is a press conference discussing the Patterson case and the larger issue of violent crime and public safety in the city of Philadelphia. Again, thank you for watching News Now from Fox.
Extreme anti-law enforcement bias that is currently being peddled by certain irresponsible fringe groups. This bias, especially if it is not condemned by city leaders, puts the police on their heels and puts violent criminals on their toes, ready to stride forward confidently. 1 year ago, I stood almost exactly on this spot, and I decried the culture of disrespect for law enforcement in the city. Culture that celebrated chants like F the police and no good cops in a racist system. But today, the bile and the vitriol that is coming from some elements of the mob makes those chants sound quaint by comparison. The vast majority of Philadelphia police officers do their jobs faithfully and honorably, and by putting on the uniform and doing the dangerous work inherent in their mission, they show that they value the lives of others more than they value their own. They, like all responsible citizens, are opposed to police brutality and are in favor of accountability for police. We can and we should work towards better relations between law enforcement and the community without indulging infantile notions that the police as a whole make communities more dangerous. Obviously, the police do just the opposite. So to those of you out there who say that we should abolish the police, or defund the police, or abolish prisons, or one of my favorites, that communities should be left to police themselves, I have a message for you. Your ideas are absurd and deserve nothing but scorn. Moreover, those ideas would cause great harm to the most vulnerable members of society. Victims of violent crime, like Mike Pong in this case, are the ones who suffer the consequences of these foolish notions. And as is often the case, the policies demanded by the self-righteous mob would come at the expense of minority communities. Everybody in our city deserves to live in a safe neighborhood, regardless of race and income level. It is time for city leaders to step forward and do everything they can to make that a reality. We won't get there by treating violent criminals like they are the victims, or by undermining law enforcement, or by grasping for excuses, like conveniently blaming the pandemic. It is true that the virus isn't making things any easier for anybody, but violence is contagious too. It can easily spread across a city or even beyond. We must confront it, we must stop it, and we must put the good people of this city first. Thank you. And this time, I'll ask my friend John Schmidt to come up and share his remarks.
Afternoon, everybody. First, I want to say thank you to U.S. Attorney McQuinn and his office and the Philadelphia Police Department for their hard work on this case. Today is a good day for Philadelphia. A violent offender was now sentenced to a lengthy term, keeping a violent predator off the streets and keeping our city safe. I know this won't change the events, of that tragic day for Mr. Pong or his family, or erase any of the emotional or physical scars that he's had to go through during this time. But hopefully this will bring some close to his family, knowing that justice has been served. This case is a prime example of the important work that ATF does daily, getting illegal guns off the streets and out of the hands of the criminals, and bringing those responsible for these types of crimes to justice. This is just one of the many cases that the agents of the Philadelphia Field Division work on every single day to try and make our city safer. This investigation illustrates how local and federal partners work together to combat and reduce violent crime. We are united together in front and standing for all law-abiding citizens and the innocent people of this city. We are working and are committed to work with the U.S. Attorney's Office to prosecute crimes, gun crimes, in the city of Philadelphia of those that are willing to terrorize our city. You have my promise that we will continue to vigorously identify those individuals who commit federal crimes in the city. And we continue to work with our local and federal partners to investigate and prosecute those that have no respect for the laws of our country. We are dedicated to reducing violent crime and making our neighborhoods and communities safer. Thank you.
Thank you, John. And now Tom Malone is going to come up and share his remarks.
I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Pong's brother, Ty Pong, for being here and being supportive of this endeavor, this case, this prosecution. I'd also like to just right off the bat thank the U.S. Attorney's Office, Mr. McSwain, Mr. Astolfi, and the ATF. Without them, the perpetrator, Mr. Patterson, would be probably getting out of prison in a couple of months. His 3.5 to 10-year sentence handed down in the state system would be up pretty soon. And who knows what would happen if he'd gotten back out that quickly. He had an AK-47 back in 2018, an AK-47 that he pointed at Mike Pong and pulled the trigger. Criminal justice reform is important. It's crucial. As long as there's inequality in our system, baked into our system, there really can't be true justice. There really can't be real justice. But common sense tells you that we can't ignore crime victims. We can't ignore their families and call it progress. We can't go soft on gun criminals and call it reform. A DA can't literally break the law, can't call himself a criminal justice reformer as he breaks state law. And make no mistake, that is exactly what Mr. Krasner did in this case. It was 2007 when the Pennsylvania legislature passed the Crime Victims Act. The Crime Victims Act, right off the bat, talks about how, in further recognition of the continuing importance of victim cooperation to state and local law enforcement efforts and the general effectiveness and well-being of the criminal justice system of this Commonwealth, all victims of crime are to be treated with dignity, respect, courtesy, and sensitivity. Section 11.213 of the Crime Victims Act talks about the responsibilities of a prosecutor's office. It should go without saying, when I was a district attorney in Philadelphia, we didn't need a Crimes Victims Act to tell us to treat our city's most vulnerable people with dignity and respect. We did it because we were public servants. Why bother being a public servant if you can't treat our city's most vulnerable people with dignity and respect? That section 11.213 puts upon prosecutors' offices like the Philadelphia District Attorney's Office to make sure that the victim is provided with notice and an opportunity to comment anytime a DA is dropping or downgrading charges, anytime there's going to be a disposition, like a plea deal like the one he gave Mr. Patterson, anytime an offender is going to be sentenced, and then after the disposition, notice must be given of the outcome. Notice to the victim must be given of the outcome. That's 4 times Mr. Krasner's office failed Mr. Pong. They never told Mr. Pong that they were planning on dropping charges as a part of a plea deal. They never told Mr. Pong that the case was even listed in court for a disposition or for a plea deal. They certainly didn't ask for his comment on that 3.5 to 10 year lenient sentence. 4 times they failed him. They also, of course, afterwards did not tell Mr. Pong via letter, phone call, visit, that the deal had even happened. He found out by reading Julie Shaw's article, by talking to a reporter. Criminal justice reform at the cost of public safety isn't really reform at all. It's stupid. Catastrophic spikes in gun violence aren't just a coincidence. There have been study after study done with regards to criminal justice reform and how to fix what we're facing in this city, a gun violence epidemic. But first, you need to stop the bleeding. If you can't stop the bleeding, nothing else you're doing is going to matter. Violence is not simply a manifestation of poverty. Violence perpetuates poverty. Mr. McSwain mentioned this poverty equals bullets. And I'd suggest that that's wrong. I'd suggest that it's profane to suggest that poverty equals bullets. In the Philadelphia Tribune the other day, the headline was "Gun Violence Rages." Homicides up 32% to a 13-year high. Shootings up 55%. A city councilwoman the other day at a hearing in City Hall said, "This situation is more than an emergency, it's a catastrophe." And I would agree. She's right. Shootings and murders have gone up every year since Mr. Krasner has been in office. Shootings of children have gone up every year. Every study that I've read shows one thing, that the overwhelming majority of gun crimes are committed by a very small group of people, not by all poor people, not by everyone trying to make it in the city. Hopelessness equals bullets. Failure in leadership equals bullets. Dropping the ball on gun criminals who are arrested by the Philadelphia Police Department equals bullets. Let's look very briefly at outcomes on 2 types of cases in the Philadelphia system with Larry Krasner's district attorney's office. Firearm possession cases. In his first year in office, 32% of firearm possession cases were just discharged or dropped by the DA's office. In his second year, 41% of gun possession cases, illegal guns in Philadelphia, were either thrown out or dropped by Mr. Krasner's district attorney's office. This year, in his 3rd year in office, 46% of cases where the Philadelphia police risk life and limb to pick someone up who's possessing an illegal gun have been thrown out, dropped, or dismissed. How about shootings, aggravated assault with a gun? His first year in office, 50%, 50, 1/2 of the cases where the Philadelphia police arrested someone for aggravated assault with a gun were thrown out, dismissed, or dropped by the district attorney's office. In the following year, his second year in office, 54% of aggravated assault with guns were discharged by the court or dropped by Mr. Krasner's office. This year, 56%. These aren't cases where a shooting happened and the arrest never happened or the case wasn't cleared. These are cases where the police actually made arrests. The district attorney's office approved charges, 56% of them dismissed or thrown out. There's a 40% increase in cases getting tossed out by the court or dropped by the DA's office under Larry Krasner. It's unacceptable. And it absolutely 100% contributes to the gun violence epidemic that we're seeing today. An immigrant store owner was robbed and shot. A father of 3 was robbed and shot. Mike Pong almost died, and his life will never be the same from this day forward. Again, we thank the U.S. Attorney's Office, the ATF, Mr. Astolfi, and Mr. McSwain. We thank them for showing Mr. Pong and his family the dignity, the respect, and the courtesy that all crime victims deserve.
Thank you, Tom, and thanks again, John. And I also want to thank again Sal Astolfi, who was the lead prosecutor on the case and really did the hard work that was necessary to get the result that we did today. So with that, we would be happy to answer any questions that you might have. question is whether today's federal sentence is in conjunction with the state sentence. It's a little bit in limbo right now because the federal sentence has been imposed, but we don't know what's going to happen to the case in the state system. We don't have any control over that. My understanding of it is that Mr. Patterson, the bottom line is that the negotiated sentence has been withdrawn and it's on appeal right now. So lots of different things could happen on appeal, but if there is a sentence in the state system, which I certainly hope there will be, I would certainly hope the DA's office would go forward with the case because there's no impediment on going forward with the state case just because we now have a federal sentence. But if they go forward, there's two elements of the federal sentence. There's a robbery element and there's a using a gun element. The using the gun element is a 10-year mandatory minimum sentence. That has to run consecutively to any state sentence. So it would basically be added to any state sentence. It wouldn't run in parallel or concurrently. So Mr. Patterson could possibly end up serving more than the 171 months that he was sentenced to today in federal court. Any other questions? Julie, I'm sure you got a question on your mind. No? Okay. Anybody else? Matt? What happened to the what? Can we disclose it? We've never recovered it. As was said in open court today, that gun was never recovered, but we looked for it really hard. That was one of the reasons why we took this case, not only because of the inappropriate sentence below, but also we didn't think it was investigated the right way. And you still had a gun out there on the street, an illegal gun that we didn't know where it was. So ATF, U.S. Attorney's Office, we searched for that gun for months, and to date we have not found it. It's possible it's been destroyed. We're not sure, but our efforts in that regard are continuing because we want to get that gun off the street if it hasn't been destroyed. Any other questions? I'm sorry, you're going to have to... Yes, Mr. Patterson had, I believe, three prior convictions in his record. He had many more arrests than that, but he only had 3 prior convictions. This made him a convicted felon. Correct. If you're a convicted felon, you're not allowed to possess, obviously not allowed to use a weapon, and we bring a lot of cases like that. When that's all we have, is that if a convicted felon is literally possessing a weapon, we can charge that, and there are real significant penalties for that as well. Anybody else? Okay, well, thank you very much. Appreciate everybody's time.
And that was a press conference to discuss the Patterson case and violent crime and public safety in Philadelphia. Louisiana Governor John Bel Edwards is live right now with their COVID-19 update. Let's jump right into that. This is News Now from Fox, bringing you the latest news as it happens.
You would have your normal flu season, and it could be abnormally high or whatever, and that together those things could overwhelm our capacity to deliver health care, because these are both conditions that cause respiratory problems, and so you put demand on the same part of your healthcare delivery system, and so in order to try to prevent that or minimize that, we are asking people to make sure that you get your flu shots this year, whether you have in years past or not, and they aren't yet available, but they will be in a few weeks, and we're going to have an extensive campaign to try to get people to get the flu shot this year. On Tuesday at the press conference, we talked a little bit about unemployment benefit assistance. You all know the $600 enhanced federal benefit expired on July the 31st. And by executive action on this past Saturday, the president signed a memorandum that seeks to continue enhanced unemployment benefits, but at a reduced level. There were a couple of options, one of which is we could accept $300 from the federal government, and we would have to match that with an additional $100 from the state. The president specifically asked states to use their CARES Act funding. We don't have any CARES Act funding left that we would be able to use here in Louisiana, and we don't have otherwise the money that would be required to put up as a match. So the second option we have is to accept a $300 benefit total enhancement package, all of it coming from the federal government. And if you recall, the question then was, would that be available to any unemployed worker who was getting less than $100 from the state in benefits. And last night, close to 8 o'clock at night, the final guidance came down on that, or what we believe is the final guidance. And they're going to allow us to take the entire amount that we're spending of state dollars across the universe of the uninsured population and average it out. And if the average is more than $100 per beneficiary, then the $300 is going to be available. So the good news today is we fully anticipate that all of the individuals who are getting unemployment benefits, and it's in excess of 400,000 individuals, that they are going to be able to get the $300 enhancement. It will be retroactive to August the 1st. It will not cost the state any additional funding. And so that really is the good news. There are some challenges around this. The funding, for the first time ever, is actually coming from FEMA, and it's coming from the Disaster Relief Fund. And that fund has $69 billion in it right now. This program goes away once $44 billion of that has been spent, because the president has determined that $25 billion needs to be there for the intended purpose of the Disaster Relief Fund, which we're very familiar with, and that is to prepare for, respond to, and recover from disasters. And with this being hurricane season, certainly we want to make sure that there's money that stays in that fund. But the $44 billion, while very much welcome, it is a stopgap piecemeal approach, because at the end of the day, looking at the drawdown rates on the $600 benefit, it should last nationwide somewhere around 5 to 6 weeks. Again, that's better than not having it. And the good news is I think it gives Congress more time to deliver the comprehensive assistance that we need to get us at least through the end of the year. And I am continuing to encourage Congress to do exactly that. And it's very important that they come together. So we do have some good news. And I told you the other day that it's a function of when we get the funding, and that remains the case. We have already completed the grant application paperwork that we had to send in to FEMA. We designated the Louisiana Workforce Commission as the agency in Louisiana that's going to administer and be responsible for the program. And now we're continuing to work with FEMA and with the U.S. Department of Labor to get the funding just as soon as possible. What I told you on Tuesday about whether or not we had to go back and reconfigure at any part, in any way, I should say, the computer systems that actually run that program for the Louisiana Workforce Commission, it was partly right, and as it turned out, was partly wrong. For those individuals who are receiving more than $100 per week, nothing new has to be done, and that's about half of the population. For the others, there is going to have to be some changes so that their accounts get credited some of the overage in the others. And we're working with our vendor now to make that happen just as soon as possible. It's our hope and my expectation that we will be able to make the computer fixes before the funding is available, so that individuals are not having to wait longer than absolutely necessary to receive their next unemployment compensation check with those enhanced federal benefits. In the meantime, the state unemployment is going to continue to pay as it has. You should all be aware that the trust fund balance now for the state is $230 million. So it continues to dwindle down. That is a particular challenge, and we certainly need Congress, in addition to passing a more comprehensive, more permanent unemployment benefit, we also need more state aid and local government aid as part of that next package, with the flexibility to replenish the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, and thereby avoid the need to borrow money and impose a surcharge on our employers, as is required by law now, in order to ensure the federal government that we're going to be able to pay that back. As I mentioned before, nobody thinks, and I certainly don't think, that right now is a good time to be imposing a surcharge on our employers across the state of Louisiana. So we're working extremely hard on this. We also continue to work on the Title 32 situation. That's the National Guardsmen. You know, we have about 1,200 National Guardsmen on duty every single day, working in many, many ways that are critically important this public health emergency. And there's a lot of costs associated with that. The President did extend to the end of the year Title 32, but with a 75% match rather than 100%. And that 25% would require the state of Louisiana to come up with significant funding. The President has made a few exceptions for other states and kept them at the 100% level. We've re-urged him to reconsider and put Louisiana also 100%. And I think it's critically important and eminently justifiable, given that we have the nation's highest per capita case count, and that we were riding the crest of the first surge and the second surge. And if you look at the important work that the National Guard continues to do, obviously we can't do without them. And so we're asking them to certainly reconsider that. Also wanted to announce that the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs is providing $400 million in grants to combat homelessness among veterans nationwide. The Louisiana Department of Veterans Affairs is supporting 5 nonprofit organizations that will receive more than $6 million of that funding. Veterans can contact the Louisiana Department of Veterans Affairs for more information. Again, so this is good news for homeless veterans. And we're asking them to contact the Department of Veterans Affairs. Additionally, staff can inform the veteran about the Military Family Assistance Fund, which provides up to $10,000 per year for financial hardships. If funding is approved, it can prevent homelessness, allowing the veteran to pay his or her rent or mortgage. So just a few additional announcements that we don't normally cover on these press briefings. And at this point, I will take your questions. Melinda?
Governor, in terms of the process for the unemployment money, so the state has to submit its application and you have to get some sort of approval, and then how long do you expect it to take before money starts to flow?
Well, we don't know. What I can tell you is a couple of days ago, I heard Secretary Mnuchin say that they were intending for the payments to begin in a couple of weeks. And I don't know whether he was trying to be specific or not. But if that's the case, then that means that the money will come through FEMA from the Disaster Relief Fund and be in an account that we can draw on in Louisiana within that time period. We are able today to process these payments for those unemployed workers who are getting more than $100 in state benefits. It's going to take us some time to adjust our computers to be able to make that $300 payment, enhanced payment, to individuals who are receiving less than $100. But we've contacted our vendor early this morning, and they're working on it right now. I don't have the answer for you exactly when that first check's going to go out, but it can't happen before both of those conditions are met. The account has to be funded that we can draw on, and we have to make sure that the computer system is adjusted, at least as it relates to those individuals who are not currently receiving $100. But we anticipate that that's going to happen in the near term. I don't want to create an unrealistic expectation, and we will start making those payments. And again, the first payments are going to be retroactive back to August the 1st. Yes, sir.
Governor, so about 160,000 gig workers and self-employed that apply for benefits as of August 1st. Are those people going to be included in this new $300 benefit
Yeah, at the end of the day, any of these workers who are getting $100 or more in state benefit, and the good news, and this is what's different between today and Tuesday when I spoke to you, we knew that was the case, but they're going to allow us to average. So we'll take the total amount that the state is contributing for the uninsured population. If that average per claimant exceeds $100, they can all get the $300. And we believe it will. If you just do the math, about half was already getting $247. The other half were getting some benefit, but less than $100. And so if you just do the math in your head, you know that we're going to be able to get these claimants to qualify. And so we're anticipating that all of these individuals will be able to get the $300. That is my understanding, and if it's different than that, we'll certainly let you know. And look, I am fully aware that the $300 benefit is half of the enhanced benefit that was previously being paid. But I will remind you that the state benefit will continue to come with that, and so the enhancement will be about $1,200 a month per covered worker. And Sam, if the answer is different than that, I'll get it to you very, very quickly. Yes, sir.
The adjustments to the computer systems will not affect the current payout rate, so the person is getting $60 from the state, they will get $360.
Correct. That is correct. Yes, sir.
Do you think this is legal? There's been a lot of questions about even the original plan to have states use their existing money for cost share, but now you're reducing it further. Do you have concerns that this is going to ultimately pan out as not in line with federal law?
No. I don't. And look, this is a new way of delivering unemployment assistance. It's coming from a non-traditional source, the Disaster Relief Fund, and the enhanced benefit it requires a state match, and they've defined what that state match can look like with some flexibility. I don't know of any reason why that flexibility would render the arrangement illegal, and I don't know who would challenge it. Certainly not the state of Louisiana, because we're going to be taking advantage of it. The federal government is the one making it available. They're not going to challenge it. So I just don't. That's just not something I'm concerned about. Melinda?
Trevor, have you received anything from the Secretary of State in terms of an emergency election plan at this point?
No. We have had conversations, and I'll have another call with him after the press conference. I want to say on Tuesday afternoon we had a conversation. We were going over the timeline for when he would certify an emergency. I would then have to declare an emergency as it relates to the election. At that point in time, in the sequence that's provided for in law, he has to come up with a plan for the election to be conducted in the emergency circumstances, and then submit that plan to my approval and also to the approval of the legislative committees, so it would be the House and Governmental Affairs Committee and the Senate Governmental Affairs Committee. Assuming those two committees approve it and I approve it, then it would go to the full legislature for approval. So we talked through the timing of it, the sequence of it, but if your question was whether the Secretary of State has given me the plan that he intends to submit, I don't have that plan. I mean, and we did discuss some options that he would have. I don't have that plan yet, and I do believe that the first meeting is on the 19th, so it'll be next week in the House and Governmental Affairs Committee, and I think the Senate and Governmental Affairs Committee intends to meet on the 20th, the day after. But he and I are going to continue to work on whatever plan it is he's going to submit.
Is there something specific you would like to see in whatever he submits?
Yeah, and I think I mentioned this earlier. While it was a low turnout election, I think we can look at the last election that was conducted in accordance with the emergency plan that he came up with, that I did approve and the legislature approved as a test run. It seemed to me that it was successful. Maybe not what everybody would want, but I think it struck a reasonable balance in protecting people's health and allowing them to vote and do it in a way that could actually be administered here in Louisiana. And so it would be my hope and expectation that the plan that the Secretary of State proffers to me and to the legislature would look substantially similar to the one that we just executed. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Dr. Guidry.
Now, see, you're breaking the rules. Dr. Guidry?
So,
yes.
A lot of places, including schools, are relying on temperature checks to get into school and such. How reliable is that? And does it kind of give a false sense of security if you're walking around with COVID and you don't have a temperature?
It's a good question. Is what gives us any sense of security when it comes to testing and saying it's safe? The safest thing we can do, which is not foolproof, as we all know, is to say anybody that's sick, not go to school. That's first and foremost. And we do this every year with flu season. We do this with any kind of infection. The people that might have it that are infectious but are asymptomatic, and you wouldn't know other than for a test, by wearing masks and keeping a social distance as much as possible, you're avoiding spreading because you're safe. Having a test today and it's negative doesn't mean tomorrow that I'm not positive. It's a point in time. So to make people feel safer, we need to do the things where we wash our hands, wear our masks, keep our distance, and test when we can to find a positive so that we can get the positives out. But certainly if they're symptomatic, they shouldn't be at school. And certainly they should be trying to follow our guidance as much as possible. But people have come to rely on test results, and just because you're negative at one point in time doesn't mean anything. So literally having testing helps you guide you, but you're not secure by thinking that a negative test means you're not infectious, because it changes every day depending on your exposure.
Sometime we expected the summer heat and associated behavioral changes with that would help stifle the spread of the coronavirus. The summer is almost over, and yet we've hit our highest peak yet. Did Louisiana miss out on its best and most prime window to slow the spread, given the weather is on our side in the last 2 months?
This virus has been teaching us along the way, and most viruses tend to be calmer in the summer. This virus has not been. We showed that when you stayed home and kept away from being with a lot of folks and congregating, we were able to flatten that curve. When we started allowing people to go out and about, it put some people being exposed and spreading the virus. There was hope from the scientific community that the summer would slow down the virus and we would have an opportunity to get through the summer without all these infections. That virus did not behave the way these viruses normally behave. So the answer is, we did everything we could to convince people to do the right thing as they went out and about, because obviously people weren't going to stay at home, continue to stay at home. They were ready to come out. Where we've lost some ground is when people didn't think they needed to wear a mask, didn't need to keep their social distancing. When they thought they were safe just because they were young, that was a false sense of security, and it helped this virus spread. So we've seen more spread because people were not heeding the advice, is what I've come to believe. And as we go into the fall and now school starting, it's even more important than ever that we're getting into flu season, that we follow the advice to slow down the spread till we have a vaccine, which we've been saying since the beginning of this virus. But this virus is not your typical.
Let's jump into this live press conference with Arizona Governor Doug Ducey to provide a COVID-19 update.
Trajectory of COVID positivity, our trends are also very positive. Last week, our percent positivity decreased from 10% to 8%. And so far, this week, we are at a 6% positivity rate. The percentage of COVID-like illness in our hospitals has decreased to 5.8%. Hospital capacity remains at about 20%, with a drastic decrease in the number of beds in use by COVID-19 patients. And the R-naught, the rate of reproduction, is the second lowest in the nation at 0.83. When R-naught is below 1, the spread of the virus will slow. I want to really thank Arizonans for continuing to mask up and doing the fundamentals like physically distancing, washing their hands, and remaining responsible in their decision-making. My ask today is keep doing what you're doing. We need to stay the course here. It's making a big difference for our state. We were pleased to put forward data-driven benchmarks for both school reopenings and for our businesses.
You want to switch over now, and I'll go take lunch, and then so I can make sure I'm back to switch.
We believe this is the most responsible way to safely reopen in a gradual and cautious way. And we won't be letting up anytime soon. We certainly will not be taking any victory laps. We continue to mourn every death, and we want to do everything possible to avoid contraction of COVID-19 and reduce deaths into the future. Continue to do everything we can to ensure that we contain the spread of the disease and protect our most vulnerable. Overall, the hard work and sacrifices are paying off, so I want to thank Arizonans for their efforts, and the message is stay the course. Don't let up. Stay vigilant. I also want to thank Dr. Christ and her excellent team here at the Department of Health Services for their hard work and commitment and partnership in battling COVID-19. And with that, we'll take a few questions.
So, Howie. Hi, Governor.
Hi, Howie.
We've been watching what's coming out of Washington in terms of unemployment. And originally there was going to be a 25% match. Now they've said the state can have $300 a week for its residents. What are you waiting on here? I mean, it seems like you've got a whole bunch of folks suffering with an average payout in this state of $210 a week. Why haven't you made a decision on that yet?
Well, first thing I want to say is I did call on Congress to ask. I guess a synonym for Congress could have been Washington, D.C. So I'm grateful for the administration in acting. We did put out a statement that we want to do what we can to relieve the burden. Here in Arizona, what we're doing is making sure we understand all the details. We're crunching the numbers, and we will have an announcement on this on Friday.
But there are no numbers to crunch. I understand why you may be wanting to crunch the numbers.
There are numbers to crunch.
But the fact is, it's all federal money. You know, are you afraid?
That's not accurate, Howie. We'll have an announcement on Friday.
Okay. Are you? That's real quickly. Are you afraid that if people keep getting the extra $300 or $400, they won't go back to work?
No. That's. I want to be responsible with our state dollars. Like I said, we only get to spend our state dollars once. We don't get to print money or borrow money. We're grateful to the administration for acting. We are going to act on these dollars. We have every intention of plussing up unemployment. Details will be Friday.
Governor Billy Harbaugh, iHeartRadio, shifting gears. People are upset around the country. College football, a lot of conferences are canceled. Football is more than a game, as you know. The Pac-12 canceled. Huge impact on the state of Arizona. Do you agree with that decision? And what kind of impact will it have on our state from a revenue standpoint?
I don't agree with the decision. I'm disappointed in the decision. It will affect the state, of course, from a standpoint of revenue. I certainly thought there was a way that we could do this. Right now, fans are not participating in these events. Over the course of time, a vaccine at some point, lower positivity, more rapid testing. There's all kinds of things that we could have done to mitigate it from a fan or observer standpoint. Some of the sports are non-contact at all, and they've been canceled as well. So I was disappointed with the decision.
Jeremy? Governor, you recently unveiled the administration's guidelines for or benchmarks for schools to go back to resume in-person instruction. Maricopa County, of course, does not meet those criteria. We're already seeing school districts here and elsewhere in southern Arizona, in counties that don't meet those benchmarks, resuming full in-person instruction starting next week. Was it a mistake to make these just recommendations and not make them mandatory?
No, we've got different variations of spread throughout the state. The state is headed in the right direction. Most of our counties are headed in the right direction. So what we wanted to do was provide a menu of options and flexibility in the guidelines so that there's safety inside our schools. We're going to leave ultimate and final decisions to superintendents and principals, and I'm confident they'll make good decisions. We're supportive of the districts. We're supportive of the districts to help guide decision making. You know, part of this is around being able to physically distance, wearing masks. We have some school districts that are packed with children. We have others where there's more room and availability, and no one cares more about kids than their parents, their teachers, the principals, and the superintendents. There's also the option for distance learning for anyone that would like it, but when someone can safely get back inside a classroom with the teacher at the front of the classroom, that's something we're highly supportive of.
If you could just clarify, I just don't understand, how you can say they can safely socially distance and your support of these schools just ignoring the benchmarks. I mean, why not have an enforcement
We're not ignoring the
mechanism?
benchmarks. I mean, many of the districts are close on the benchmarks, and they're making decisions.
Governor, I think somewhere around 37,000 applicants are still waiting on unemployment benefits due to a backlog. When's the state going to clear that backlog?
So, Andrew, I want to say in terms of the Department of Economic Security, there's been $8.5 billion that have been put out over the last several months. They're fielding as many as 10,000 phone calls a day, and they need to be able to do more. So there is a backlog. We want to clear the backlog. We've been hiring additional people, adding resources and servers to address the need, and we want to do it as quickly as possible. Part of the reason that there's been delay, and this is happening in all 50 states, with the amount of dollars that have been dispersed through economic security and the welfare agencies at the state level, there has been some fraud. So there's had to be some double checking, some coordination with the federal government and investigation, and we're confident now that we've got the right systems and algorithms in place to disperse the dollars.
There are still people who were held up in receiving their benefits because of suspicions of fraud, but who had legitimate claims or have issues to work out with DES. When will the state be able to, have sped up those investigations and eliminate that backlog?
We've got all hands on deck to do that as soon as possible.
I mean, I think Washington closed it by using the National Guard. Is the state doing that? Is it taking,
We're bringing on every resource possible. We're hiring people in which to do it.
Dovetailing on that question, so the director you brought in was making a six-figure salary. Do you think that his work was successful, warranted the high salary, especially since people cannot get their benefits, as some of them say?
I just want to say that Tom Betlach was such an incredible public servant to the state of Arizona. He spent his entire career working for state government, 5 different governors, both political parties, and in Arizona's time of maximum challenge, he came out of retirement to help fix and address the stress that was put on the Department of Economic Security. We're grateful to Tom Betlach. There's an award in state government called the Tom Betlach Award because that's the standard of excellence that he's operated with his entire career.
Governor, we've got President Trump expected to come to perhaps Yuma next Tuesday, maybe the first of many visits as we head towards Election Day. Do you or your health department consult with the president or any other rally campaign event that wants to happen here to try to adhere to your standards for limiting large gatherings of people and to get people to wear masks at those events?
Well, I want to say we've been given a heads up for Tuesday in Yuma. We haven't received any details, but earlier this week we had the vice president in town for 2 rather large events, and I participated in those events. It seemed to me that everybody was socially distanced in the event. I looked at the crowd in both events, both in Tucson and in greater Phoenix, and everyone, to my eye, appeared to be wearing a mask. So it's responsible behavior, and I imagine that's what it will continue to be going forward.
We'll go to Nicole and then Helen. Governor, what is the strategy to continue this downward trajectory and keep it there? Have you set up a long-term planning group like other states? And do you feel your decisions have been too inconsistent from what to close, when to open, and how? Are your messages inconsistent?
Our strategy is to follow the public health guidelines. I was just back in Washington, D.C., and was able to spend time with Dr. Robert Redfield, Dr. Deborah Birx, spent time with Admiral Giroir, with the Vice President. These are their words, not mine, but that Arizona is the model for how a state can put mitigation steps forward to drive the virus down in the right trajectory. So it's very simple things: wearing a mask, physically distancing, washing your hands, covering your cough. These are the things that we'll continue to do, and like I said, we're going to stay vigilant.
Governor, do all Arizonans need to sign up for Twitter in order to get information from you and your staff directly, to hear from you, since you don't seem like you want to talk to Arizonans directly?
I'm right here, you're right there. Ask whatever you'd like.
After 14 days. Then if I could have one more then, do Arizonans deserve more from you then?
I would actually say if you want to get accurate information, I'd stay off social media.
Governor, I would like to get your reaction regarding the Arizona Multi-Housing Organization and several other people that are...
Pardon me, will you say again?
Yeah, I just wanted to get your reaction. The Arizona Multi-Housing Association and other folks are filing suit regarding the evictions order that you put in. What is your reaction to this? How long can this actually
My
go on?
reaction is get in line. All right, we're doing everything we can to protect people in this state, to protect the most vulnerable through a public health emergency and an economic disruption.
Some people that
and we'll continue to do it.
Some people that have different houses that they rent out, of course they're not getting some income. So what is the resources out there for those?
So there's
folks?
$90 million available in rental assistance. People can go to the Arizona governor's website, azgovernor.gov, and there will be information that will take them to how they can access that assistance.
Have you seen this successful? Are people seeking that help so far?
Well, we're working on both fronts, both from the eviction front and then, of course, from the benefit front. One thing that I don't think has been utilized to the level of ability or capacity is $90 million in rental assistance.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Governor. This morning, President Trump stated publicly that he opposes more funding for the U.S. Postal Service. He acknowledges that his position would hurt the mail-in balloting. You were just there. You told him mail-in balloting here in Arizona works great. So do you think it's appropriate for the president to take that kind of stance against mail-in balloting, especially during this pandemic?
Well, my focus is on the state of Arizona. And Arizona is, if not the pioneer, a model of excellence for mail-in balloting. I think in our last election cycle, 78% of voters voted by mail. I imagine that the number will be even higher, but we've put state resources working with Secretary of State Katie Hobbs to ensure that we have a successful election day. What I've been outspoken about is experimentation in mail-in balloting, states that are putting this together at the last moment. We've been doing it since 1992. Arizona's going to be able to get it right. And because you mentioned this, I also want to manage expectations. If people remember on some of the races in 2018, on election night, we did not yet have a winner. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to announce a winner on election night. But I think with what we're seeing across the country, with the amount of ballots that are coming in, both mail-in, drop-off, and election day, it's entirely possible that we will not be able to announce or declare a winner on that evening. And I think it's important that people realize that, but we will count all the ballots and announce the numbers as we have them.
Can I get one more? You've said you support the school districts and their choices. Queen Creek decided that they're going to go back, and their teachers decided to resign. That's kind of a black or white issue, whether you support the district or the individual teachers who've decided not to teach. Which side do you take there?
I support the principals, I support the superintendents, and I support the parents. I know they have the best interests of the kids at heart, and so do the teachers.
So you don't support the teachers. You didn't mention the teachers there and people you
There's a
support.
lot of teachers that can't wait to get to the front of the classroom.
Dylan and then that next. So going back to what Nicole asked you, it's been 14 days since your last time that you talked to Arizonans directly. There's been two big announcements since then that you weren't there for. One, you were in D.C., one was earlier this week that your staff gave, not publicly, just to media, but not to Arizonans. Do Arizonans deserve to hear more?
Yes, all the information that we put out is public. I was in Washington, D.C. I had some requests for the state of Arizona of the coronavirus task force. They've been a partner in what we're doing, and I'm going to do whatever I need to do, go wherever I need to go to make sure that Arizona has the resources and support so that we can battle this virus to the maximum level of our ability, and also bring on all possible federal support for our healthcare workers and for our citizens as necessary. And I'll continue to do that.
But do Arizonans need it? Do you think they...
I talk to Arizonans all the time, Dylan.
We're going to go to Matt next. This is another question about benchmarks.
Hey, Dylan, I haven't been out of the state since March 7th.
Just went to D.C.
Yes, until D.C.
Go ahead.
All right. The business benchmarks, I want to ask, it seems like those seem more of a mandate, while the school benchmarks seem more of a guideline, because we've seen this week that businesses here in Maricopa County have gone ahead and reopened without meeting those benchmarks. Is there any penalty to them other than a threat?
Yes, there's been enforcement. I want to say to our businesses, the last thing I ever had any desire to do upon running for office was to shut down a business that is operating legally. But with a public health emergency and a pandemic, there's a difference between legally and safely. And I know with the broad brush in which we've had to paint in some of these situations, there were responsible businesses that were affected by this. But we've been in the unhappy but responsible business of breaking up large gatherings of adults. And we're going to continue to do that, and we're going to use the enforcement mechanisms available to do that. The good news is we're working with these groups, these organizations, these business owners, and these stakeholder groups on how to successfully reopen. It will be with some guidelines and guardrails. It will be around occupancy, much like our dine-in restaurants are operating right now. But that's the objective, with the idea of protecting life, protecting public health first and foremost. And that's been also the consistency in the orders that we've put forward.
About that enforcement, I know DHS has served some of these businesses. You have to immediately shut down. Some of them I spoke to said, we're not going to do this for a couple of reasons. Can't afford to do it. The governor's not being clear. And this isn't going to hold up in court. What do you say to that?
Well, we'll see about that.
We're going to go to Morgan Lowe next.
Thanks, Governor. Do you have a plan or strategy to increase the testing? Because we have a lot more capacity than we have people that are getting tested. And do you believe that the widespread testing of school-aged children is important and imperative to keep this line heading down?
Great question, Morgan. And for whatever reason, when the virus is spreading at its maximum, that's when we have maximum demand for testing. You've seen the last several weeks when we've had these conferences, I've been able to talk to you about improving numbers, less cases, lower positivity. So we simply don't have the demand for testing right now. We committed to 30,000 tests available a month by the end of July. We can hit that. 60,000 tests available by the end of August. We can hit that as well, and we're talking on a daily basis here. What we want to do is we're going to go to school districts. We're going to work with parents, superintendents, and children in a way that makes it easy and convenient. Today in Arizona, if you get a test, you should have your results that day or the day after.
And do you think that people who don't have symptoms, because we know that there's a large asymptomatic population out there, should they be going to get tested just to see?
Yes, if we want everyone that wants to get a test to get a test. Somebody who has time on their hands, we want them to get a test. We couldn't say that several weeks ago. It was about being sick, symptomatic, or being exposed to COVID-19. Today, we have the capacity in which to do it. You can go to azhealth.gov, find out where these testing centers are. I think there's 375 of them throughout the state. We want to make it easy and convenient. So yes, go get a test.
And just really quickly, are you going to recommend that school districts set up situations to get students tested?
We're working with school districts on getting children tested today.
We have one minute after questions. We'll do last question with Bob here.
Governor, I got one for Kara first. Dr. Christ, you worked with Superintendent Hoffman in the governor's office, obviously, in directing these school metrics. And now you have some school districts, who the governor has defended just now, ignoring them and saying we're going to open Monday even though we don't meet the metrics that you said. Is that safe from a public health standpoint in your view?
So when you look at the roadmap that we also helped create for the departments, we know that this is going to be a reduced capacity when they go back, which is why they were recommendations and not requirements. We ask that they engage with their local public health department so that they can do that in the safest manner possible.
So you didn't answer the question. Is this going to be safe in your view as a public health official if we congregate children in a school when you have high positivity rates still and at least that one metric not being met, if not some of the others?
So some of those are very close. It's going to depend, the safety is going to depend on the mitigation steps that those schools are employing. They're supposed to post what they're going to do to keep the students safe on their website. And so as a parent, I would encourage you to go see what the school district is doing. They are still offering virtual learning, so if you don't feel that your child would be safe, they can opt for the virtual learning.
And then for you, Governor, last week you were back with the president, as you said, as we all saw, and you were not taking a victory lap, but you were getting congratulations for us. What essentially 2 months ago, and in this very room, we were saying, look at all those people in Scottsdale bars, and you said, don't worry about it. And
I've never checked the transcript. I've never said don't worry about it. I've never said don't worry about it.
What you said was, I want to.
We've been vigilant the entire time. We're going to continue to be vigilant. It wasn't a victory lap. They're using Arizona as a model of the mitigation steps to slow the spread of this, and I want to thank the Arizonans that have put on a mask, washed their hands, and socially distanced. We want to stay the course.
Can I ask my question, sir?
Yeah, as long as you're done putting words in my mouth.
I'm not. So the question was, 2 months ago when we were pressing you about the bars, and you didn't take action, and then you were forced to because of this huge increase in cases. Now you're letting schools reopen. Are we going to be back here?
We have clear and cautious guidelines, and the objective is to make sure that we stay in an ever-improving condition. Now, that doesn't mean that we're not going to have situations that we're going to need to address, but just know it'll be in the same targeted, measured, and urgent fashion.
Right, but these guidelines that your own office put out and Kara Chris put out and Superintendent Hoffman come out aren't met, and some schools are going ahead anyway.
These are guidelines, and there are flexibilities.
Shouldn't there be some sort of enforcement? Is there something that counties can do since you've left it to the local level? Can they go into schools or maybe take people? I don't know any type of enforcement that can be done.
There's options for the parents in these situations.
We'll take one more. I saw Andrew had a follow-up. This is your last
Governor,
question.
you mentioned assistance on housing. How much of that has the state actually distributed, and why isn't it actually distributing more of that since it's been available for?
It's a little, Andrew. It's a little bit like testing. We have capacity. We haven't had the demand. Possibly we need to do a better job communicating that $90 million is available. Can I finish the answer?
Sure.
Can I finish the answer?
It sounds like there's demand.
Well, then people should apply for it because it's available. The other thing that I would say is we've put out $8.5 billion in unemployment insurance benefits. So it's quite possible that those dollars have been used to pay rents and mortgages.
Why enforce businesses to close, but yet let these schools stay open? That's
Because
what we were asking, why are you not enforcing schools with our kids to close if the benchmarks aren't met?
Because we've been in the unhappy but responsible business of dispersing large adult gatherings.
Last question was back out. Please go ahead.
Though you'll work with your superintendent or work with your principal. Like I said, there's a menu of options there for both parents, children, and teachers. That's, I leave that up to the principals.
So it's okay for large groups of kids, but not adults?
Jeremy, go ahead, please, Jeremy.
On the housing money, this is one of the complaints I think a lot of us probably heard from the landlords, from these groups, that they feel like your administration isn't distributing it quickly enough or broadly enough to these renters who need assistance. It, of course, deprives them of the rents they need. What's your response to that? We're all hearing it from these landlords who are filing this lawsuit.
Jeremy, the state has never dispersed dollars at the rate or amount that we've been dispersing the last several months in the history of the state. And we want to continue where appropriate and where necessary to get those dollars. And we'll have clarity on the unemployment benefits going forward on Friday. I'm pointing out the $90 million available in rental assistance that we have today at the state level, but I don't think you can look past the larger number of $8.5 billion that's already gone out to these vulnerable and needy individuals.
Governor, I want to just clarify one thing. Your order allowed resorts to reopen their swimming pools and splash clubs, but freestanding splash places like Mesa are not. Tell me what the difference is between the splash pad at the Hilton and the splash pad at Mesa.
We're working with the larger places, commercial places, on guidance and reopening, and we did put guidance limiting groups in the pools and the resorts.
Understood, but why can't Mesa Sunsplash live by the same rules?
It's somewhat the same thing that I talked about on some of these other businesses, that we're operating responsibly, but underneath the category, it was not. We're working with them on reopening.
I got one more question for Dr. Chris.
Last question for Dennis.
Just for Dr. Chris. You heard the governor say they were in the unfortunate position of breaking up large gatherings of adults. Is it safer to have large gatherings of kids?
So there's still a lot that we're trying to learn about the virus. Kids appear at this time to not transmit the virus as effectively as adults. However, that as we learn more, that is something that we could find out more about. However, there's so many things that happen at school that are important for the appropriate growth and development of children, that if we can get them back into the classroom, we want to get them back in the classroom.
Well, if there is so much that is unknown, isn't this a risk to send them back into the classroom?
Well, and I think the reason I couldn't answer why all schools were safe, it's going to depend on those mitigation measures. Again, if they can appropriately physically distance, if they make them wear the masks, if they are able to cohort groups, that would be a safe environment for kids to return, knowing that a portion of them are going to stay virtual. And so that's really important.
And lastly, continue to wear your mask, wash your hands, socially distance.
Governor, when will we see you again?
All right, that is the update there from Arizona. Governor Doug Ducey and Dr. Kara Chris coming together to give an update on the very latest on where Arizona stands. We continue live right now worldwide here for you on News Now from Fox. We got some live events popping up as always. There's a live look in Kentucky. We're also waiting for the governor of Texas to give an update there as well. And we also have right now Tennessee local COVID update there as well. So we got 3 going on all at one time. And oh yeah, we should also say that we do have President Trump coming up within the next 30 minutes. We'll have a different stream for everyone that's on YouTube. If you're watching on Samsung, thank you so much. You don't have to change anything. We're going to be right here with you on channel 1006. So this is News Now from Fox, always trying to deliver the news of the day as it is happening, feed by feed. Let's continue to listen into a little bit more of this update from Tennessee.
Yeah, let me first just say how important a role teachers are playing right now. They're doing work. They're always doing hard work. They do the hard work of teaching kids, but in this environment, they're being asked to do a lot of hard work, and we're grateful for what they're doing. They're going to allow us to get this accomplished. Regarding changes to the budget, that occurs in a legislative session. And so the legislature there will be another proposed budget for the next session in January that will be voted on at the end of the session. And I'm sure all sorts of issues around funding, different measures will be taken up. Much is yet to be seen about our economic recovery. Our revenues are better than expected, but we still have significant revenue deficits relative to what was in line before the pandemic. So that'll all be part of the calculus.
When you say deficits, I mean, I understand it's a very complicated, enormous budget, but I mean, the actual revenues, my understanding, from July were larger than they were 1 year ago. Is there something I'm missing there?
Well, you have budgeted revenues and actual revenues. So you base your budget on what anticipated revenues are going to be as a state grows, as its population grows, as its businesses grow. You have an increase in anticipated revenues. So the actual revenues are significantly less than the anticipated revenues, which is what profoundly impacts a budget and the spending associated with it.
And just to be clear, I don't hear you saying that you anticipate coming back trying to do some sort of mid-year boost to teacher pay.
Well, I don't anticipate having a special session to address budget issues between now and January, no.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Governor Lee. Carice Jackman here with News 4. Just following up on this question about the school data and COVID-19. Can you please explain to us what it looks like? Will it be district by district? Will it be a weekly, daily thing? Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I'm going to let Commissioner Schwinn, would you please step up and give the particulars about that?
Sure. Hi, nice to see you. So we have a dashboard that was published, and right now that dashboard encompasses information related to anticipated start date, whether it is remote, hybrid, or fully in person. Districts will start updating that through a shared drive, ideally on a daily basis around closures as they happen. What that dashboard is you can go on the website, you type in the district name, it gives you the status of the district, and then you can drill down for specific schools. Now again, districts will start updating that. As of right now, and again, this information will change, but as of right now, we have had 10 school closures. 4 of those schools have already reopened. 6 are still in remote. So we are looking at that pretty closely, and that is, again, as of right now, that can change at any point, but that's why the dashboard will be so important. Districts will update that regularly.
All right, thank you. Great seeing you too. And one more question for you, Governor Lee. Today in the National Mayor's Press Conference, Dr. James Hildreth, president of Meharry Medical College, said that students will get sick and some will even die because elected officials push for schools to reopen instead of listening to healthcare officials. So your response to this, please, because I know you've said even in this press conference that students will get sick. There are probably going to be COVID-19 cases, but why take that risk?
You know, when students remain home with no nutrition and no access to mental health services and no access to disability services, when our child abuse reporting is decreased by 27% since schools have been out, and we know that child abuse, that means children are likely being harmed at home. This idea that it's safe to keep everyone at home in many cases for tens of thousands of children at home alone, that's just simply not true.
But is exposure the solution too? Possible exposure?
The solution is to provide what's best for children, to provide every parent a choice, and if a parent chooses for their child to go into a classroom in person, then you make that classroom as safe as possible by providing PPE for teachers and protocols, as was discussed earlier for Tennessee Tech, the same thing that's happening in schools. That's the way forward. That's how we protect kids, and we provide for the best outcomes for them at the same time. We believe that's the best move forward. And our health experts that we consult with daily, both on our team and as advisory level around the team, including the CDC, who has also advocated for in-person schooling, believe that we're taking the right approach.
Thank you.
Good afternoon,
Natalie.
Governor.
you've been asked about this protest bill, obviously, but you haven't explicitly said whether you are against making it a felony to set up a tent on the plaza. So to clarify for the record, I mean, do you feel like this amounts to any measure of meaningful criminal justice reform to make it a felony punishable up to 6 years for these people to be charged with?
I think one bill doesn't constitute criminal justice reform. Criminal justice reform is a broad effort that, as I said earlier, includes any number of things: diversion, reentry, sentencing grids, looking at the entirety of the system, which is something that I have a great deal of interest in doing going forward and will continue to do going forward. This bill addresses exactly what it was intended to address, which is the clarity around a camping bill, for example. I said there were things I would have done differently. I also think on that felony piece, the warning component to that mitigates, and the discretion of district attorneys or judges of the judiciary in those circumstances mitigates. I think the bill in broad terms accomplishes what we wanted to do.
So broadly, yes, it achieves the goal. Specifically, that charge, is that what you would have done differently?
I said I would. That piece of it, I proposed differently in the language that I had.
You would have proposed it remain a misdemeanor?
I would have proposed it differently. I don't remember the language we had specific around that, but I would have proposed it differently. But I am pleased with the way that provision for warning mitigates that concern.
If the protesters show back up, they take a couple days off and they head back out there, would you advise the Tennessee Highway Patrol not to arrest them on that felony charge once this bill becomes law?
I would advise law enforcement to follow the law. The legislature has done what I asked them to do, and I actually didn't ask them to do it. They wanted to do that. We worked together to get this done. We've seen lawlessness play out in the previous months here. We've seen it play out in a big way across the country. We don't want that to be playing out again in our state. So that's why we need clarity in the law, which is what this bill provides. But law enforcement will be instructed to follow the law and to enforce the law, and as will citizens. And that's the way it should work. That's really what law and order civil society is, and I think we're moving in the right direction here. Thank you.
Governor, that's the time we have for questions.
I do have one more guest. So we talked a little bit about donating plasma for COVID-19. Joseph Williams, who is a member of our team, is here to share a little bit about his personal experience with COVID and our growing understanding of clinical evidence and the opportunities that we have to serve our neighbors.
Thank you, Governor, for having me today. It's an honor to be here with all of you to highlight the special work being done by institutions and citizens in our great state as we fight COVID-19 with both transformational research and ordinary service by everyday citizens. In mid-March, after developing a very dry cough and an even stranger loss of taste and smell, I tested positive for COVID-19. It's the sickest I've ever been in my whole life, with a myriad of strange symptoms. My wife and 3 young boys, who are 5, 3, and 1 year old, all had COVID as well. Multiple friends my own age were hospitalized at the same time, but we were all grateful that we could recover. And we wondered afterwards how we could help and serve in these unique times. Luckily, Vanderbilt University Medical Center, right here in Nashville, is a global leader in medical research on treatments and vaccines for COVID-19, partnering with Tennessee Treasurer Dolly Parton and many others to treat this virus and save lives. All 5 members of our family, in addition to many of our friends and what amounts to more than 600 individuals and more than 300 families, quickly enrolled in Dr. Natasha Halas's COPE study, which stands for Coronavirus Outbreak Pandemic Exploration. While my young boys were a little cautious at first and not the most excited to give blood and have their noses swabbed regularly, They quickly fought to line up to go first once we explained to them that this was a wonderful opportunity to uniquely love their neighbors and help other people who are really sick, even if we didn't know who they were personally. The fear from the virus and the pandemic quickly gave way to purpose and service, virtues that Tennesseans have always exemplified so well. Weeks after I recovered, Dr. Allison Wheeler at Vanderbilt started a study on blood plasma donations from COVID survivors. I'd never donated blood plasma before, but I enrolled because I wanted to do anything I could to help. Vanderbilt continues to research how blood plasma from patients like me who have antibodies to the virus can treat patients with serious or life-threatening COVID-19 infections. Multiple times now, including earlier this week on Monday afternoon, I've gone to Vanderbilt and spent a couple of hours donating blood plasma. Each donation can help 4 patients suffering from COVID-19. I've enjoyed meeting everyday Tennesseans from all walks of life, all ages and backgrounds as we sit there and we participate in the study, taking a few hours to donate convalescent blood plasma to help the research and save lives. The governor always loves talking about how Tennessee can lead the nation because of the spirit of our people and the strength of our institutions like Vanderbilt. Thank you to Dr. Balzer, Dr. Halassa, Dr. Wheeler, and everyone there treating our neighbors in need. I'd like to encourage Tennesseans to continue doing what needs to be done to keep our families and our communities safe. I urge my fellow Tennesseans today who have recovered from COVID to make an appointment to go donate blood plasma. And I'd encourage all Tennesseans to donate blood as our supplies continue to run low. It's an opportunity to teach our children the volunteer spirit of our great state, Tennessee, to love our neighbors and to save lives. Thank you for having me today. Thank you for coming. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Joseph. Thank your family for serving and for reminding Tennesseans about a new way that they can serve their neighbors, particularly those who have already faced COVID-19. Thank you for being with us. We'll be back next week.
Alrighty, so we were getting the update there from Tennessee. Live look in Texas, where we are still awaiting a news briefing there. We will wait on that, as well as Kentucky in the mix right now. Let's listen into Kentucky. They are still live.
Yes. So tomorrow will be my first trip outside of back and forth from the governor's mansion and here, and then getting to see my son play baseball, my daughter ride. And getting to go to more of those, that's not half bad. Tomorrow we're going to travel to Pikeville. There's a children's medical center that's being opened. The steps that are being taken we felt good with. Everybody I'm traveling with is going to have been tested within the 24 hours before. The event itself is going to be very socially distanced. I'm not going to do a lot of these in the near future, but I do want to show people that they can be done, if done thoughtfully and if done right. The Pikeville Medical Center has put a lot of time and a lot of energy into it. This is a really important project for the health of the children in that area. I can tell you it does feel a little strange to know I'm going to be anywhere else, but at least as governor, I got the opportunity to get there and get back pretty quickly. All right, I want to thank everybody. I know it's been a tough week. Right now, I think we still have the opportunity to be at the end of the week pretty close to the plateau that we have seen in other weeks. We'll be doing a video update tomorrow and probably Saturday. My guess is news release on Sunday, and we'll be back here at 4 p.m. on Monday. But just remember, everybody here that's providing advice and recommendation, they're just trying to do their very best. We are faced in a worldwide health pandemic, the likes that none of us have ever faced before, and it's taking the lives of Kentuckians, it's putting others in danger. We are trying to do the best we can and give the best advice for health and safety. And I guess I never expected, though, it's a tough time, that all the names and the other stuff would be thrown out. And listen, I signed up for the job, direct them at me, but everybody else who's working hard, let's make sure we respect what they're doing and their professionalism. But let's also show that we're better people, that we can disagree about things. But when people are trying and really trying, well, let's make sure that we recognize their great efforts. COVID is testing us in a lot of different ways. It's testing our humanity. It's testing our selflessness versus our selfishness. It's testing whether we can leave politics behind, make the right decisions, and support the right decisions regardless of party. So right now we're really being tested, and even in this last decision, with what type of people are we? And how do we talk with each other? How do we discuss? How do we even disagree? You know, COVID is making us care about each other. Let's make sure that we recognize that and put it a part of our daily life. And even with the noise of a presidential election that's out there, come on, we're facing something that happens once in every 100 years that calls us to be more than we have had to otherwise be, to be resilient, to be strong, and to be kind. Let's make sure we do it. For me, it's driven by my faith, which I'm getting to show off in a facial covering today. See y'all Monday at 4.
All right, folks, that's the update there from Kentucky. We're about 15 minutes away from a President Trump news conference. In the meantime, let's go out to Ohio for an update from the governor there.
You've given me an opportunity to say something again, Scott, and that is what goes on in the school and what goes on with the athletes is directly related to what goes on in the community. If you want your son, if you want your daughter to play sports, if you want them to have any other extracurricular activities, whether it is band or whether it's cheerleading, whether it is debate, whether it is speech, whatever goes along with school, all these experiences that are great experiences, the ability of that school to stay open and the ability of your children to play sports is directly dependent on what's going on in the community. And it just is. And so we all just need to be in this together. We want our kids to be able to have that experience, but you know, it won't last. It won't last unless we slow this coronavirus down. And it's not just the red counties. The red counties are the ones on high alert in regard to that. But it's, you know, it's every county. What goes on in that community just really impacts, and we can control that. We control it. We control it by what we do.
Governor, your next question is from Max Philby at the Columbus Dispatch.
Hi, Governor. I've got a two-parter for you today on masks. One, how will the state enforce mask wearing at polling places during the election this fall? And secondly, when it comes to masks in schools, do children still need to wear them even if they're socially distanced?
The answer to the second one is yes, but obviously there's some exceptions. If your child is outside and they're socially distancing, would not have to wear a mask. I mean, the order, you'll see the order. It'll be out. It'll be online the next several hours, and you will see that. And ultimately, look, this is going to come down to the teachers, and the teachers are going to be the ones who are going to deal with the young child, just as they deal with the child for everything else. Look, as far as polling places, you know, I agree with what the secretary said. We have an order that people wear masks. That applies everywhere, you know, when it fits within the order. So, yeah, people need to wear masks, but we do not expect, and we would not want, or anybody who works at the polls to be put in a position where they have to tell somebody, oh, you can't vote unless you have a mask on. We're not going to do that. That is a basic right.